Papers to be laid on the table. Sri Pratap Rao Jadhav.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2A in today's revised list of business.
Rise to lay on the table of the House the paper mentioned against my name at serial number 2B of today's revised list of business.
Dr. L. Murugan.
Respected Deputy Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague Sri Pankaj Chaudhary, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned at serial number 2 of the today's revised list of business pertaining to
Srimati Anupriya Patel.
Deputy Chairman, sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 4 in the revised list of business for today.
Sri B.L. Verma.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, with your permission, I lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2E in today's revised list of business.
Sri Santanu Thakur.
With your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the paper mentioned against my name, the serial number 2F in the today's revised list of the business.
Sri Harsh Malhotra.
Sabhapati Mahoday.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2G in today's revised list of business.
Message from Lok Sabha Secretary General.
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to report that the Lok Sabha at its sitting held on the 10th March 2025 passed the bills of Leading Bill 2025. I lay a copy of the said bill on the table.
Reports of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and Information Technology, Sri Amar Pal Maur. Sri Amar Pal Maur.
Sir, I lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the reports of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and Information Technology 2024-25 as mentioned against my name at serial number 3. Number 16, report on action taken by the government on the observations, recommendations the committee contained in its 56th report.
Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and Information Technology, Sri Amar Pal Maur.
Mahoday.
Sir, I lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the statements showing further action taken by the government on the 53rd and 55th reports of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and Information Technology.
Parliamentary Standing Committee on Water Resources, Srimati Seema Dwivedi.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the following reports of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Water Resources, which are 3rd, 4th and 5th report. Thank you.
Ravneet Singh to move a motion for election of one member to the Council of the National Institutes of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. Honorable Mani Mantri.
Honorable Minister.
Mani Mantri.
Honorable Minister.
Please, I move to, yes, I move to it.
I am asking Nanda ji, the opposition leader and all leaders should be given a training in rules of procedure. This is what he said yesterday. I want to ask him, why don't you take that training? Your people don't come on time and ministers also don't come on time. This is a matter of shame.
31 notices have been received under Rule 267. The notices of Sri Muhammad Nadimul Haq, Dr. Sasmit Patra, Srimati Sulata Dev, Sri Devasi Samant Rai, Sri Mujibullah Khan, Sri Suvasis Khuntia, Sri Manas Ranjan Mangaraj, Sri Niranjan Visi, Srimati Sagrika Ghosh, Sri Pramod Tiwari, Susri Dola Sen, Dr. Sayyid Nasir Hussain, Sri Ajay Makan, Sri Sanjay Singh, Sri Shakti Singh Gohil, Susri Susmita Dev, Sri Harish Biran और श्रीमती प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी. All have demanded discussion over the alleged lapse of Election Commission in issuance of multiple duplicate EPICs across the state. The notices of Sri Vaiko and Sri Sandosh Kumar P. have demanded discussion over the concerns regarding upcoming delimitation exercise to southern states. The notice of Sri P. Wilson to discuss the concern over non-release of financial grant to the state of Tamil Nadu for not following three-language formula under Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. Honorable members may recall the detailed rulings on the Rule 267 imparted by Honorable Chairman Rajya Sabha on 8th December. Please let me finish. Please, 1 minute बात अपनी कर.
Let me finish. Sanjay ji, allow me to finish.
पूरा कर.
Let me finish.
Recall the detailed rulings on Rule 267 imparted by Honorable Chairman Rajya Sabha on 8th December 2022 and 19th December 2022. The same have been reiterated by Honorable Chairman a number of times. Since these notices do not conform to the directives imparted by the Honorable Chairman, the same are declined. 1 minute, please. Members have already given notices. Members have already, please listen. Member, please listen. Please listen. Mr. Vaiko, you are a very senior. You are a very senior man. Please go. Go back to your seat. Members have already given notices on similar issues under other parliamentary devices which are likely to be discussed in due course. Please. 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 I'll move further. Now, matters raised with the permission. Sri Bhattacharya Rajiv demand to establish a AIMS hospital in state of Tripura. Please.
माननीय सभापति महोदय.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. I thank you for having given me an opportunity to speak in the 0 hour. I would like to thank you for that. Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. I come from northeastern part of the country. I come from a small state of Tripura. After Modi ji became Prime Minister in 2014, the development that has been witnessed in northeast can be seen in Tripura also. Today in Tripura, 3 medical colleges are there, and in the effort that is being made to bring about changes in medical field, it was a slogan of the communists, and the communists, they took the name of poor people, but they completely ignored the issue of development in Tripura. The development that is taking place in Tripura under Modi ji's leadership, I would like to make a request that an aims like hospital, super specialty hospital should be given to Tripura, and if that is done, the people of Tripura will get a lot of relief, and the development in Tripura will be comprehensive. Through you, I would like to make a request to the government, and I would like to say that the Congress and the communists, they made Tripura captive, and our Modi ji has made tremendous efforts for the development of Tripura. With these words, I would like to thank the government, and I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Please, Dolaji,
Dolaji, the issues that are agitating you, you have given a notice under 267. One of your members is going to speak on one of those issues. Shri R. Girirajan.
South Indian states their rightful share of people representatives in parliament and state assemblies. You please speak.
Yes. Thank you.
Please go back to your seat. These are
Thank
the
you.
issues for you. You have
Thank
moved
you,
267.
Chairman, sir.
Please go back.
Sir, for this
Abul.
only, all South Indian MPs are wearing black shirts and we are expressing
Please-
our concern.
please speak on the subject.
Thank you, sir. The Constitution of India was
Please take your
specifically
seat. Please take your seat.
amended
Trichuji,
84th
please,
Amendment
please.
in 2002 not to have interstate delimitation of constituencies till the first census
Please, my
conducted
request is जिस पर आपने
after
267
the
दिया
year
था वही
It is an issue that has been raised through a notice under Rule 267. This is one of those issues, Sanjay ji.
Mr. Vaiko, you are a very senior and seasoned man. This is the issue for you were agitating. Go back to your seat,
Sir,
please.
Sir,
Huh.
I will continue, sir.
Please continue.
Honorable Chairman, sir, thank you. The Constitution of India was specifically amended 84th Amendment in 2002 not to have interstate
Only
delimitation
R. Girirajan.
of constituencies till the first census
Talks is
conducted
going on record.
after the year of 2026. The Delimitation Act 2002 had freezed the total number of constituencies in both Parliament and State Assemblies and to maintain status quo till 2026. This means the boundaries of constituencies were altered in 2001 to equate population among the parliamentary and assembly seats. The number of Lok Sabha seats that each state has and those of legislative assemblies has remained unaltered since 1971 census and may only be changed after 2026. This was mainly done as states which had implemented family planning widely, like Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Punjab, would stand to lose many parliamentary seats representation, and states with poor family planning programs and higher fertility rates like Uttar Pradesh, like Bihar and Rajasthan would gain many of the seats transferred from better performing states. Sir, I rise to bring to the attention of this House a matter of grave concern that threatens the federal spirit of our democracy, the impending delimitation exercise which disproportionately penalizes the southern India, progressive states like Tamil Nadu, while rewarding those who have failed to control their population in the last 3 decades. The union government's approach to delimitation is fundamentally unjust and disregards the sustained efforts of Tamil Nadu in population control, economic growth and equitable development. It is in no way acceptable to Tamil Nadu, sir, which has been playing a major role in controlling population and contributing the country's development more and more in the name of constituency realignment. All the political parties in Tamil Nadu is urging the government to adhere to the 1971 census, for delimitation is a testament to the state.
Thank you. Srimati Dharamshila Gupta demand to introduce metro train services in Darbhanga, Bihar. Please.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I would like to express my gratitude to you for having given me an opportunity to speak. Today, whatever development work we are seeing in the country today, that is because of the efforts of Honorable Prime Minister of the country. It is because of his unparalleled leadership. He has always given priority to the development of Bihar and the country, and he has started many schemes to make Bihar a developed state. Express and railway networks have been expanded in Darbhanga, Patna and other cities. New airports have been opened, and these steps will make Bihar independent and self-reliant. Many other efforts are being made. Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, in the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, Bihar is being made a powerful and strong state. And the biggest evidence of this is that after an airport in Darbhanga, metro rail service will be started. Darbhanga, which is a historic, culturally and educationally important city of Bihar, through metro rail services. Darbhanga is going to enter the era of modern times, and 18.25 kilometer long metro rail network will be there, and there will be 18 stations, and this metro will run from Darbhanga airport, and it will connect many important points of Darbhanga, and there will be a second corridor, and this will provide a new transport medium to the city of Darbhanga. This project is going to give a transport facility to the city, but it will also promote a modern commutation facility, and that will speed up education, and this will generate new employment opportunities, and the lifestyle of the people will also be improved. Sir, through this house, I would like to request the government that under this project, the areas which produce foxnut, they should also be connected with this metro project, and the length of route, which is 18.8 kilometers, this length should be increased, and it should be made 22 to 24 kilometers, so that not only Darbhanga but all the people living around Darbhanga will get a lot of relief. Thank you.
2627, 22628, Tiruchirappalli, Thiruvananthapuram Intercity Express to Tambaram. Please.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. I request for extension for train number.
You have already raised the issue. Go back to your seat.
28. Tiruchirappalli, Thiruvananthapuram Intercity Express to
please.
Tambaram. Every day, thousands of the people from our constituency travel our state capital, Chennai, for very purpose. However, there is a lack of the sufficient train service to meet the travel demand of the public.
I am already allowed to. Please, no.
Recognition that the Kanyakumari, Tirunelveli, Virudhunagar, Madurai, Tindikkal, Tiruchirappalli, Viluppuram, Chennai sector experiences very high traffic center.
You already allowed.
I guess
I am already allowed.
Attention, the train number 627 and 28 Tiruchirappalli, Thiruvananthapuram Intercity Express currently operated with the moderated occupancy.
Please, Tiruchuji, go back to your seat. Please, I request you, please go back to your seat. Please go back. You cannot force chair. Please go back. Go back.
Tambaram.
I've already allowed the issue.
Timely in
I've already
direction in accommodate in change. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. आप सभी अपने अपनी सीट.
Please go back to your seats. You have raised this issue again, Tirutya Shivaji. I gave opportunity to LOP, the Honorable LOP, at the initial level itself. Shri Neeraj Dangiji, GST removal on insurance.
Yes, sir.
LOP wants to speak, sir. I gave opportunity in the morning already. He made his point. You please speak. You please speak.
Sir.
Neeraj, please. Dangiji, please. I gave the opportunity to Honorable LOP.
Nothing. Mr. Neeraj Dangi, आपकी बात ही record.
Only what Neeraj Dangiji is saying to be recorded, please. Nothing else.
Neeraj Dangi जी आप बोले.
Please speak.
बोले.
Please.
Neeraj Dangi जी बोले आप.
Please speak, Honorable Member. Sir, LOP will speak for 2 minutes. I will call Ajit Kumar Bhuiya.
Concern over the proposed installation of the mega solar power plant on 18,000 bighas of land in Karbi Anglong district of Assam. Please.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, for allowing to raise the important issue about Assam.
Please do not come to the well. Please, I request you folded hand. Please go back.
Indigenous soil,
Tiruchu Shivaji, you have such a senior.
living in and around the region. But now they are being evicted
1 minute.
from land because large 1,000 megawatt.
You don't want the chair to say something and don't want session also to be conducted smoothly, please.
96 new policies and the main entity and is mobbing.
Your issue has already been raised. You spoke on it, already got the opportunity.
The House is adjourned to meet at 12 Khatkhati and Lankatha. Question hour. The land will be acquitted माननीय सभासदों, माननीय उप सभापति जी,
Question or question number 121, Sri Neeraj Shekhar ji.
प्रश्न संख्या 1।
Sir, question number 121, Honorable Minister. Sir, the answer and the statement is laid on the table of the House.
माननीय उपसभापति जी,
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for giving a very detailed reply. Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Yojana and Rashtriya Gramin Swasthya Mission is the key program of the government, and health facilities are being provided to the people through these schemes, and through the PHCs, the people are getting the convenient and cheap health services. And I would like to say that recently Balia has been given a medical college by the government. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the same. And I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that Ayushman Yojana has the primary health centers in the villages, and funds are being given to them. Whether the number of beds will be increased through these funds, whether these centers will be providing the treatment facilities for serious diseases like cancer. Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, the Honorable Member has asked the question regarding the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, and almost all the government hospitals have been empaneled under it, and whatever amount goes through these centers, it is used for augmenting the infrastructure in these centers to make them able to do away with the problems, and many instruments and equipment have been brought by these kinds of funds. The second supplementary is that due to the PM Ayushman Yojana, a lot of work is being done in the rural areas. Many facilities are being provided, but in the Purvanchal area of UP, like BHU, etc., many patients come for treatment from Bihar and eastern region. The people come to these hospitals, and in PGI Lucknow also people from all over Uttar Pradesh come for treatment. I would like to know that whether the PM Ayushman Yojana will give fund to these institutions also, so that better treatment facilities can be provided. Sir, the honorable member asked whether the PM Abhim funds can be used for augmenting the infrastructure in these kinds of institutions. Whatever demands we receive through PM Abhim, in Uttar Pradesh, funds have been given to SGPGI, Lucknow, Aligarh Institution, Jhansi, Prayagraj, Kanpur, Varanasi. Under PMSSY scheme, these hospitals have been upgraded to super specialty hospitals, and Uttar Pradesh has been given more than 400 crore rupees under PM Abhim scheme. Nadaji wants to say something. The honorable member has asked a very pertinent question, and my colleague Jadavji has given a very detailed reply. But through the House, I would like to inform the people of the country as well as the honorable members in the House that as he said about infrastructure, first of all, under National Health Mission, we aim to make health facilities affordable, equitable, approachable, and we are trying to provide quality health facilities under this mission. We are providing technical assistance, manpower assistance, as well as financial assistance. And the medium of this assistance, it is programmed from the lowest level. We have a plan implementation program. We chalk out our own programs as to what are the things that are needed in our Ayushman Arogya Mandir, whether we need the building, infrastructure, manpower, equipment. Plan implementation program comes under the NHM, and as I said, we provide financial and technical support, and the funds are given through these mediums, and the next plan implementation program is implemented in this manner. So in this way, we are developing the infrastructure. Secondly, as you said about cancer, Ayushman Bharat plays a very big role in this, and I would like to say that a report of Lancet says that with the implementation of Ayushman Bharat Yojana, the cancer treatment in India is starting within its screening, 30 days within its screening. And thirdly, in this year's budget, our Honorable Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, has announced that we will be ensuring daycare cancer centers in every district of the country, and we are going to open 200 daycare cancer centers, and in the next 3 years we will be opening such centers in all the districts. How will it benefit us?
Pledged oncology department. Along with that, all central hospitals are now full-fledged oncology department. हमारे झज्जर में
In Jhajjar, we have the biggest cancer center in the country, which has 700 beds, and it has the best cancer equipments available, and from chemotherapy to whatever therapies that there can be that are available there, and daycare cancer centers will be equipped with these facilities. And one question you asked about BHU, I would like to inform you that in Purvanchal, firstly, we have All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Gorakhpur, and I'm very happy that its OPD and IPD is practically full.
लेकिन BHU
But in BHU, there is one sentiment which is very right, that in BHU campus we cannot open a separate All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So the health department has done an MOU with BHU, and we will be making the medical colleges of BHU like AIMS, and in the budget there have been provisions that have been made regarding making these hospitals at par with AIMS, and the finance committee will be chalking out the proposal and we will take action on that.
Mani Santosh Kumar.
Sir, when we talk about health infrastructure in rural areas, the Ashas do play a very significant role, accredited social health activists. So my question to the Honorable Minister through you, sir, is there any chance to elevate their status from scheme workers and any plan to increase their wages? Moreover, a huge amount is spending to a state like Kerala. It was stated in the Assembly of Kerala that more than 100 crores. So any plan to release these amounts immediately?
Thank you.
Directly does not relate to this question, but still I'll answer to my respected colleague Santosh Kumarji. First of all, Asha workers are doing a very good job, and my full appreciation for them, because at the grassroots level, they have been, their efforts have reduced the maternal mortality ratio, IMR, under 5 mortality, and we can say, I can say with confidence, that as far as maternal health and reproductive child health care, the Asha workers, our frontline workers, their capacity building has been done, and they have been certainly, they are doing a very good job. I would like to,
Please, Jairam ji, no commentary, please.
I would like to,
do not interrupt, please.
I would like to enlighten the House that just a week back, there was a meeting of Mission Steering Group of the NHM, where we have seen to it that the Asha workers, all their activities which they are doing, and all those activities, there should be there has to be enhancement of the financial part, and which has the Mission Steering Group has given the permission, and we will be going forward. That is the enrollment. As far as the Kerala government is concerned, I would like to enlighten the member that the government of India has given all its due.
Please. No, not allowed. Please take your seats.
We have given all its due. The utilization certificate has not come. The moment the
Please do not please take your seat. No, आप सबकी बात record पर.
No, whatever you all are saying will not be going on record.
To the Asha workers and to the state of Kerala accordingly. But at this point of time, our share has been given to Kerala also the Asha workers.
Thank you. Mania Ranjita Ranjan ji. Mania Ranjita Ranjan. आप सीट पे बैठ जाए आपको.
Please sit. You are not allowed. Sir, through you, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister that we are talking about rural health. How much fund of Chhattisgarh is lying pending regarding Ayushman? Is it true that about 36,000 crore rupees are lying pending, and this is the reason the hospitals are not treating the patient under Ayushman scheme? And is this true that you are giving 5 lakh rupees per person under Ayushman Yojana, and you have talked about many disease, but if the treatment charge is about 2.5 lakh rupees or something like that, the entire amount is not deducted under this scheme and the people have to pay from their own pocket. How much fund of Chhattisgarh is lying pending regarding Chhattisgarh, whether the people are not given treatment in Chhattisgarh under Ayushman Yojana? Sir, this question is related to National Health Mission. This question is not related to Jan Arogya Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, but still she has asked a question about Chhattisgarh. I am very happy that the honorable member is representing the state of Chhattisgarh. I do not have the data with me right now, but I would like to tell that there is nothing due on the part of government of India. Since you have brought this issue, I would definitely investigate this matter, and whatever has to be done will be done. And from our side, we never hold the bills of any of the states under Ayushman Bharat Yojana. Yes, we do get certain cases wherein due to digitization, we get certain alerts and we re-examine these alerts, and after that we release the funds.
Adhyaksh Mahoday.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, the Honorable Minister has given the reply in a very detailed manner. Sir, you know that this is a state subject. You release fund from the center to the states, and the state governments are the responsible agencies for the implementation of the schemes. Sir, we do not lack funds, and I feel that from the central government, the funds that are given to the state governments under various schemes, we do not have any lack of funds. Only the implementation is the problem. For example, in many states, we have the buildings of rural hospitals ready for a couple of years, but these buildings are still not functional, and it has been 2-3 years that these buildings are ready, but these hospitals are not functional. And we have the MRI machines, we have the CT scan machine, and the maintenance is not being done. And the thing is that the recruitment of doctors is something which is a matter of concern. It is not happening, and for years together the recruitment process goes on, and due to the lack of doctors, we do not have the shortage of doctors, only their recruitment is the problem. And we see that the buildings are ready, the equipment is ready, and they are not used for years together because they are not made functional. I would like to know that whether we will take any actions regarding the recruitment of the doctors, paramedical staff, so that the funds that are released are utilized in a proper manner and they are utilized for the benefit of the rural sector. Sir, at the outset, I would like to thank the honorable member that he acknowledged that we do not lack funds. Financially, we are sufficient, and we are giving all the funds that are required. You are very experienced. You have also worked as a chief minister, so you know all this very well. Our effort is to see what can be done, and under NHM we have the shortage of doctors, so we have said that the doctors can quote their salary and we'll be paying that. So under flexi pool, we are linking the staff like that. For the nursing staff also, we are doing the same. And manpower is something which has to be taken care of by the states. And we will be building the capacity of these states. What happens is that we release the funds, but there are agencies that are responsible for implementing these schemes, like the primary health center, the Ayushman Arogya Mandir, and we work on the standard of national quality, and we aim to improve their quality, and whatever capacity building is needed to do that, we are doing that. And very soon we will be improving the performance of these states also, and we are also monitoring their functioning. Please do not comment while sitting. Your comment is not going to be on record.
On the table of the House.
माननीय मंत्री जी, onwards. First supplementary. Please बैठकर comment ना करें, please.
Please don't comment while sitting.
First supplementary to Madam Finance Minister. My issue is about inflation, especially impacting the middle class, which is virtually 40% of India. Indian middle class is sitting on a debt-fueled time bomb. And there are 4 indicators. India's household debt-to-income ratio has risen from 30.4% in 2018 to 37.3% in 2022 to fulfill consumption needs. 2, the household debt to GDP ratio has reached a record high of 40% in financial year 22-23, meaning 40% of income of a middle class individual is going towards repayment of debt. 3, every second Indian youth has taken personal loan before the age of 30 years, when every third youth in the age bracket is without a job. 4th, RBI data reveals a significant 71.3% rise in gold loans as distress lending peaks, adversely affecting women who constitute a large percentage of gold loan borrowers. My question is, with these indicators, what are the reasons for the sharp increase, its implication on financial stability, and the measures being taken by the government and the RBI to regulate household debts and ensure responsible lending practices?
Thank you, Vivek. माननीय मंत्री.
सभापति महोदय.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, Honorable Minister, that he has expressed his concern over inflation. Through you, I would like to express my view that if we were to take the data of inflation for the past 3 years, then on an average it has been 6.5, although the benchmark is 6. And if we were to look at the retail inflation of 24-25, it has been 4.9%. As far as the inflation is concerned, if we were to see it before that, when from 2004 to 2014, the inflation used to be in double digits, and on an average, it used to be 8.1%. The Honorable Member has expressed this matter that people are not getting jobs, although this question pertains to Ministry of Statistics, but through you I would like to tell you that according to a survey, if we were to see for the participation, and the unemployment rate has been 3.2%.
Please, up second supplementary.
You can ask your second supplementary.
Sir, मैंने 4 indicators.
Sir, I had talked about 4 indicators. I wanted a reply on those 4 indicators. Please ask your second supplementary.
Second supplementary is health, home, education and food. These are four important ingredients of life, of a good life for a middle class. What specific measures is the ministry contemplating to reduce the current high GST rates of 18% on household essentials, basic education material for children, and construction material, ensuring that these rates better affect the essential nature, particularly as inflation continues to disproportionately burden vulnerable sections of our society?
Thank you. Thank you.
Sabhapati Mahoday.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, the Honorable has raised the matter of GST. One nation, one tax was a definite reform, and from 1 July 2017, when GST has been effective, if you were to see the average tax, which used to be 15%, it has been reduced to 12% now. Although, like GST, if you were to determine the process, it is decided by the GST Council, and I would also like to inform you that the members are present of both central and state. And GST Council Cooperation, it is a great example wherein the central government and the state government discuss together. As far as the problems of the common people are concerned, the Honorable Prime Minister, he has introduced the programs with relation to electricity connection or toilets or gas cylinders or Kisan Samman Nidhi. All these facilities have been given to them through Ayushman Bharat. Thank you.
Senji, please. Third supplement.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Despite the RBI's inflation target of 4%, food inflation has remained consistently high, which is disproportionately impacting lower-income households who are more than 70% of our population. What structural measures is the government implementing to ensure food price stability beyond short-term interventions like duty cuts? And through you, sir, I want to know from the Honorable Finance Minister that what is the update of revoking totally the GST from medical insurance, LIC and other insurance?
One question,
Thank
please.
you.
Only one question, please.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, as I have earlier informed you that the inflation, if we were to see it in 25, it is 4.9%, which should be 4 plus minus 2 as laid by the RBI. If we see in between, due to seasonal or supply chain disruptions, the rise in certain food products do rise, but so that the poor people are not affected by it, we monitor this thing and we also keep buffer stock, and through trade policies we also make that the food products are available. As far as rice, wheat, chana, masoor, these pulses are concerned, they are also distributed at a reasonable cost. As far as the Honorable Member has asked, the decision is taken by the GST Council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, recent reports, including findings from the International Monetary Fund, indicate that declining unionization and stagnating real minimum wages are key factors driving rising income inequality in many economies, including India. Studies have shown that as the bargaining power of workers diminishes, wage growth fails to keep pace with productivity, leading to erosion in purchasing power. In view of the evidence that weakening union representation is a structural driver of inequality, what measures is the government considering to reinforce collective bargaining frameworks in sectors marked by pervasive wage stagnation?
Thank you. Thank
you.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, the government of Honorable Narendra Modi ji, somewhere if you see, it provides equal opportunities to everyone, and it also provides opportunities of employment and education. After 70 years of independence, those people who are still on the margins, our government is trying its best for their empowerment, whether it's accommodation, toilets, drinking water, health insurance or accident insurance or life insurance or Kisan Samman Nidhi or Ujjwala Nidhi. Our government is working towards it.
Please,
इन सारे गरीबों की सुविधा देने
Our government is working for the poor. Honorable Mithilesh Kumar ji.
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय,
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask the question. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and Honorable Finance Minister, I would like to congratulate them that under their leadership, the Indian economy is delivering good performance. I would also like to ask that most of our population resides in the rural area, and in order to empower them, what are the special measures being taken by the government?
ये सत्य है कि जब से
It is true that from 2014, Narendra Modi ji has become the Prime Minister of India. If you see the logo, the slogan of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, he has actually realized it. On one side, he is working towards taking the nation forward, and the Minister of Finance is increasing the budget on infrastructure. On one hand, we are setting up new aims, airports, and even in rural areas, through the medium of Pradhanmantri, Sadak connectivity, on road connectivity is being provided, whether it is gas connection or drinking water, we are providing them. And we are also giving interest-free loans, and this is the way the government is working towards the poor.
Birendra Kumar.
Honorable Birendra Kumar Vaishya ji.
Sir,
Please. हाँ, नहीं माननीय मनोज जी,
Honorable Manoj ji, you were talking about 123. The member has withdrawn the question. Please.
please.
thank you very much, sir. Hydroelectrical project, solar energy, wind energy plays significant role for the green power generation in our country. Northeastern region of our country have a huge potential for power generation from the hydro, power generation for the solar energy, and power generation for the wind energy. The Ladakh is the only state of our country.
Please be brief in questions, sir.
I'm coming to the question, sir.
Please
this
come.
is related to the question, sir.
माननीय सदस्य और को भी
Honorable member, other people also need to ask the questions. I request you, as well as the minister, that the questions will be brief, so will be the answers.
There is a sunny days in Ladakh, 350 degrees. Arunachal Pradesh is a sun-rising state of our country. I want to know from the Honorable Minister, what is the total budgetary allocation is provided for renewable and new renewable energy of our country, and what percentage of money is allotted for the northeastern region, including Assam?
Thank you.
For renewable and new renewable.
Thank you, माननीय वीरेंद्र शाह.
Sir, as far as member's question is concerned, I am thankful to him. The northeastern states is the priority of this Modi-led government. हम इसमें हमको गर्व महसूस होता है.
It gives us immense pride that Honorable Prime Minister has taken his position. After that, he makes it a point to visit Northeast so that we are able to review the department's performance there.
Last 10.5 years, they have visited. इससे पहले कभी भी ये नहीं हुआ.
Before that, it has never happened before.
It is the Ashtalakshmi of Bharat, as these 8 states embody the essence of the prosperity and the growth. So keeping that in mind, so overall, as far as renewable, he has asked about the larger hydro also, bigger hydro projects. Those projects are looked after by the Power Ministry. But as far as solar energy is concerned, renewable energy is concerned, the first time budget is more than budget allocation is 13,1151.43 crores. Out of that, 443.02 crores has been allocated to NE alone. Apart from that, either in PM Suryaghar or in PM Kusum, whatever the subsidy we are giving, support we are giving for the installation of rooftop solar PM, Muftagar, Suryaghar, Mufta Bijli Yojana, इसमें भी हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में
There, we provide additional 10% of electricity.
is ongoing. I would like to inform, taking this opportunity, in 2014, the solar generation was just 2 gigawatt, and today, just 3-4 days back, I am very happy to announce we have crossed 100 gigawatt of solar installed capacity. And also, as far as PM Suryaghar installation is concerned, that was announced by Honorable Prime Minister in January 2023, but subsequently, for the issuing of the guideline, formation of the guidelines, it took 1.5 months, and after that there was code of conduct. Practically, we started it implementing in June, and within 6 to 7 months, we have crossed 10 lakh installations. That is the achievement under the Prime Minister Shri Modi. There also, as far as these two projects are concerned, we are providing more subsidy to the northeastern states.
Second supplementary, Manya Virendraji.
Honorable Minister, sir, I am thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister for giving priority to the northeastern region, and I am thankful for the Minister to give him the elaborate answer. Sir, my question, we are very much concerned about the cost of production of per unit of power generation from solar and renewable energy. Which compare with the developed country like Germany, our cost of production is very high, so it will be very difficult to compete the present structure. So I want to know what is the present structure, what is the present position, production cost of per unit of power generated from new and renewable energy, and what is the cost of production of the Germany, and what measures government is going to take to cut the cost of production to encourage the people in this line, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, as far as renewable energy, that is energy by non-fossil fuel, I am very happy to announce one more thing. India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi, in last 10 years, we are the third largest producer of the renewable energy in the entire world from the non-fossil fuel. And also, the manufacturing of the modules, manufacturing of the cells, manufacturing of the vapors. Prime Minister has provided a PLI scheme in that, and also production. There was absolutely no production as far as the solar modules is concerned, just 2 gigawatt. Today we have crossed 70 gigawatt, and very shortly we are going to achieve 100 gigawatt. And in 2010 and 11, it was 18 rupees, and in 2011 it was 11 rupees per unit. Today, Madhya Pradesh recently has floated a bid and it is finalized now. It is 2 rupees 18 paisa per unit as far as solar is concerned. 2 rupees 18 paisa. With battery storage, it may little increase, but with the utmost confidence at my command, मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ.
I would like to inform you that it will not cross more than 3.5 rupees pan-India per unit.
Storage capacity. So we are doing very well as far as renewable energy is concerned. After Honorable Prime Minister announced in COP26 our commitment for the 50% of the non-fossil fuel energy in 2030, 500 gigawatt generation by 2030, and net zero by 2070, whatever Prime Minister has announced recently, whatever Prime Minister has announced in the COP, that has been strictly followed. And recently, the entire team of European Union had recently come. I gave them a presentation what has been achieved in the last 10 years, and they were just perplexed with the achievement of Honorable Prime Minister led this government.
Thank you. Manya Susmita ji.
Honorable Sushmita ji.
Solar energy is extremely important for the northeastern states or to our fragile ecology. Sir, what Mr. Basha said, and I would like to reiterate that, the challenges we face, sir, in the northeastern states is being a land-intensive sector, and so many 6 scheduled areas in northeast, land becomes a problem. I'm sure Honorable Minister is aware. And the second thing is that because it is so remote, sir, that the output, that the cost becomes much higher. Add to that the problem of the low solar insolation. So all of these put together, sir, it becomes unviable for discoms to actually buy the power from northeastern states. So I would like to ask the Honorable Minister that is there any way that you can encourage the discoms to buy more power from the solar projects in the northeastern states? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Susmita Devi.
Only to the, sir, not only to the northeastern state, for the entire country, the RPO obligation, renewable purchase obligation, is mandatory. From 26, there is going to be penalty if they do not purchase the non-fossil energy from the non-fossil fuel, that is renewable energy. That is always there. It is not only for the northeast, for the entire country it is there. But as far as the cost is concerned, the generation cost is, as I said, I would like to correct, I think I said 2.18. In Madhya Pradesh recently, it is 2.15 rupees per unit, 2.12 rupees 15 paisa per unit. That is the cost. Transmission and all such things applicable to the fossil fuel also. So that we are coming, that's why today we have achieved from 75 gigawatt in non-fossil fuel in 2014, today we have achieved 222 gigawatt. Totally, it was 250 gigawatt, the total installation capacity including fossil and non-fossil. Today we have achieved 469 gigawatt in the entire country. Out of that, 222 gigawatt is the renewable energy. It is going on well, and it is a dynamic situation. Technology is changing, and we are doing all even in northeast, because and land is an issue where it is there not only in northeast, in the entire country. For that, many of such measures have been taken. For example, where land is not available, for that the elevated solar is being planned, floating solar is being planned. Only after China, we are the only country which has introduced the floating solar, which has been successful in the Madhya Pradesh. That is also 3 rupees 10 or 15 paisa per unit. And small hydro and biomass based co-generation we are exploring in the northeast region. And as far as RPO obligation is concerned, so far in the overall in the country, it is achieved nearly about 39%, and also it has also achieved in the northeastern state also. And many such floating solar, elevated solar, all such, and wind, all such things are being considered. Northeast and all solar park, we are giving extra money for the solar park in the northeast also. That's why things are moving, and we are doing well, and we are going to achieve 500 gigawatt of the renewable energy, that is from non-fossil fuel, by 2030.
माननीय डॉक्टर वी
Honorable Dr. V. Sivadathan. Respected Chair, the solar power is very important for the development of the nation. But the proper assistance from the union government is not getting the common people. So my question is, earlier, Government of India, the state governments have given big publicity for rooftop solar projects. That is for households. So government has any proper plan for increase the subsidies for the rooftop solar project for households?
Thank you.
Sir, as far as subsidy is concerned, sir, for rooftop, he has asked. I would like to tell Honorable Minister through you, sir. Sorry, to the member through you, sir. We are providing 30,000 rupees. 30,000 rupees per kilowatt, and up to the maximum of 78,000 for 3 kilowatt. And it generates nearly about 300 to 360 units pan-India if you consider average. By that, for that, apart from the 78,000 subsidy what we are providing, apart from that, they may have to give around 85,000 rupees, they have to borrow from the bank. If at all entirely if they borrow from the bank also, their EMI burden will be 610 rupees. And electricity bill, which regularly they used to get, pan-India, we have assessed it, calculated it, surveyed it. On that basis, it is 1,875 electric bill, otherwise what he gets. And 1,875 electricity bill will become zero. 50% of the installations have already become zero out of 10 lakhs. And minus 610, that is the EMI burden, means net monthly benefit of 1,265 rupees, net yearly monthly income. And net yearly income will be the 15,185. I am talking not zero bill, I am talking the income by which rooftop solar of Pradhan Mantri ne jo announce kiya, Pradhan Mantri.
As the Honorable PM announced,
Yojana mein,
under the Suryaghar Bijli Yojana, under this, the bill would be zero, and apart from that.
And I am also thankful to Honorable Finance Minister, the highest budget has been provided in this budget also. Let me complete. So what I would like to tell, we are offering free electricity for 25 years, not like other government like in Karnataka where they announced 200 units and not even providing 40-50 units. That is the situation in the Karnataka today. They are not able to provide. But we are providing 300 units for 25 years, and after 25 years, he is going to earn. The person who has, the family who has installed, the household which has installed 3 kilowatt of the Pradhan Mantri Mufta Suryaghar Bijli Yojana, he will earn the 15 lakh fixed deposit if he, every month, if he deposit 1,265 in the bank. 15 lakh rupees he will earn at the end of the 25 years with the free electricity. This is what the sustainable model which as Prime Minister Modi has exhibited not only to our country and to the entire world. And even people from the outside, they are coming here and studying this Pradhan Mantri Muft Surya Ghar Bijli Yojana because it is the most successful and sustainable model, not only in the country, in the entire world.
धन्यवाद. माननीय श्री अमरपाल मौर्य.
Honorable Shri Amarpal Maurya, last supplementary. Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, Honorable PM had talked about the scheme through which he could connect, rather the government would connect to the far-flung areas where people live in the villages. I would like to thank the government regarding that. In the last decade, what are the achievements of the government regarding the energy, and in the country, what are the measures that are taken for the solar rooftop projects?
In PM Kusum, that is for the farmers, and for the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, there are three components in PM Kusum and PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, and every state, it is a demand driven. Some of the states, they are doing well, the people there, they are getting benefit, and many states, they are not performing. As far as, if I can quote the example of West Bengal, 25,000 people in West Bengal have applied for the rooftop solar under the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, but sadly none of them have been received. They have been connected. They have been connected because ultimately the state government has to provide the net metering. They have to allow the connection through their respective discom. If they do it, immediately, within 15 days, in beneficiary account, we will credit the subsidy amount.
Thank you. Now question number 125, Srimati Sangeeta Yadav. Srimati Sangeeta Yadav. माननीय मंत्री जी.
Honorable Minister.
First supplementary, Sangeeta ji.
माननीय
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I would like to thank Honorable Minister who gave a detailed reply, and I would also like to thank Honorable PM that under Ayush the work is going on very well. But my first supplementary is that under Ayush, whenever we go to any hospital for treatment, there is a crisis of medicines. The doctors write allopathy medicines. I would like to ask from Honorable Minister that the medicines that are there under the government scheme of providing medicines, are the centers also being opened in different areas? Yes, it's true that the Ayush doctors are there in the rural areas. Most of their services are provided there only, and all the medicines that they write are not available everywhere, and the patients face a lot of problem due to that. But our ministry, under the guidance of Honorable PM, it is increasing the availability of medicines and making them cost effective. Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I would like to know from the Minister that has India come up with any agreements, international agreements, so that this could become easier? Through you, sir, I would like to apprise Honorable Member that recently our ministry has come up with an agreement with Indonesia, and for research and innovation, the international agreements have been done with 24 countries. Along with that, the collaborative research is being done in the institutions, and 51 such memorandum has been signed. Under this, Australia, Mauritius, and 15 such countries have seen the establishment of centers from our side. In 39 countries, other establishments have come up. at the global level, we are committed to spread Ayush. By 2047, the target of Viksit Bharat that we have, we are ready to give our contribution for the same. The WHO in Jamnagar, Gujarat, it has established one center, and we have also tried for visa regarding that. In more than 180 countries, the day is celebrated for this, and we are set to celebrate Yoga Divas internationally. In more than 250 countries, this has been certified, and we have come up with a board wherein anybody who would be certified from this, he can get employment in our country as well as abroad. All this has been done under the guidance of Honorable PM, and this is what the ministry is being doing.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, one of the 5 autonomous organizations working under the ministry having the objective of evidence-based research is CCRYN, Central Council for the Research of Yoga and Naturopathy. Whereas the BNYS is not in the system of NCISM. For students who have put in 5.5 years of labor and who have passed out or without recognition, would the ministry consider of including BNYS in NCISM, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine?
Thank you. Mani Mantri.
Adhyaksha Mahoday.
Honorable Sir, under Ayush Ministry, as Honorable Member said, that 5 research bases work wherein Central Homeopathy Parishad, Central Parishad, Central Unani Parishad Council, and Central Ayurvedic Science Council do work about naturopathy. As member asked, it's true that the colleges of naturopathy and the system of medicine that they have, it works under the aegis of the states, and the syllabi that are there in different states, they have it differently. In some states it's for 5 years, some have for 4 years, and in some states wherein they have it for 5.5 years, the doctors can write regarding that. But the concern that they have raised, that they do not get registration in the state, in the other states when they go out. Definitely, the question that you asked about naturopathy, the rules and regulations should be same, should be uniform, and registration should also be provided to them on similar lines. Definitely, our ministry is focusing on this, and we will do better in this regard.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir. And through you, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister that given the establishment of Ayush Export Promotion Council, Ayush Axel, to oversee exports of Ayush products and address trade issues, what targets has the government set for Ayush exports by 2047, and what strategies are in place to achieve these targets? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
सदस्य ने जो अभी
Sir, as Honorable Member has asked, this is not related to the question. If he wants any information regarding that, he would get it through my ministry. Honorable Darshana Singh.
Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Through you, sir, I would like to ask the Minister that in the area of Ayush, whether innovation and startups are being promoted, and if any scheme has been made in that regard. If yes, what are the achievements in that regard? Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. In 2014, when so the vision of Honorable PM, we got Ayush department. In Ayush, we have innovation, we have research, and other steps are also being taken by the Ayush Ministry. I would like to apprise the Honorable Member that in 2040, after the upgradation, we have seen a mentionable presence of Ayush in the market. In 2015, it was 21,697 crore, and in 2020, as per the new study, it has gone up to 1,37,000 crore, which is more than 6 times in the 7 years. Similarly, as per the study, we can understand that 1,66,000 crore revenue is being generated through Ayush. So definitely the amendment for innovation has been taken up by our ministry.
126, Honorable Sri A. Rahim.
Question number 126.
माननीय मंत्री जी,
उत्तर सदन के पटल
हर्ष मल्होत्रा जी, फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट.
Answer is on the table.
Sir, the answer is very evasive, sir. Sir, according to the answer given by the Honorable Minister, the 1,119 cases resolved under the IBC have led to a recovery of 3.58 lakh crore for creditors. But my question, this is the recovered amount. But my actual question was about the haircut amount. Sir, my question is, what is the total haircut amount in these accounts? I want to know particularly in this regard about the haircut amount.
Thank you. माननीय मंत्री जी.
आदरणीय उपसभा.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code is such a code wherein for the revival of the companies and to take the economy forward, this was done under the guidance of Honorable PM. I'm answering you. Please take your seat. The process is a recovery mechanism, is not a recovery mechanism. It is basically a resolution mechanism, and it is a market-driven process. The answer that we have given in the House, it is regarding 1,119 companies.
Now, please. Now we move to discussion on the working of the Ministry of Education. माननीय श्री दिग्विजय सिंह to raise the discussion on the working of the Ministry of Education. Please, माननीय दिग्विजय सिंह, please. अब आपको बोलना. No, sir, I am not.
Now you have to speak. You have to speak, otherwise I'll call the other speaker. No. Honorable Digvijay Singh.
I'll call other one. Please. Please. No, not allowed. आप एक बार already आ चुके हैं वेल में. I'm.
You have already come to the well once.
Please. माननीय दिग्विजय सिंह, please continue. माननीय दिग्विजय सिंह जी, please continue. Otherwise, no, I am not going. Please. I'll call other speakers. I'll call. Please.
How can I?
आप बोले आपकी बात ही रिकॉर्ड पे जाएगी. Do not come in the well. If you enter in the well, I will name you now. No, I request you to go back. Please, no. माननीय दिग्विजय सिंह आप बोले माननीय दिग्विजय सिंह क्या बोले
सर मैं क्या
What do I say, sir? What do I say?
स्पीकर नाउ ये आप सब लोगों ने तय किया
This all of you have to decide.
not my responsibility.
Please.
Sir, I want to speak.
प्लीज
Sir, I want to speak.
House order.
Sir, bring the house in order. Sir, I am prepared.
आप मेंबर्स हाउस
Sir, I am prepared.
आप मेंबर्स हाउस
Sir, how can I, sir?
आप बोले
You please speak. You speak. You please speak. Honorable Digvijay Singh ji, please speak. Sir, he is asking for, LOB is asking for an opportunity. I have already given him an opportunity. He has already spoken in the morning. So will you please give me a minute? I've already given you the first opportunity to speak, sir. In the morning, the education minister had not come. Please, sir, please allow me. What kind of dictatorship is this, sir? I'm requesting you. I'm making a request. No, Digvijay Singh is to speak. Sir, he is to speak. We have prepared him to speak. And what all we have to say, we'll say. You will discuss it among yourselves. I request you, you are an experienced person. So we'll tell it to the government. So,
देखिए ये क्या है आज
sir, today Honorable LOP, Leader of the House, please.
Sir, बहुत ही
आपको बोलता हूं। मैं देता हूं आपको
I'll give you an opportunity. I'll give you an opportunity after this. You speak, please. Leader of the House. Sir, it is a matter of sorrow that just now the Leader of Opposition, who is such an experienced parliamentarian, who has worked as the Parliamentary Affairs Minister in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha also, and in Pradesh also, he led also, and also worked as a member. The kind of language he used just now and cast aspersion on the chair, it is reprehensible, it is condemnable, sir.
one and all, including the LOP, he should condemn and he should apologize. जो शब्द का उपयोग किया है chair
The kind of words he has used for the chair.
used against the chair, it is unpardonable. वो अस्वीकार्य है और वो
It is not acceptable, sir, and should not be pardoned, sir. Still, he should tender an apology and should take his words back, else they should be expunged.
मैं अलाउ करूंगा माननीय
I will allow everyone, but please go back to your seats first.
This is not your seat, Mr. Vaiko. Please go back to your seat. No, I am not. Go back to your seat. No. Please go back to your seat. माननीय LOP बोलना चाहते हैं।
Honorable LOP wants to speak. Sir, I apologize. I have never spoken it for you. What I said was that we will kick the policy of the government. I apologize if my words hurt you. So I apologize for that. You please keep quiet. Sir, I want to say that countries, one part, and people living in that part, if you try to harm and hurt their esteem And if you say uncultured, uncivilized, people are them and they are not civilized, you should be asking for a resignation from the minister in that case. They always talk about dividing the country.
पार्टी का एमपी किया है करना
Honorable Leader of the House. So the thing is that it's good that Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Kharge ji, has apologized to the chair and taken his words back. This gesture of him is praiseworthy as a parliamentarian and as LOP, but also for the government, the kind of vocabulary he has used is condemnable and should be expunged from the proceedings of the House. Honorable Digvijay Singh ji, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I'm grateful to you that you have given me an opportunity to speak. India, in 1947, it got its independence. And what was the rate of literacy at that time? And higher educational institute, how many were they in numbers? That is known to everyone. But in the last 70 years, the way in our country, literacy has increased and the quality of education has increased, that is historic in its own way. Scientific temper has been given importance to and institutes have been established. I think that excess in a policy and excellence is very important. Access should be there geographically and financially for the poor people. And access and quality education should be given to them. That is my belief. What happened in the last 11 years, that we have to discuss here. In 2020, sir, new education policy was launched. The policy statement of the new education policy that I would like to quote here.
Productive and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive and plural society as envisaged in the Constitution.
माननीय सभापति जी,
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. Whether in the implementation of new education policy, this policy statement is being followed, that we have to see. The report of Kasturi Ranganji, the draft was something else and the new education policy announced by the government was something else. In 1986, when new education policy was brought out, I was a member of the Lok Sabha at that time. There was a discussion held in the House, but of the education policy of 2020, no discussion was held for that. Now, the thing is that whether in the new education policy, there is access for the poor people, and are we marching towards excellence or not? That is the subject here, sir. The thing is whether after the launch of new education policy, school education and higher education, will it become costlier or not? Whether for higher quality education, high quality teachers would be selected or not? Will they be imparted training which is of high quality? Whether for higher education, vice chancellors and professors will be selected appropriately or not? these are the points we have to discuss. Sir, I want to request you that in the new education policy, the objective of universal access, I agree with that. And that is why Anganwadi, which means from the age of 3 years up to 18 years, there is a provision of universal access for children, and I am a votary of that, sir. But whether women and child development and education department, the convergence that should happen in pre-primary literacy and later on, there is still confusion regarding that. It has been 5 years since it was brought out. I want to say that in Bal Vatikas, midday meal is given through PM Poshan, which falls under Education Department. National guidelines of funding is not equal, and arrangements for teachers are also not the same. I want to say that right now also, the Department of Education and Ministry of Women and Child Development, there is no coordination between them, or the kind of coordination that should have been there. It's not there, sir. We need to take it seriously, and I would request the Honorable PM that it should be put on mission mode, and it should be put onto that, because today also, if you look at it, the poor is becoming even poorer and rich is become richer. And the 52% pregnant women in the country are anemic. 39% children are malnourished. They should be given specialized attention, sir. I want to make a request to you that the foundational literacy and numeracy was announced, and we are a votaries of that. But Honorable PM, the address he gave with regards to the new education policy, he said we will retain this, but Honorable Education Minister left it out. Now I'll come to excess. There is a proposal of building new educational complexes, which means cluster educational institutes will be put into one place, due to which many schools are closing down. Right to education, the provision, which is a law that the school should be there within 1 kilometer of distance, that is being violated. Though the school education didn't have a record of this, we asked them, but in a reply, they told us that in this country, since 2014 to 2024, 19,000 schools have been closed down. The schools that have been closed down now.
Sir, I am not yielding. Sir, I am not yielding. Let me finish. Mani Tiwari ji.
Honorable Tiwari ji is a member of our committee, and we have discussed this subject, and he was in agreement with this. After this, I want to say that the gross enrollment ratio, wherever this is higher, we accept that. GER is higher, and the dropout rate has also dropped. That is praiseworthy. But when GER has increased and dropout rate has reduced, this means the number of students has increased. But whether the number of teachers and their posts have also increased, and budget for Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan has also increased, no, it has not. I want to request you, not only this, about Madhya Pradesh, I want to tell you 30,000 schools were closed down. Along with that, tell us, sir, where will the children of poor go who study in these government schools? Disappointed, they'll approach the private schools, and this is being told that around 50,000 new private schools have opened after 2014, which will charge them fees. The apprehension that we had that new education policy will be costlier for the poor, and along with that, in higher education also, many reasons I'm going to tell you further that it will be of a higher cost for them for that. Under RTE, in NEP, ages of 3 to 18 years have been referred to, and it's there in draft policy also. In the provision of 6 to 14 years should be increased to 3 to 18 years. I also request you that the children after the class 8th, we need to make a survey, and there is a need for counseling that the talent a child has should be taken towards skill development. And all the programs that are there for skill development are for the children above 18 years of age. So that should also be changed, and after 14 years of age, they should be encouraged for their skill development. Honorable Sir, I have an objection to, and also I'm not happy about the fact that this country is an example of unity in diversity. There in some books of NCERT, communal signs are there. Not only this, this is also an attempt to reproduce the history. After the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi, whatever happened has been taken out of the syllabus. Similarly, on the subject of Hindu-Muslim unity, that has also been taken out. And even so, in the NCERT books, the obligation of the preamble of our constitution, I would thank our friend here that he raised this, and that is why the NCERT accepted this, and now there will be inclusion of preamble in every book of NCERT, and for that I would thank the minister. Also, I would like to say, sir, the Nehru Navodaya Vidyalaya and Kendriya Vidyalaya run by central government are appreciated everywhere because they have lesser fees and good quality education. But a new thing has come that PM Shri schools are there, and these PM Shri schools, there is an attempt to include them into those schools. But sir, in Navodaya and Kendriya Vidyalayas, 7,414 posts are still lying vacant, and 6,734 posts are being held by contract teachers. Similarly, in Kendriya Vidyalayas, the first I raised was in Kendriya Vidyalayas, 7,414 and 6,000 odd posts are contractual. In Navodaya Vidyalayas also 4,022 posts are lying vacant, and 3,002 posts are being held by contractual teachers. And in MP, 70,000 posts are still vacant. This is the thing. What is the policy, sir? Why are you not recruiting teachers?
Why are not appointments being made? It is because they want to appoint people who are influenced by the ideology, and they want to have them through backdoor. I would like to ask you whether importance has been given to training in new education policy, whether you are going to give training to teachers on contracts, and how long that training will be and how long they are going to work. This has not been mentioned. I have mentioned TMC schools which were given for infrastructure, and these were to be given to state governments. But in that, out of 661, 621 of Navodaya Vidyalayas have been accepted, and 879 have been accepted. What was the justification for that? There is an increase in demand for Navodaya Vidyalayas, and it was their policy that they would be set up in every district, but there are such districts in the country where there is only one assembly constituency, and there are districts which have 10 assembly constituencies. So it should be on the basis of the population. The kind of circumstances that are prevailing. There is one Navodaya Vidyalaya for 21 lakh population. I think it should be reduced to 15 lakh, and it should be seen geographically, and Navodaya Vidyalayas should be set up because there is a demand for that. I would also like to say that the people, the states which have not signed the agreement of PM Shri. This subject is in the concurrent list, but the states which have not signed the agreement for opening these schools, their money of Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan has been stopped. This is a violation of our rights, and 1,000 crores of Bengal has not been released, and 859 crores of Kerala has been stopped, and 2,152 crores of rupees have been stopped of Tamil Nadu. What is the reason for that? The rights of the states are being violated, and therefore this money of the state should immediately be released. Now I come to higher education. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Madam. In central universities also, 5,410 posts are vacant. There also contract appointments are being made. Now please tell me, in a well-planned manner, they are appointing people of their ideology through backdoor. Another submission I would like to make is that our SC, ST, OBCs people, whether their constitutional rights are not being violated, I would like the minister to reply to this question. These appointments should be made so that SC, ST, and OBC people should get an opportunity, and in IIT faculties, the rights of the scheduled tribes are not being given. Only 1% of the representation is there from ST tribes, and 5% from scheduled castes and 10% from OBCs. That means our laws are being violated, our constitutional provisions are being violated. Now let me talk about the appointment of vice chancellors. By December 2024, 10 full-time vice chancellors, their posts were vacant. Honorable Minister, you have to appoint vice chancellors in central universities. Why these 10 posts are vacant? Director Advanced Studies has been vacant since August 2021. BHU, which is in Varanasi in the constituency of Honorable Prime Minister. It is a primary and historic institution. It was established by Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji. The Executive Council of the university is defunct, and it is difficult because Honorable President has not nominated the members of this council. What is the problem in that? You nominate them so that they can function. They are not nominating so that the vice chancellors can have absolute powers and is not answerable to anybody else. There is another issue, which is that we are compromising with the institutions of eminence. Jawaharlal Nehru University is reputed for social sciences, humanities, and languages. But in JNU also, which vice chancellor is appointed? He is IIT professor, he is a technical person, he is appointed there. For humanities, for social sciences, for languages, you don't have any other able person who can be appointed as Vice Chancellor. And that is not the only thing. After he reaches there, although IIT is adjacent to JNU, he starts engineering faculty, management faculty. Now, please understand, an institute which is reputed in the country and the world for social sciences, humanities and languages, there you have appointed a technical person and you have started engineering courses and management courses. Now I would like to talk about how in higher education and education ministry corruption is growing. NAC bribery scandal is known to everybody. The person who was jailed and who is on bail, who had appointed him, he was appointed by the then Vice Chancellor JNU. Now you have promoted him and you have made him UGC chairman. And he had appointed him, and after getting appointed Director Management Studies was appointed, and when the chairman, when the Vice Chancellor became UGC chairman, the same person was given appointment in NAC, because who is the chairman of NAC Governing Council? It is UGC chairman. So there is some kind of an agreement, some understanding which can be seen by everybody. Another submission I would like to make is that I have 3 cases of Madhya Pradesh, Rajiv Gandhi Technology Institute, 19 crore 48 lakhs of rupees have been transferred in personal account, and in Jivaji University, Vice Chancellor Dr. Vinash Tiwari, he gave a degree to a fake college. When the government came to know of that, he was forced to resign, and a case was registered against him. And similarly, Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National College of Journalism, whose chairman is the Vice President of India, there was a corruption case in that university, and 2 crore 65 lakh rupees of embezzlement was done, and a case was filed, and then he had to run from there, and subsequently he was the chairman of State Higher Education Council. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Madam, IITs were established in this country by Pandit Nehruji, and because of that, the engineers of India are known throughout the world. And Pandit Nehruji had said that these are the temples of modern India. And at that place, one such person has been appointed who says that IIT director, he says, Nadaji, please listen to me and please understand this. The IIT director of Mandi says that the land erosion that is taking place is happening because the people here eat meat. So he is of the opinion that it is because of a person who eats meat that land is getting eroded. So you can understand what kind of people are being appointed. There are some other issues also. One NIT professor of southern India said that Nathuram Godse was a patriot. So what kind of an ideology and people who are influenced by this kind of ideology are being appointed in colleges and universities? Let me give some more examples. In NCERT, around 20% textbooks were distributed at 20% concession, and attention was paid to the fact that paper is procured in a transparent manner and without any bias. When I asked questions, I was told about the price at which the paper was bought, and I wanted to know about the rates during the past years. I have not received any reply to that, but I have come to know that there is irregularity and corruption in procurement process. I would like to give some more examples. One example belongs to an autonomous minority institution which is famous in the entire country, the principal of St. Stephen's College, who has been working for 5 years. After 5 years, he is not being given the power of making appointments. The vice chancellor is not giving him the power to appoint, and promotions are not being given. 100 faculty posts are vacant in an institute which is the most respected minority institution. I would like to say to Hardeep Puriji, please see to it what is happening to St. Stephen's College. He may be from Hindu college. You may have a rivalry with St. Stephen's, but this is an issue to be seen. 100 posts are vacant, and similarly in JNU, which is the prime institute of the country, a reputed institute of the country. Their 150 faculty members have not been given promotions, and 30 eligible associate professors continue to be associate professors. 50 faculty members who are eligible to professors, they have not been given promotion. That means there are some people whose students have become their seniors. So that is the condition that prevails in JNU. JNU is an institute which gives higher education to students coming from poor families. Another submission I would like to make is that earlier UGC used to give grants, they did not give loans, but there has been a change in the policy, and that higher education financing authority has been set up. That means UGC will no longer give any grants, and higher education institutions are being asked to take loans which have to be repaid, and for that they will have to increase fees. And if that is done, it's not the private institutes only which will increase fees, it is the government institutes also which are going to increase fees. The government must pay special attention to this, and the right which was given to UGC to give grants should be continued. And in colleges also, junior research fellowships should be continued, but they are not being given for months. National Talent Search examination has been closed because of the lack of budget, and scholarships which are being given to grade 9 students that have been stopped. Maulana Azad Fellowship, which was launched, but it has been discontinued since 2020. Now, Honorable Vice Chairperson, whenever earlier there was no tax which was imposed on universities, but now GST is being imposed on government universities, and it is to the tune of 18%. So this new education policy has been brought to sell education. I would like to give some suggestions that all the research equipment in government institutes, all the taxes should be waived off. This is our demand, and special attention should be paid on research. There was a time a lot of money was spent on research, but that is getting reduced continuously. Niti Ayog itself has given a report that more money needs to be spent on innovation and research, but it is not being done. In 21-22, 40% of PhD students were given these grants, but this benefit is no longer being given. Finally, the only thing I would like to say is that on the issue of research, our research scientists who get patent amount, no tax should be imposed on that. As an incentive, they should have the right to keep the royalty amount. Honorable Chairperson, Madam, I would conclude by saying that although Modi ji says that this government is for the development of all, and this development will be brought by efforts of all, but he is bringing about development of only a select few, and in education also communal color is being brought. There is communal discrimination in appointments. You want to be Vishwa Guru, the teacher of the world, but unless you have an educated in India, you cannot have a developed country. And therefore, I would like to urge upon the government, and I would like to say that in 1947, two countries became independent. One was India and the other was Pakistan. Pakistan took the path of being a theocratic state, which was based on religion. Look at the condition it is in today. And on the other hand, there is India, which adopted the path of liberal and secular democracy. And we can see where we have reached. And therefore, I would like to make this request that it is a struggle of ideology. On the basis of ideology, we can progress, and right now we can see a struggle between two different ideologies. We want that all the people of the country, they work together, and we want to give access to good quality education to all. And finally, one thing I would like to say, Hardeep Puri ji is there, and he must be having this knowledge that there is a very famous poetess of Pakistan, Fahmida Riaz. When she saw what is happening in India, she wrote a nazm, a poem, and I would like to quote some lines from that. You turned out to be just as we were. That means the Pakistani poetess is saying that Indians turned out to be the same as Pakistanis. Where were you hidden? The same kind of stupidity because of which we lost so many ages. That means Pakistan has lost one entire era. You have reached the same place, and I would like to congratulate you for that. So this is the condition we are in because of your ideology, because of your 11 years rule, and because of your education policy of 2020. We are going to oppose this. Thank you.
Shri Ghanshyam Tiwari ji, 20 minutes. 20 minutes रहेंगे आपके.
You will have 20 minutes, please. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Madam. Honorable Digvijay Singh ji talked about Pakistani poet, and he concluded his speech with the poem. I will cite two lines of the poem by Maithili Sharan Gupta of India. Well, we believe in that education which dates back to ancient times and is value-based. Honorable Ma'am, about new education policy, about primary education, about higher education, about subjects, about books. Honorable Digvijay Singh ji said all things and touched upon all these subjects. I respect him a lot. Whatever you said, sir, is good. And Nathuram Godse ji's we were never in favor of. But in JNU, let me tell you, your leader was there standing, and there were slogans being chanted. Afzal, your murderers are alive, we are ashamed. These were the slogans going on and chanted. I will substantiate, will give in writing, and about Tukde Tukde gang, divisive. I will authenticate, yes. Definitely I will do that. I shall. Right now I will do it. I'll send across in writing. Now let me begin, ma'am. Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, after Modi ji came to power, things have changed. At the outset, the honorable member mentioned things. In some books, changes have been carried out. The honorable member mentioned, yes, of course, it has been done. Like Honorable Prime Minister has taken the initiative for Veer Bal Divas, which is now being celebrated. It has been mentioned. It is history. Zorawar Singh and Fateh Singh were walled up, and Banda Veer Bairagi was chopped into pieces, and 4 Shahzadas, princes of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, they were the sons sacrificed. To mention them in the books, textbooks, is like a sin to Congress Party, but it is our national duty, and I'd like to thank Honorable Pradhan Ji that national duty he has shouldered and carried out here. Honorable Ma'am, he began the speech that schools have been closed. Let me submit, ma'am, that Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan is on and under new education policy. Pradhan Ji talked about reforms in education thereunder. 41,250 crore rupee allocation for Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan has been done. And under that, infrastructure is to be developed, smart classes have to be set up, and labs, digital education, and the training of educationists, all are included. Training, he was talking about, training is included in Samagra Shiksha. And Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, education for all, that was launched in times of Murli Manohar Joshi ji. The Prime Minister at that time was Atal ji. And it has been incorporated as Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan in the new education policy, and allocation has been made. What would happen to poor children? Schools have been closed, the honorable member was saying. So far, from admission to textbook distribution to midday meal distribution, milk distribution, in the schools, if any government has provided all that under new education policy, this is what our government only has done. What are we not giving them? We are giving them dresses, textbooks we are providing them, books we are providing them with, and schools we are opening, teachers we are providing. And PM Poshan Midday Meal Scheme is there. 11.8 crore children are covered, and 12,500 crore rupees provision has been made in the budget this year. This is targeting the service to poor children. They don't see this. I'm talking about the provision made this year. Why do we go into old things? How long back do we go? It is a saying that, and it's not applicable to you, one who has nothing else to do talks about history. So let's talk something new now. Secondly, under Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, PM Shri Yojana has been introduced. Across the country, 14,500 and more schools are covered, and modern schools, they are being turned into. Smart classes there, solar energy, and modern facilities are available. PM Shri Yojana is being implemented in most of the states who have adopted it. 1 or 2 states are not adopting. We are requesting them also to please adopt it. But excepting 1 or 2 states, others have done it. Digvijay Singh is talking about those couple of states that have not taken it up. Every state today instead is demanding more and more facilities. BJP ruled or Congress ruled, they want that PM Shri class scheme should be implemented there. It has become a model today. And Honorable Digvijay Singh Ji was there. I had gone with him. And in Assam, away from Guwahati, we went to a tribal village and saw that PM Shri Yojana was being implemented there. How we saw it. And questions were also asked by you. Children, you engaged in dialogue. Whose photo it is? Shankar Dev, he said. Whose photo? Lakshit Barphukan, he said. And then Mahatma Gandhi's picture, he indicated when you asked. So second, third standard children told everything. So education is taking wings because of new education policy. Lord Macaulay, I don't call him Lord, I call him only Macaulay, because Lord is Lord Krishna, Lord is Lord Rama. Macaulay is not a Lord for us. Macaulay had started an education system and now it has been put an end to with this. I have to say, I don't have any objection to say about your scheme, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya. Their number has been increased now. You had started, let me tell you. I acknowledge. Navodaya Vidyalaya in rural areas are in high demand. Navodaya Vidyalayas were introduced as biggest schools, most popular, and vacancies have been talked about recently. There is a system to fill up. On the basis of that, the state governments have to fill up the vacancies, and they are being filled up. And Kendriya Vidyalayas and Navodaya Vidyalayas are in high demand today across the country. Our budget, Honorable Madam, is good. When Modi ji had come to power, at that time it was 68,728 crore rupees. And today, budget has gone up to 1,28,650.5 crore rupees. Such a huge increase. And if we are not paying attention to education, then what else are we focusing upon? Under education policy, national education policy, budget is there, provision is there. It is 3% of national GDP, and it is in the concurrent list. State governments also spend on it. So 4.5% it goes up to. And in the US, the expenditure is 4% of GDP. Similar we are having here in 5 years of Modi ji. Now we will have that kind of a scheme that 6%, up to 6%, we will bring it to spend on education as a percentage of GDP. Ma'am, higher education was talked about. The kind of work that has happened in 10 years, I don't have any hesitation in saying, no objection, that was done in 50 years. I don't see. IIT, IIM, and their number has increased. 23 universities are there in the country, which are institutes of eminence. So they are there. Digital university has been set up according to the digital era. Startup India and skill development have been taken up. Under new education policy for higher education, it has all been done. Engineering in 13 regional languages for the first time, the medium of instruction now has been set like that. Let me cite another couplet, another couple of lines. Whatever you do, whatever you think you are, if you don't have knowledge of your own mother tongue, you have gained nothing. So in this spirit, we have started engineering education in 13 Indian languages, from the south, from the east, from the north, from the west, all languages included. And National Research Federation we have set up, where 50,000 crore rupee budget allocation has been made for new education. It is done. for implementation of the policy, how innovation should be there, research should be there. For that, 50,000 crore rupee fund has been given through NRF, National Research Federation, and provision has been made therefore. So far, it was never done. Likewise, Diksha portal has been set up. Under that, digital medium is used, and the teachers and the trainees themselves are trained online. At home, people are logging in and they are getting education. Under new education policy, it has been done. Swayam and e-Pathshala have been started for e-education, and lakhs of students have got registered themselves there. PM E-Vidya Yojana is another scheme. One class, one channel is the policy under which 12 new television channels have been introduced to impart and extend modern education. NEET, National Education Reliance for Technology, and startups we are encouraging thereunder, and for employment and also skill training. 1 crore and 25 lakh youngsters have been trained under Pradhanmantri Kaushal Yojana. Industrial apprenticeship opportunities have been enhanced, and startup and for research special budget provision has been made, and National Research Federation has got provision of crores of rupees made for it. Ma'am, medical seats, more than 50,000 and more than 1 lakh now, the seats have been increased to. IIM, AIMS, higher education institutions of such like category have been encouraged, and the new education policy that has been put in place and implemented, now it has been transformative for the country. And now it's Samagra Shiksha, holistic education. It is not divisive in nature. People, students in particular, have the options available to them. They can study 2 subjects simultaneously, in science stream and also in arts stream. Earlier, it was not possible. If the course is not completed after a year or so, degree can still be granted if things are taken care of. And 10 plus 2 is now changed to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. This is the new formula that has been brought in, and from the age of 3, the child joins education system and he gets training, he gets education, and readies himself for service to the nation. Kenya, there could be things, UGC, AICT, they were dense of corruption, so to say, and people were rehabilitated in a way. Now transparent system is put in place. The vice chancellors are selected in a transparent manner, and assistant professors and professors also are appointed in a transparent manner. Posts have been filled up accordingly. It has never been done in history before, and earlier Congress party supported people were using them as their dens, as their havens. No more. Now talented, hardworking, and people appointed by transparent processes are there. And the left-leaning urban Naxalites, they were there. We would not leave any space now for them in universities. They are the centers for patriots, nationalist people. Those who support them, their time is up. Let me tell you, their time is up. They should comprehend this. And Honorable Ma'am, please authenticate who is Urban Naxal.
Sir.
Please sit down, honorable members there. Please take your seats. I'm on my legs. I'm yielding if you want to speak. They are asking me to define urban Naxalites. Well, the evident needs no proof. you have them before you. It is ideological, you see. It doesn't concern the personality of the person. You have no definition of urban excel. You refer to the reply given earlier. Let me urge upon you to put a photo of yourself and define. Honorable Ma'am, I was saying that about education, a lot has been done, and in the education sector, things are being done under the new education policy. Honorable Prime Minister has taken note, and see, I cited the lines like the Vedas are the treatises from which we are drawing inspiration, and 72.5 crore rupee provision has been made to research the Vedic literature and related innovative research related matters, subject matters. Now, Aryabhat, we are teaching. What's the problem? Aryabhat is not a new thing. NASA has mentioned him and has put up a picture of Aryabhat as the first astronomer. Aryabhat wrote that 122 astronomers were there before me, he wrote, and they told about the planets and how Mahakumbh is to be observed and celebrated. All that was detailed. So that is ancient Indian wisdom that is now incorporated in the system alongside the modern and scientific subject matters. Transformative, holistic changes have been brought about. Overhauling has been done in that way. Under leadership of Modi ji, yesterday also I said, lot of revolutionary changes have been brought about. Today also I'll mention and reiterate the same. Now GDP is the highest in the world, see, and we are going to be fourth biggest economy in the world in 2026, that is next year. Agriculture revolution we have seen, political revolution we have seen, and cultural revolution also we have witnessed. And the seventh revolution we are at the cusp of, and it will be shaped by the education sector, and it will be with the help of the national education policy. The last man in the queue is to be uplifted. Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji, Jai Prakash Narayan ji under JP movement talked about total revolution. We hear all this. When does it happen? But when everything is affected and influenced in a positive way, in a revolutionary way. So economically, politically, revolutions have been brought about. From Assam to Gujarat and to Pondicherry and upwards also BJP flag is flying high. Is it not political? Is it not political revolution? Ram temple construction is there, and we have corridors. We have Mahakumbh observed recently. All these are cultural revolutionary and revolutions that I'm pointing out. Whenever Modi ji goes, the leaders of the world welcome. And the most popular Prime Minister, if at all, from India has been there, awarded by world community. It happens to be Modi ji. Is it not Vishwa Guru and related revolution?
It is definitely a revolution going on, and India is coming up as a Vishwa Guru. And then after having said all this, we are definitely marching towards total revolution. Definitely it's a transformative time we are witnessing. And I have to add here before I conclude, sir, that the new education policy which we have brought, with that
Sir, India is going to come up as the world leader, as the world center for innovation and research, like Nalanda, like Takshashila of the ancient times. We are going to have world centers of innovations, and we have opened such centers here. That has happened only in the times of Modi ji. This is happening, sir. This is a revolution. This is educational revolution. And this is not only revolution, these are the times which are changing, sir. So this new education policy is also about transformation of our sanskars, the impressions of all the generations. That is happening, sir. And for that, sir, I congratulate Honorable Minister. I congratulate Honorable Prime Minister. And with that said, sir, I conclude.
श्री रीता प्रताप बनर्जी 12 मिनट्स में है आपका.
Mr. Banerjee, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you, madam. As I speak on behalf of my party, AITC, I want to mention that education is the basic building block of every society. It is the single best investment that countries can make to build prosperous, healthy, and equitable societies. But unfortunately, education for all still remains a distant dream in our country. Since decades, discussions and demands for allocation of 6% of GDP on education continues. Union expenditure on education in the budget has been 0.37% of the GDP, much below the set target of 6% of the new education policy 2020. Ensuring equitable access to quality education is one of the greatest challenges facing the country. 80% of our youth are unemployed. 1 in every 3 youth are neither in education, employment, or training. 93% of the workforce contributing to more than 50% of our GDP is employed in the unorganized sector, madam, with no job security, social security, and are deprived of statutory benefits. Now, as we discuss education, Honorable Minister is here. Now I want to mention, without any consultation with the state governments, the NEP has been forcibly thrusted upon the states. Our state government was forced to start the 4 years graduation course with interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary framework so that the students of the state don't lag behind or suffer as far as the all India perspectives are concerned. But the huge infrastructural expenditure that the state government is incurring is not borne by the central government. Leave aside the allocation for meeting such huge expenses. The union government is completely silent about the areas from where they met. The persistence of the governor as chancellor, this model has caused numerous problems in the governance of state universities. While state governments fund these universities, governors wield substantial power without corresponding accountability. This creates a dual authority system with conflicting demands. Disagreement between governors and state governments, particularly in opposition-ruled states, lead to delays in appointing VCs, causing administrative paralysis. These delays affect areas such as the appointment of staff, the implementation of projects, and even the awarding of degrees. Now, some governors rely on political interference, often prioritizing the centre's political agenda over the university's autonomy and interest. Allowing governors appointed by centre to control state institutions compromises the principle of federalism. State universities should be fully accountable to elected state governments only, elected by the people. The search committee headed by former Chief Justice of India, U. Lalit, had made some recommendations. In spite of those recommendations, the governor of West Bengal has only appointed 14 permanent vice-chancellors out of the government-run and aided 31 universities.
For a considerable period of time, attempts are being made to establish direct contacts with the vice-chancellors of the state government-aided universities, bypassing the state government. Those vice-chancellors who are not maintaining direct contact, they are being unethically removed from their respective positions by the chancellor. As a result, the higher education system in the state is on the verge of collapse.
All power for appointments of vice-chancellors have been of the state-run and aided universities have been vested in the hands of the chancellors. The governors who are the chancellors are completely ignoring the elected state governments. Literally all powers are centralized in the hands of the union government, though education is not in the central list. The Samagro Shiksha in center state sponsored scheme with fund sharing in the ratio of 60:40. Despite having one of the best performance in Samagro Shiksha, the state of West Bengal is deprived from its share. The minutes of program approval board of Samagro Shiksha reveals that Government of India has recommended rupees 2629 crore of budgetary outlay for 23-24 for the state, out of which the Government of India's share was 1745.78 crore. Out of this 1745.78 crore, 311.29 crore has only reached the state. No money otherwise has reached. Despite a number of communications repeatedly from the state government, the Government of India has not released any funds. The Government of India did not release its share to the tune of 1433.71 crore in 23-24 and zero allocation in 24-25 till date. It will not be out of place to mention that the Government of India has not released cumulatively rupees 3180.31 crore during 23-24 and 24-25 respectively to the state of West Bengal. The Government of West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee is instead releasing its state share of 40% as well as additional allocation to the Samagro Shiksha Society to ensure that the wages and salaries are given in time to the Samagro Shiksha employees. Composite grant to schools and other student-centric incentives. The non-release of funds by the Government of India, despite cleared by Ministry of Finance in favor of state of West Bengal, is a clear sign of deprivation of our people and is depriving our people from the right of education, and this is a clear violation of act framed by the Parliament. Now we are learning from the media that due to the non-signing of MOU by the Government of West Bengal for PM3, PM School for Rising India scheme, which is a separate scheme with separate guidelines, separate budget, separate SNA account, the fund release under Samagro Shiksha has been stopped. Now, the state has raised its objection to the scheme, having name as PM3, despite fund sharing of 60:40. Secondly, there is no mention in the guideline of Samagro Shiksha that signing of MOU for PM3 is a precondition for release of funds under Samagro Shiksha scheme, which is designed under Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009. The new centrally sponsored scheme has been framed with funding pattern 60-40. And this is a scheme actually the Government of India wants to create pressure on the states so that the states accept the scheme designed to implement priorities which are not agreeable to the state government. Now, the ideas of the ruling class, madam, are in every epoch the ruling ideas. The class which has at its dispensation the means of material production also in turns controls the means of mental production. This is pretty clear. When I heard Mr. Ghanashyam Tiwari speaking, I remembered these words because the NEP 2020 speaks of promoting critical thinking, scientific temper and constitutional values. Now we have cut down, what we have cut down from our texts, we have cut down the periodic table, we have cut down Darwin's theory of evolution, we have cut down the theorem of Pythagoras, we are going on cutting down. We have cut down Michael Faraday's contribution to scientific understanding of electricity and magnetism. This has been removed. Even as thousands of scientists across the country have protested, the NCERT are not paying any heed. Now, sir, Madam, I want to mention, in 2018, Minister of State, the then Minister of State of Higher Education, Satyapal Singh, baffled the scientific community by demanding that the theory of evolution be removed from school curriculum because no one ever saw an ape turning into a human being. Other political leaders from the ruling dispensation came to his defense in the social media. The National Educational Research and Training has decided to omit the chapter of the periodic table telling that this is a rationalization exercise. I want to know from the Honorable Minister, what does this rationalization exercise means of omitting the periodic table from the curriculum? Now the council also has deleted chapters, democracy and diversity, popular struggles and movements, political parties and challenges to democracy. Now, sir, madam, I come to the very important point of educational institutions run by the minorities. There are 54,000 educational institutions run by the Christian community in our country. About 7 crore of students go to these institutions every year. 70 to 75% of the students are not Christians. They are from different communities, Hindus, Muslim, Buddhists, Sikhs, even atheists. Why does the government want to interfere with the administration of this institution and intimidate these institutions? Yes. There are many ministers in Modiji's cabinet. I can name many of them who have been to this institution. It is a long list, but I will give only one name. The President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Honorable Leader of the House, Honorable J.P. Nadda, he went to St. Michael's, Patna. He is the right person to share what a great education he had at this minority-run institution. Now, let me finish. Okay, sorry. I correct it, sir. Now, how is India described? How is India described? Sir, as India was described by our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Nehru said in his discovery of India, Nehru invoked the very evocative idea of the palimpsest. In ancient times, before the discovery or invention of paper, the palimpsest was either a tablet stone or a wood on which every victor would erase the past history and write his own convenient version. But India is a typical palimpsest, an ancient palimpsest on which layer upon layer of thought and reverie had been inscribed, and yet no succeeding layer had completely hidden or erased which have been written previously. This beauty of India will continue despite of all attempts to erase away all our glories. Now, lastly, I have a minute left. So lastly, I want to mention the Uttar Pradesh government. Uttar Pradesh government has revised the syllabus, and in the revision of the syllabus, the Uttar Pradesh government have excluded Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore has been excluded from the syllabus of the Uttar Pradesh government. An elected state government has every right of doing it. It is their prerogative. They probably think that Rabindranath can be replaced by Ramdev. I have no problem. The UP government thinks that Rabindranath can be replaced by Ramdev. The true polymath, accomplished musician and artist. Madam, please, I crave your indulgence. I will take a minute more. The true polymath, accomplished musician and artist, an electric philosopher and a passionate political activist, Rabindranath advocated the integrity of education and culture. The people who are dropping him from textbooks are the ones who are dictating that we can't eat fish on particular days of the month. Ancestors of Rabindranath and of us have been eating fishes for 5,000 years. It is in our DNA. The problem is, madam, some people don't understand the pulse of Ma Mati Manush. Ma Mati Manush means mother, land and people. Along with Ma Mati Manush comes Ma Mati Manush and Mach. That means Ma Mati Manush and fish. Tagore, I will just quote a line of Tagore. Tagore had said, they have deleted Tagore. It was Tagore who said, it was Tagore, Ami Prithibir Kobi.
Your time is over. Your time is over.
Amar Bashir Shure, Sharatar Jagibe Takuni. In any corner of the world will be reciprocal.
डॉक्टर कनिमोजी एवियन सोमू 14 मिनट का टाइम है आपका.
Dr. Kanimoji, you have 14 minutes. Dr. Kanimoji now.
बैठिए.
Please resume your place. Please sit down. Sit down.
India. He's talking for India.
Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, and esteemed members of this august house. As of March 2025, India had a total of 30 cabinet-level education ministers. The Ministry of Education, formerly known as the Ministry of HRD, has seen various cabinet ministers since its inception, including prominent figures such as the Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad, the first education minister post-independence, followed by the leaders like MC Chagla Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, VK Rao, and many more. But after the reign of the BJP led by Prime Minister Honorable Modi, the challenges within the Education Ministry, particularly with irrational policy decisions, emerged when Modi administration assumed office in 2014. Under his leadership, there has been a discernible shift that has infringed upon the state's autonomy, deviating from established federal principles and undermining the intended framework of development and inclusive governance. During his reign from 2014 to 2016, centralization and curriculum changes have taken place. From 2016 to 2019, implemented the NEET and the undermining state autonomy, and from 2019 to 2021, controversial NEET GE exams amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and right now, Honorable Dharmendra Pradhan, from 2021 to present, implemented the NEP language policies, infringing on the state autonomy and cancelling the MP quota seats in the KV schools. Sir, before the British rule, education in India was decentralized. The colonial system centralized the education, offering limited access, particularly for rural, poor, and women, and aimed at creating an elite serving the empire. Post-independence, India faced the dual challenge of unifying a diverse nation and addressing the deep educational disparities. The framers of the Indian Constitution recognized education as a vital tool for nation building. As a result, education was placed in the concurrent list of the Constitution under the Article 246, which made it a shared responsibility of both the union and the state governments. From this time itself, sir, Tamil Nadu has been a forerunner in the educational reforms and achievements. The state introduced free and compulsory education in 1947, well ahead of many other states in India. By 1960s, it implemented the midday meal scheme, which continues to be a model for the other states. This initiative not only improved enrollment, but also reduced dropout rates, especially among the underprivileged children. The state emphasizes on education has led to impressive literacy rate within Tamil Nadu, constantly ranking among the top states in the literacy in India. Sir, from the 60s, Tamil Nadu has been following the two-language policy, and Tamil Nadu has been successful in achieving the good GER enrollment ratio. As of the 2011 census, the Tamil Nadu's literacy rate stood at 80.3%, significantly higher than the national average. The state's focus on the technical education has contributed to its state as a hub for industries like IT and engineering. Tamil Nadu also has a strong emphasis on inclusive education. Furthermore, the state's success in reducing educational inequalities through schemes like the free uniforms, bicycles, the digital learning platform continues to receive national recognition. Sir, the Tamil Nadu GER's growth is 51.4% in contrast to the India's GER during the same period grew close to 6 percentage points from 21.5 to 27.1. Tamil Nadu has achieved the significant success in education with the GER of 80% in higher education, one of the highest in India. The state progressive initiative like the School Education Quality Index, the breakfast scheme, which is very close to our heart, Chief Minister, the Kale Sitrundri Thanavithittam, and our two-language policy have set benchmarks for the nation. The breakfast scheme is particular ensures that underprivileged students receive nutritious meal, improving their academic performances, sir. So the GER of Tamil Nadu's higher education stands first in India as per the data of the All India Survey of Higher Education. This is almost double as the national average. So the two-language policy has promoted inclusivity by offering education in both Tamil and English. Honorable Sir, Tamil Nadu was one of the first states to implement the Right to Education Act, ensuring that children from all backgrounds have access to quality education. No matter what, when it comes to rational and logical initiatives, Tamil Nadu will adopt and implement the decisions as the state without any hesitation. This is how we have followed the family planning initiative, and for that one reason, Tamil Nadu is getting penalized in the delimitation. At the same time, sir, you can expect utmost denial if the policy decision is irrational, causing social injustice and infringing state autonomy and the federal structure. Tamil Nadu is against the opposed NEET, GE and NEP as it's irrational, causing social injustice and infringing the state autonomy and the federal structure. Yet Tamil Nadu is forced to implement the BJP government's flawed and irrational policies, causing social injustice and infringing on the state autonomy and the federal structure. The minister and this government should be regretful for pushing such policies to the state, which hold a long-standing legacy of social justice with a rational mindset, especially when it comes to education. The denial mindset of the honorable ministers went at diverting the funds allocated for the Tamil Nadu educational infrastructure to other states is disrupting the key projects, including the classroom construction, the teacher training, and the resource provisions. These setbacks threaten the state's educational advancements, particularly in the rural area. Sir, I take this opportunity to clarify certain facts which has been going for quite some time. Sir, Tamil Nadu has never accepted the NEP 2020 policy. I say it again, Tamil Nadu has never accepted the NEP 2020 policy. We had only promised to come back. We had only promised to come back on this issue after scrutinizing the NEP policy with the committee. In August 2024, the government of Tamil Nadu, under the leadership of our Chief Minister, Honorable M.K. Stalin, sir, we had informed that we have scrutinized the NEP 2020 and is almost similar to the previous Navodaya school project, which was already not implemented in Tamil Nadu, and we are not keen on implementing the NEP 2020 policy in Tamil Nadu. Then where comes the question of we have accepted and we have declined? I seriously don't understand. This is ridiculous. The Tamil Nadu government has been urging the union government not to withhold the release of funds under the ongoing Samagra Siksha scheme by linking it to the signing of MOU for the establishment of the PM Sri schools in Tamil Nadu, as the state has some valid reservations to certain elements of the National Education Policy 2020. The first clause of the proposal of the MOU of the PM Sri schools mandates that the state implement all provisions of NEP. Many of the acceptable provisions of the NEP were being implemented in Tamil Nadu even before the launch of this NEP program, and has covered the state, it has been covered in the state education policy. Linking the release of these funds to compliance with the PM Sri schemes undermines the state autonomy as granted by the Indian Constitution, which lists education under the concurrent list. Furthermore, characterizing the Samagra Siksha as merely an extension of the NEP 2020 is misleading and fails to recognize the state comprehensive educational framework and achievements. The delayed release of funds for Tamil Nadu education system is not just an administrative issue, sir. It is a matter of constitutional and federal importance. Under Article 21A, which was introduced by the 86th Amendment, the Indian Constitution guarantees the right to education to all children between the ages of 6 and 14 as a fundamental right in such a manner as that the state may by law determine, I repeat, sir, in such a manner as the state may by law determine. This is a fundamental right of children as well as the state, and any actions that hinder the provision of the quality of education infringe upon his right. Sir, in this context, withholding the funds allocated to Tamil Nadu for educational development is a direct infringement on the state's autonomy, sovereignty, and the linguistic rights of Tamil Nadu. As a member of the Union of India, is entitled to equitable development and fair allocation of resources for the development of its educational infrastructure. By delaying the release of funds, the federal government is not only undermining Tamil Nadu's educational progress, but also violating the principles of the cooperative federalism that are meant to guide the relationship between the states and the unions. The delayed funds affects the very essence of the federal structure of our country. The cooperative federalism framework envisioned by the framers of our constitution was designed to ensure that all states have equal developmental opportunities irrespective of the geographic or political influence. When the funds meant for the state's development are delayed or withheld, with its only hampers the state's growth, but also destabilizes the balance of power that is the integral part of a federal system. Sir, the government of Tamil Nadu, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, has retreated that there would be no change in its two-language policy of Tamil Nadu, and English has been formed since 1968. Sir, I repeat, Tamil Nadu government, under the leadership of MKS, has retreated that there would be no change in its two-language policy of Tamil and English, which has been in force since 1968 from our times of our previous Chief Minister, Anadure, sir. Tamil Nadu stand high and tall in educational achievement and is mainly due to the strict adherence to the two-language policy only. The people of Tamil Nadu have opposed the imposition of Hindi since 1930s, but the implementation of the two-language policy was come into the effect from 1968 when Peraringer Anna was the Chief Minister in Tamil Nadu. In the last 57 years of Tamil Nadu has achieved a remarkable success in education and is on par with many developed countries in the world. It will take 2 or 3 more decades for other populous states in the country to reach that Tamil Nadu where it has achieved now. Though the NEP says that the third language could only be an Indian language, the state sees it as a ploy to impose Hindi through the back door. The three-language policy of NEP should be disadvantageous to the students from the poor and marginalized population. On February 15th, our Union Minister, Education Minister, has told that states like Tamil Nadu did not implement NEP 2020, own gets fund under the Samagra Siksha scheme. This is not only ridiculous, sir, but it's unconstitutional too. The Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, sir, has asserted that Tamil Nadu would not succumb to the centre's incessant pressure just to get funds. Tamil Nadu hasn't opposed anyone learning Hindi, but we are only fighting for the imposition of that language. I repeat, sir, Tamil Nadu hasn't opposed anyone learning Hindi, but we are only fighting against the imposition of Hindi. All major political parties in Tamil Nadu, except the BJP, support the continuation of the two-language policy. Therefore, I urge the Union government not to be adamant on the three-language policy and refrain themselves from imposing the Hindi and Sanskrit in Tamil Nadu. Sir, our great Thiruvalluvar has written a separate chapter, Adhigaram, containing 10 couplets about the importance of good education 2000 years ago. I'm just telling a quote in Tamil of Thiruvalluvar. Kedil Viruchelvam, Kalvi Yoruvarku, Madalla Matravayavai. The meaning of this is the wealth which can never decline is not riches, but it's learning. This has to be considered at this time, sir. Education is the richness of the country and each child should get it. So in Tamil Nadu, how the two-language policy has been so well established and we have been competing with the developing countries and our GER rate has been above the national average. So we should consider the two-language policy which would take us globally on the next level. Sir, I urge the Honorable Education Minister to take immediate action to ensure that the funds allocated for Tamil Nadu's education system are released without any further delays. The disbursement of these funds is crucial for the completion of ongoing educational infrastructure projects and the successful implementation of educational reforms in the state. Moreover, the Union government must refrain its commitment to cooperative federalism by ensuring that all states, including Tamil Nadu, receive the financial resources they need to fulfill their educational. This is not just a matter of financial aid, but it is about upholding the constitutional promise of the right to the education of every child in India. Thank you.
Well done, well done. The next speaker, Sri Sanjay Singh. Sir, you have 14 minutes.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. Sir, in the House, we have the Education Minister present. And today, when we are discussing education, it is very important for us to remember Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar. Dr. Ambedkar had said that education is that milk of a tigress. The more a person drinks this, the more louder their voice will be. So, only an educated India can be a developed India. But actually, what is the reality of this Viksit Bharat? Maybe the government has done big announcements in the budget, has made tall claims, but what are the ground realities? Through you, the government as well as the country should know that. Sir, at the outset, I would like to present the data regarding dropouts in the
country. 22-23 and 23-24 were the years when in the entire country 54,77,223 students got dropped out from the government schools. 54,77,223 students, and these students were from grade 1 to 8th. If we look into the data regarding Assam, 3,58,075 students got dropped out from government schools. In Gujarat, about which we make tall claims about its development, 1,38,813 students got dropped out from grade 1 to 8th in the government schools there. If you look into the situation in Manipur, 17,991 students have got dropped out from the government schools. In Meghalaya, 65,532 students got dropped out from the government schools. In Rajasthan, 8,99,240 students got dropped out from the government schools. And when we talk about Uttar Pradesh, 7,41,626 students got dropped out from the government schools. Yes, I knew that you will be reminding me about Delhi. So yes, I will talk about Delhi. In Delhi, in the year 2022-23 and 23-24 taken together, if you look into the data, it is the data released by the government only. 7,000 students got dropped out from the government schools. Sir, these numbers are highly alarming, very shocking, and they tell us that how the students throughout the country are getting dropped out from the government schools. And I read the data regarding the states which are ruled by the BJP government, and these numbers are really alarming. They should definitely look into it. Then the second issue pertains to the paper leaks. How many such incidents happened in the country? In the past 7 years, there have been 7 such examinations where the papers got leaked. The children give their blood and sweat to prepare for the examination of a constable. They put a lot of hard work to appear in the examination for the clerks, for the PCS, IPS. They put their heart and soul into the preparation, but the papers get leaked. If they have to take admission in the medical field, in the NEET also, the papers get leaked. In the examinations of clerks, constables, also the papers get leaked. So we need a national law, a national policy to curb such incidents. And I would like to read out the number of students who have got affected because of paper leak. The entire house will be shocked to know 1,70 lakh youth have been affected due to the paper leak in the country. And what scam has happened in this? The agencies to which you are giving the contract to organize the examinations in UP, you gave the contract to EDU test for the examination of the constable. Vineet Arya is the founder of this company who has strong connections with the leaders of the BJP, and it was found that 69,000 posts that were there for the constables, the scam happened, and this company was blacklisted. This person did not appear before the investigating agencies, and then the same company was given the contract of holding the examination in Bihar again. So this shows that you do not have any concern about the youth of the country. You only want to benefit your friends. The third data is regarding your various schemes and the scams that have happened regarding them. We should understand that. You started one scheme, SC, ST, OBC children had to be given scholarships under this scheme. And the name of this scheme was Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Protsahan Scheme. Such an elaborate name was given to this scheme. If somebody would read this name, they would feel that the Honorable Prime Minister has taken a very revolutionary step for the children of SC, ST, OBCs. What you have done from high school to postgraduate, engineering, and other streams, so where the students of SC, ST, OBCs are there, you are going to provide scholarships to them. You spent 98 crore rupees in 2022-23. Then you increased it next year, and you said that you will be giving 1,558 crore rupees. 98 crore was spent in 23-24, and then you increased it to 1,558 crores in 24-25, and then you brought a revised budget. This 1558 crore worth of scheme, you reduce the amount to 1,000 crore rupees. And in 24-25, you made it 1,000 crore rupees. So you reduce the budget by 35% for this scheme, which provides scholarship to the children of SC, STs and OBCs. Then another scheme you have is PM Rising India, PM Shri scheme, and you make tall claims about this scheme also. In the PMC scheme in 23-24, you spent 1,215 crore rupees. In 24-25, you allocated 6,050 crore rupees, and then when you increase the allocation, you said that you will be making wonderful schools under this scheme, and you increased the budget to 6,050 crore rupees. And then again you brought the revised budget in 24-25, and you reduced the amount by 1,500 crore rupees, and it became a scheme of 4,500 crore rupees. So about 25% budget was reduced in the PM Shri scheme. And then you brought another scheme, Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan. Under this scheme, in 23-24, you spent 186 crore rupees. In 24-25, you increased the amount to 815 crore rupees. And then this year only, in 24-25, you brought revised budget, under which you reduce the budget by 50% to 920 crore. And for 25-26, the amount of 815 crore rupees that were allocated in 24-25, the same amount was revised for 25-26. So you can see what games you are playing with the education sector. You earmark one budget and then you revise it and then you announce it the next year. So this is really something which should not be done with the education of the country. And another thing that is being discussed in the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan in 23-24, you spent 62,830 crore rupees, and then you increased it to 37,500 crore rupees, and then again you brought the revised budget. Every time you bring the revised budget.
You have reduced 490 crore rupees from this budget, which is around 10% of the budget allocation. Now we come to 25-26. In this scheme, you have laid down 41,500 crore rupees of budget. Midday meal, Pradhan Mantri Poshan Shakti Nirman. This is such a heavy term given to this scheme, and the person feels that the moment you will hear the name of the scheme, you will be filled with energy. And listen to the reality of this scheme. Under this scheme, you have given 8,458 crore rupees in 23-24, and in 24-25 you have increased it up to 12,468 crore rupees, and in this year, in 24-5, you have come up with the revised budget, and you have reduced the budget from 2,600 crore rupees. You have reduced the budget of midday meal. You should be ashamed of yourself, as you are not even giving complete budget to the midday meal scheme. I would like to tell you, Honorable Member, that today the way you are playing with the education system of this country and toying around with the education system, and everyone is talking about Aurangzeb in the country, and I know that the cruel Mughal administrators have been in the India, but along with that, Britishers have made bondage out of the Indians for around 200 years, and who were responsible for the Jallianwala Bagh incident, and who had given capital punishment to Shahid Rajendra Guru and Shahid Bhagat Singh and Shahid Khudiram Bose and Shahid Bismillah. Those who are responsible for their death, those Britishers should also be taught about in the history textbooks, because if you are going to talk about it, then you will also have to tell about which was the institution who has revolted against the British, and which was the institution whose leader has written a letter to the British governor that this revolution should be trampled down, and the history of India should be taught to the youth of the country, that who were the leaders who had protested against the revolutionaries, and in 3 they have deliberately made the government along with 3 states of our country. And it would be easy to know about the cruelty of the Mughal administrators, and we will be able to know about those leaders who had supported the Britishers. And thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, you have given me the chance to speak on this.
Gola Babu Rao. Sri Gola Babu Rao.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman.
You have 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Start.
At the outset, I thank our Honorable former Chief Minister, Sri Jagan Mohan Reddy ji, to give me to speak on this Department of Education. In fact, when I speak the Department of Education, every human being wants basic 2 needs. One is primary health. Second one is primary education. Okay, let us discuss the education part. The education part, when you see, for any human being, not only in India, in the entire world, the primary teacher to the child is the mother. Primary teacher, whatever they taught, will be having a lot of impact in the so many years to come. For example, Jijia Bai has given a wonderful the subject to the Chhatrapati Shivaji. Because of that, his mother, he became that much powerful warrior in the Deccan field. In the same way, I want to impress upon the August House, the primary education really doesn't have universalization. Now, as per new educational policy, which aims at the universalization of education, 100% literacy, new innovations, holistic development of the entire student and the teachers in India. But somehow they may have achieved some good results, but there are so many changes that has to emerge in the new education policy, at least in the future. Coming to most important primary education, as far as my knowledge is concerned, unfortunately, the privatization of the primary education and the secondary education is much. Even not only in Andhra Pradesh, in entire India. How can you expect a poor man to send their children to the private schools, spending thousands and lakhs of rupees? Is it possible in India? What I want the Honorable, the Education Minister to think of this most important problem. What I want is really not only to send their children, they are selling the lands, they are selling the ornaments, they are borrowing thousands of rupees from their relatives and others. Ultimately, whether they come up in the life or not is God knows. But this is the pathetic situation going in our rural area more particularly, and even in urban areas also. What I want is the primary education strengthening is most important. If the government wants the government schools, my Jilla Parishad high schools and elementary schools should be strengthened. Otherwise, we cannot achieve this universalization of the education. Our BJP government wants the Vikasit Bharat by 2047. How can they achieve? This type of plight is going on in India. What I want to impress upon the August House is, let us take stringent steps to curb the privatization in secondary and primary levels. Now, you coming to the secondary level, I will tell you my own example. When I want to study the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th class, you know how to go for even at least 10 miles in Andhra Pradesh, in a state like Andhra Pradesh. Now, how many people can go? There are no schools even till today. There are no even good teachers. No teacher and student ratio is being followed. What I want is, for that purpose only, our Honorable Chief Minister, the former Chief Minister, took up a lot of wonderful and magnetic programs. Vidya Divina, Vidya Kanuka, Vidya Vasati. He has spent 73,000 crores for the secondary and primary education. You may not know, but now 45,000 elementary and the secondary schools were really developed, like the Nandana Manas. Now, in many states, our AP policy has borrowed and they must have implemented in other states also. What I want is the understanding of the education system. Now, coming to the collegiate education. Collegiate education, unfortunately, the so-called the college managements have become only degree issuing authorities. Degree issuing authorities. No standards, no teachers, no even curriculum maintenance. These type of plight should be stopped. What I want, please, I want the Honorable, the Education Minister to note these points. I am telling from my own side, and the entire rural India, so many lakhs and crores of poor people are suffering. Now what I want to impress upon this, even college education should be strengthened. If college education is not strengthened, young students will become unemployed. They may become a waste material to the society, to the families also. So many people are becoming vagabonds. They are unable to achieve anything in the life. They cannot do anything in the rural areas or the urban areas. That's why even university education also, the university education, I want to really request the Honorable the Education Minister to give a direction to the UGC, University Grants Commission, what is doing. The University Grants Commission, what is doing so far? I want to question how they are developing the collegiate education and university education. Their role is not even seen anywhere. And I have seen in my Andhra Pradesh, even as an officer. For example, I tell you, sir, for my sake, I got only 3rd class in BCom. I did not get a seat in entire Andhra Pradesh. I went to Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur. I think somebody may be from Jabalpur. I studied my post-graduation in Jabalpur, in Madhya Pradesh. After that, because of my strenuous, my efforts, my father's effort, my mother's effort, we could at least achieve the Group 1 services. Of course, I became just an officer for 25 years. What I want is, this is the education system is a basic need to strengthen the entire our Indian society. Even not only the society, mankind as a whole. Even from one side, I cannot blame completely the technical education side. There are so many improvements. IITs are there, NITs are there, IIMs are there. Their standards are very good. But whereas I am very, very concerned about social sciences. Social sciences are completely neglected in not only in Andhra Pradesh, in entire India. I can say what my wish is to a man who studied economics should become just economist. History, the man who studied history should become historian. A man who studied commerce should become a CA. Just that type of serious education should be imparted in especially collegiate education and PG level. PG level, they are all our teachers. Lecturers are there, readers are there, professors are there. Their salaries are more than 3-4 lakhs. But they are teaching only 2-3 hours in a week. That is the great contribution they are doing. In my Andhra, I don't know about other states, but in my state. That's why our Honorable former Chief Minister has taken a very stringent steps to develop the medical education, engineering education, and IIM. So many. He has given a topmost priority item for the education sector. That's why, sir, one more minute, I will end. I want the Honorable Education Minister and Honorable Prime Minister to now 1,28,000 crores of rupees are allotted to education. What I want is equal results should be brought, that equity should be brought among all castes, all religions, all areas. That's why, so that they can achieve the Vikasit Bharat by 2047. The opportunity given to me is very valuable, and thank you so much.
The next speaker, Sri Niranjan Bishi. Sir, you have 10 minutes. Not present. The next speaker is Sri Manoj Kumar Jha. Sir, you have 7 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Vanakkam, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir. माननीय दो भूमिकाओं में खड़ा हूं.
Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, I am standing here as a stakeholder in the Parliament and as a teacher. I will not make any taunt, but I will tell you the relativity of it all. The most important question that has come to my mind, that how can I speak in Hindi, which does not have Urdu words, and how can I bring the Urdu language, which does not have Hindi words. So the words, there are several things going on right now. We have been brought up by studying Sangam literature. So I'm just giving you the opening remarks. On the struggle of language, we have lost a lot of things. This country has been built upon equal-sized bricks, and the moment you start mapping the size of the bricks, the entire building will fall down. Whether it's English, Sanskrit, Maithili, Bhojpuri, Hindi, languages are not promoted through the government, but when people speak it, that's when they get promoted. And Hindi language has been promoted due to several reasons. By Hindi language has not been promoted by celebrating Pakhwada. This was my first point. But what can I say? So these are the circumstances these days in several things. I believe that Shri Digvijay Singh Ji is my senior. He has drawn a bigger line, and I will not repeat those things. I'm just concerned, before I talk about the reality of education policy, but in this parliament, but extensive discussion has not taken place on new education policy. Is it correct? Is it fair to not include the discussions? And I will leave it to the prudence of the government and that of the parliament. So in this entire document, there is a lot of mismatch. The patterns of the pedagogy and the mismatch with the languages and the pedagogy. And I will just explore the language. Sir, that till class 5, education should be provided in mother tongue. But we will remember Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar. Whatever was the truth at that time, it still exists. English is the language for socio and economic mobility, and we should also clear our perspective towards it. Languages are not anyone's property, and languages get promoted and they enrich our lives. Now, they were talking about doubling the gross enrollment ratio, and I believe that according to the statistics, if we were to achieve that, then every week for 15 years, we'll have to open new universities. Now I'll come to an important point, and on this topic, possibly I have spoken a lot of times. One thing is NFS. This is a new way to finding a club where that none found suitable, and the committee is saying that the committee has said that the stereotypical response that is given, that suitable candidates were not found. This is entirely wrong, and committee said that this is not acceptable. And this also applies to the OBC and SC/ST recruitment. Sir, I would request that this thing will engulf everything, and this thing is wearing a modern dress, otherwise it will be difficult for everyone. Sir, Gujarat is an enriched state, and post-independence, everyone has worked for the welfare of the state, and our state, which is a backward state, and today both Gujarat and Bihar, they lie in the same category, and this category is enrollment in higher education, wherein we, states like Bihar, Gujarat, and Assam, we are brothers in here. This is a matter of concern that I have spoken about it, and Niti Aayog has some important comments on this. I will take a few minutes for that.
Try if it is.
So the priorities should be clear, be it any government. What do you expect from education? the one you talked about, as Madam Ritabrata talked, that should be our ideal. And I think that in the public schools, but first I would like to quote about myself. I have studied from a Hindi medium school till class 10th. For the first time, I got acquaintance with English in class 11th. It was tough, but at that time, the schools were different, the government schools were different, but when I go to that same school today, it is very different now. I am not against the private sector, but one balance should be struck between these two. Other places have given value to the public system. I would this is not unparliamentary, I think, if I use the word damad, that is maybe son-in-law or any relative. The coaching institutes are flourishing. Many a times we see the changes in the curriculum, and children are turned into guinea pigs. In DU also, the system of enrollment has changed, but nowadays it is witnessed that from class 8, 9 onwards, students get enrolled in the coaching system. I would like to take only one more minute. The educational institutions have become war places of ideologies. Ghanshyamji said one thing. I would not comment as such, but the trend towards leftist, I find no merit in their thinking. You are eradicating many things. You are even removing eligibility like PhD. Even then you are not getting the candidates. And I would like to say one thing, that independence of teachers have gone down. I can say many things regarding appointment of teachers. I know how the teachers are being victimized, and just on the basis of SEZs, knowledge parks are being made. You should think that there is a difference between education and industry. It is not only for investment, because earlier it was called human resource development. Now the nomenclature has changed, but that indication should be there. You naturally go towards centralization. Whenever the new regime comes, it thinks that it should encroach upon all the territories. These are the systems. For example, in NAC, I can say that I saw one NAC in my university. It is such as if when you go to any family function and gifts are exchanged, and despite being disparity there, it gets an A+ or A accreditation. I would like to say that the being an education minister or a rail minister, both are tough. I can say that this policy would have its effect later on also, even when you will not be in the government. So we should come up with a system wherein the voices should not be stifled. There is a definition of democracy. True democracy is one where you are not closed for being open. I will take only 30 seconds more, sir. As Sanjay ji said, I would not like to be in the debates. I am a student of history. Whenever there would be talks on Mughal reign and other rulers, but today I would like to comment on one thing, that when you read the pages of history and we try to lay curtains on today's challenges, then those heroes would not help you in solving these challenges. So it's not uniform there. So if you try to glorify the murderers of the murderers of Mahatma Gandhi, then this is not appreciable. Sir, please conclude. It is dedicated to them. Those who have said a few words, all look after my interest, and nobody is mine, and I also live in this country like an Urdu.
Speaker, Shri Javed Ali Khan, sir, you have 3 minutes, sir.
धन्यवाद सभा
Thank you, as Chairman, sir. Time is limited, so I would not like to say my things in the garb of speech and would not talk any extrapolated things. The NEP 2020, since the time it came into effect, and it was said regarding this policy that as was expected that comprehensive discussion and deliberation would take place. It did not happen. When the draft came up, that was of 500 odd pages, the comments were sought from people. But when finally it was made, that was 60 page long, then the education experts were not consulted, states were not consulted, and there is one institution here which is very old, CABE, that is Central Advisory Board of Education, which time to time used to sit, but before this policy there was no such meeting, and not even after it was framed. Regarding the language, regarding the appointment process, all these are still to be resolved, and UGC in higher education had to come up with 3 dozen regulations later on which were contradictory to each other. In higher education, what we see is there was a commission that was to be set up which would entail bringing all the higher institutions together. A draft was circulated beforehand, but we don't know what the progress is in that regard. We have talked about that in many budgets, that we should invest 6% of the GDP in education. But, sir, we are not able to spend even 2.7%. So the commitment that was made regarding 6%, what is the progress in that regard? Honorable Minister must state that. The central universities and the central institutions that are there, those are in pitiable conditions, and the teaching and the teachers' posts are lying vacant in different institutions, which have a direct effect on reservation. SC, ST, OBC reservation are not given properly to fill up the vacancies. 9% SC, 14% OBCs vacancies are there in the central institutions. The most favorite category of our government, that was economically weaker section, we have not been able to exhaust the full quota. Now I would like to talk about school education. The situation of primary education is such that those get a dropout from the government schools. They leave the government schools and go to other schools. We see that the government schools are getting closed and private schools are increasing, and the students are also going towards that, and numbers are increasing in those schools. I would like to talk about the main reason why they are drifting towards the private schools, because the teachers who teach in the schools, in the government schools, they have to do multiple works apart from teaching. They have to do the duties of BLO, election. They have to supervise whether the ration is being distributed properly or not. They have to supervise for the board exams and other exams. They have to certify the ration cards. They have to supervise the midday meals. They have to go for census. They have to go for children census also, for plantation also. So they have to do multiple works. These are the works that have been assigned to the school teachers. So when can they actually teach? So I would like to talk about the PM Person scheme. Today, as we call it, midday meal that we said earlier, we spent 6 rupees every student. Till December, it was 4 rupees 97 paise, and those who are the cook in that, we pay only rupees 2,000 as their salaries, as this is being given to them as honorarium. We don't pay salaries, we pay honorarium. They work and they make food for 50 students, and yet they are paid this meager amount. They also have to work as sanitation workers there. So I would like to request and demand, Honorable Minister, that the women who cook there, their salary should be increased. They should at least be paid rupees 10,000. And I would like to talk about pre-M3 schools. I would like to share my own experience. Honorable Minister, in my district, the higher officer said that solarization has to be done under the scheme. Please, where is this solar lights? Water plants had to be constructed. This program is on the name of Honorable PM. So why are they asking funds from them? The government should have done this on priority basis. So the education, it seems, is halfway. So it would be great if you take education seriously, and the education policy should be implemented in true sense.
Srimati Ramila Ben Becharbai Bara. Gujarati.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir. This is a matter of great delight that I have got an opportunity to speak in this August House, and Honorable Finance Minister has escalated the status of women of this country, and she has presented a wonderful budget before this August House. And in this budget, special provisions have been made for education. These provisions are really welcoming, and I would like to present my views regarding these provisions in education. This is a revolutionary budget, and I thank Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi for for giving us guidance, and I also congratulate Honorable Finance Minister for presenting our budget. In the budget, a comprehensive development scheme has been proposed. Provisions regarding development in the field of education have been proposed. And since 2014, Honorable Modi ji is leading this country. And since then, we have seen development in our country. We have seen changes in our country. Every year, we see enhancement in allocation in budget under various heads. And due to this, the last person, the most deprived person of our country is getting education. The child who is in the remotest area of our country is getting the benefit of education. Honorable Sir, all of us know that without education, a man is like an animal. Life without education is useless. Our country became independent and the constitution was proposed by Honorable Baba Sahib Ambedkar, and he had said that everybody should get education, and all the educationists also said that every person of our country should get education. But after independence, the people who were in power, they were just interested in making money, and they forgot the benefit, they forgot the upliftment of the last person of the country. I come from a very backward community. I am a tribal, and nothing was done for these backward communities, but it is our good fortune. And since 2014, when Narendra Bhai Modi became the Prime Minister of our country, he brought about a lot of change in the scenario of our country. He started the scheme Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao. He gave this aphorism: let girls be educated. When he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he went with the Kanya Kelavani Rath, that is women education chariot, and he asked alms from the people. What did he ask for? He said, I do not want money, but what I want is that you educate your girl child. And the society of Gujarat accepted it, and women education became quite relevant in Gujarat. Today in Gujarat, nobody is illiterate. Honorable Digvijay Singh had said today that the dropout ratio is increasing. He said that the figures of illiterate people, the number of illiterate people is increasing. But if you see the history, you will see what was the literacy rate. Children did not go to schools, and when children did not go to schools, what you will think about the literacy rate? You cannot say anything about it. In tribal areas, in backward areas, we did not have proper school facilities, proper education facilities. Even if you had some schools in these areas, you did not have children who went to these schools. And even if you found some students, you will not have teachers. You did not have teachers who could impart education to teachers. Many members were speaking about many things, but I would request them to think about the condition which was in the past. We did not have children who could go to schools. We did not have infrastructure for schools. We did not have teachers. So today, the scenario is completely different. The new education policy has been proposed by the government, and Honorable Prime Minister is laying emphasis on the implementation of this policy. A special provision has been made to implement this policy, to strengthen the base of education in our country, and skill development has also been emphasized upon in the new education policy. So Honorable Prime Minister has seen the contemporary scenario, and he wants our youth to grow in this scenario. Today the time is demanding that skill development is a must, and henceforth the provision for education in the budget for 25-26, 2 crore students, 2 crore youth will be given training in skill development. Henceforth, the contemporary situation will be taken care of. And when we are talking about unemployment, when we're talking about jobs, I would like to say that the opposition does not have a right to say this. They have never taken care about the youth of our country. Today we are seeing that in the rural areas, there is a great discrepancy in the level of education in the rural areas and urban areas. And this gap has never been filled. But attempts very strong attempts are being made to bridge this gap and bring education of rural areas and urban areas at par. And in the budget of in the present budget, 10,000 classes will be made smart classes. And in addition to this, to foster scientific temperament amongst the students of villages and cities, there has been a provision to start laboratories in rural areas, robotics, 3D printing, and technological aspects will be made available in these laboratories so that our rural students can also gain education at par with the urban areas. The one who is suffering from typhoid will always see everything pale yellow. See, I would like to talk about the rural Gujarat. From Ambaji to Umbergaon, the population is about 1 crore. And in the olden days, there was no facility for education. But when Narendra Bhai Modi became the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and then we have, now we have a double engine government. And you can see the change. During the time of Congress, we had only 13 universities, but now we have 105 universities, and this is a matter of great pride for us. In the tribal areas, tribal universities have been established. In tribal areas, we have science colleges. In tribal areas, we have medical colleges now. But in the olden days, we could never think about medical colleges or science colleges there. We had only 50 medical seats in the olden days, but now we have many medical colleges and a lot of seats, and students had to go abroad to gain medical education. But now medical education is available in our country. Today, we have about 6,500 seats to get medical education. Not only this, in every district, medical colleges will be opened, and this is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Sir, we will be having 75,000 medical colleges, and after that, our youth will not have to go abroad to seek medical education. Our country is going to be benefited with these medical colleges. Sir, after 500 new ITIs will be opened. We were talking about IIIT, and since 2014, we have the Modi government, and 8 IIITs have been established, and the older IITs have been upgraded, and 6 new IITs have been established, and hence for the skill development of the youth is being taken care of. Now Gujarat has become the hub of education. We have a double engine government in Gujarat. People all over the world come to Gujarat to study. We have Kamadhenu University in Gujarat. We have Sanskrit University in Gujarat. We have Children's University in Gujarat. We have Forensic Laboratory University in Gujarat. We have Gatishil University in Gujarat, Vibrant University in Gujarat. Honorable Railway Minister said yesterday that for technical university also have been established. We have a railway university in Gujarat. Not only this, last time Honorable Modi ji talked, we are talking about leadership skills, we are talking about cultural values. So a school of ultimate leadership was proposed by Narendra Bhai Modi, and because of this our youth will become cultured, and the leadership skills will be developed among the youth of Gujarat. Along with this, in Gujarat, new initiatives pertaining to education have been taken, and Honorable Sir, I would like to say that I come from a tribal area, and a lot of things have been done in the field of education. From Amirgarh to Umargaon, we have a tribal belt where tribals reside. In the olden days, nobody sent girl children to schools, but after the hard work put in by Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, girl children are going to schools, and with the lot of efforts made by BJP government, girl children are not only doing jobs, but they are acquiring very high positions. They are becoming pilots, they are becoming police officers. So I would like to say one incident. Honorable Prime Minister has a lot of concern for SC, STs and backward people. Whenever Honorable Prime Minister visits some rural areas, and when a helicopter is flying in these rural areas, people come to see this helicopter, youth come to see this helicopters, and when Narendra Bhai sees these youth, he says that I want these children to fly the helicopters, I want these tribal youth to fly helicopters, I want them to become pilots, and hence he has made a provision for this, and due to this many youth from SC, STs and backward communities have become pilots. In addition to this, with the farsightedness of the Bharatiya Janata Party, 105 Eklavya model schools, Eklavya girls literacy residential schools, model schools, about 35,763 students, that is girl and boy children, are getting residential education from these schools. And in addition to this, Honorable Sir, I want to draw your attention towards the achievements in the last year. Amongst the pass outs from last year, 26 have gone to medical field, MBBS, many students have gone to BHMS, 3 students have gone to BAMS, 3 to BDS, 32 to pharmacy, 94 to BE, and 294 children are taking education in the field of nursing. So this is a comprehensive development in the tribal areas. Not only this, Samras hostels have been established, and they are functional so that students from the entire society come there, study together, they carry out the discussions, and let the entire society grow. So this is the ideology of Narendra Bhai Modi. The future of a country depends on its education policy, and Narendra Bhai has realized, and he is working upon this. Whatever is being done by the government is really praiseworthy, and a lot of emphasis has been made on giving education through mother tongue. Today we see the UPSC results, and we also see the results of various competitive examinations, and we can see that because of the emphasis on mother tongue, children have gained a lot of confidence, and you can see that they are giving better results, they are achieving better targets, and due to this they are doing well in competitive examinations. All these is really very, very great, and it is unprecedented. Honorable Sir, skill development has been emphasized upon in the new education policy, and infrastructure development has also been emphasized in new education policy. Great work is being done in Gujarat and all across the country, and at last I would like to say that we should rise above the party lines, and we should think about 2047 developed India. We should respect the sentiments of Narendra Bhai Modi, and we should help him in achieving his target, and let us work together so that all the children of our country become educated. And because education is such that it cannot be divided amongst anyone. Even thieves cannot steal away education. A king cannot levy tax on education. This education gets enhanced as you use it. So more and more education should be imparted. Once you impart more and more education, it will keep on increasing and it will spread in the society. All the children who have been deprived of education from poor families should get education. And our Honorable Prime Minister and our Honorable Minister of Education are working in this regard. Let us appreciate the new education policy and let us cooperate with the government of India and let us do all possible so that all the children of our country get education. Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat. Thank you very much, sir.
इमरान प्रताप गढ़ी 6 मिनट आपके पास.
You have 6 minutes.
Mike, धन्यवाद सभा.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. भूख के एहसास को शेरो सुखन तक ले चलो, यह गज़ल को मुखमिलों की अंजुलम तक दे चलो, मुझमो ज़ब्तो की तालीम देना बाद में, पहले इसे ले चलो. Deputy Chairman, sir, I stand here to talk about the new education policy. Honorable Minister is present here. New education policy says that our emphasis should be on teachers' training. But the national sample surveys data say that 13% of the teachers are there in the country who are trained. So I want to know from the Honorable Minister that the 87% of the teachers who needs to be imparted this training, what roadmap do we have to impart that training to them? And do we have colleges on such a big scale and resources so that we can train them? Our new education policy says that technology should be emphasized, and we saw it during COVID how students were made to learn through technology. But I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, when 80 crore people were surviving on 5 kg of ration in this country, so can we make computer, internet and laptop to those families so that their children could be educated? I also want to say something very important here, sir, that the madrasa education, that pattern which relates to the minority community, I want to ask this very seriously, that the new education policy, some madrasas are there which are recognized by the government, but some bigger institutions like Nagma and Devband, whether this new education policy in its context, have you ever established a dialogue with these institutions? Do you have any plan regarding that? This is what I want to ask. And another important thing that I want to ask, sir, is that a lot of minority institutes were there where they had this provision of providing scholarships, but you just shut down this Maulana Azad scholarship. Thousands and lakhs of children were attaining their education through this scholarship. On one hand, you say Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. On one hand, you have computer, and then in the other, you have Quran. The people and the children coming from disadvantageous and deprived societies, what plan do you have to take them forward in this direction of education? I want to ask the Honorable Education Minister that all across the country, all across the globe, he goes and pays his regards in front of the statue of Mahatma Gandhi. But your government in NIT Calicut, your government makes Professor Shailja Inayat the dean of a particular department, who says that Nathuram Godse was a great personality. So where is this policy and mindset going? Sir, I want to say through you that how NCERT books, how they are serving communal sentiments. Is this in your constitution that Kendriya Hindi Sansthan and NIPA, it has been said that while writing in Devanagari, the nuktas that were used earlier, which come from Urdu, that has been stopped because no new published books have those nuktas. I had a talk with people who publish NCERT books. They told me that this is an order by the higher ups. So I want to know from you that by removing this nukta, are you strengthening this Devanagari script or making it further weakened? This is my request to you, and this is what I want to know you from. Sir, PM Shri Vidyalaya was talked about. I want to know from you that Ghazipur is a district in UP. Veer Hamid Vidyalaya is there in a village. The name of that school was changed, and communality was being served there through this. And then when it was raised, the education officer there changed it back to that school, and through this scheme, this is what you are trying to reflect, sir, and I want to bring it to your cognizance. And to stop this, what will you do? Sir, the NCRT books, from them, Hindu-Muslim unity, the chapters based on that are being removed. NCRT imparts education to children, and to make them learn this new history, you are misleading the young children and you are making them read a wrongful history. Will these children sustain in future? I want to ask the Honorable Minister that religion and education should stay different from each other. Another important thing, sir, I would like to highlight that in Delhi University, the changes in curriculum that have been brought, in which Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, Mohan Ram Iqbal, and the research papers have been removed from political science. Sukit Rana has been removed from English syllabus. Does he know about this? My time is very less. I want to know from the Honorable Minister on this NEP, that in the name of this change, the new things that have been brought in by you and the kind of hooliganism that is there in campuses. Honorable Member just mentioned JNU, that sloganeering was there. Some masked people come, shout slogans, and then police for years is not able to look for them. And to defame such reputed institutions, the ways that are being used is very shameless. In the last few days, a woman was also attacked. She was lathi charged, and police has not been able to look for the culprits till date. And in Jamia also, there was a lathi charge. In Aligarh Muslim Vishwavidyalaya, the parliamentarians there, the kind of language they use is very shameful. Honorable Member, through Honorable Minister, I want to ask from the government the new changes that you are trying to bring in the name of changes. You please do not clean the rivers, but do not let them get dirtier. They will be cleaned. You please do not plant new trees. Just stop this deforestation thing and new plants will be there. I want to tell you, do not deliver speeches to establish peace. Just stop spreading this hate. And do not write long articles. Just stop spreading hatred. The new education policy, the way the disadvantaged people and deprived people, they are being thrown away from education, that is very shameful. And education is being privatized, that is very shameful, sir. The Honorable Minister should think about it, and attempts and efforts should be made into this direction. And I don't think there will be a better suggestion than this. Thank you. So just now, Imran Pratapgarhi ji made a mention of a member of parliament. He should authenticate that. He has already authenticated. He made a mention of a member of parliament. He has authenticated. Thank you. Srimati Mausambi Noor.
Sir, on behalf of All India Trinamool Congress, I thank you for allowing this discussion on the Education Ministry. But what a shame. Yesterday, the Education Minister called the people of a state uncivilized. He should tender an apology on the floor of the House. Also, sir, I appeal to you to
Mr.
allow
John
discussion
Bitas, Dr.
on
John
the
Bitas,
important issue
Dr.
of
John
duplicate
Bitas,
electors' photo identity
आप
cards,
उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं मर्यादाओं का
a serious matter to enable
क्योंकि
free
मौसम
and
नूर
fair
बोल रही
elections.
Mausam Noor ji is speaking, and there is a crosstalk.
Let me give you one example on education itself to show you that it's empty slogan, a jumla, another hollow promise by the BJP, which is running a shaky coalition since the BJP is 32 seats short of the majority. The Samagra Shiksha scheme, which follows a 60-40 fund sharing ratio between the union and the state. Despite West Bengal being one of the best performing states in implementing this program, the union government has failed to release the fund it owes us. In the financial year 23-24, union was supposed to allocate 1,746 crores to West Bengal. However, only 311 crore has been released so far, less than 18% of the total funds due. The Bangla Birodhi mindset is deep-rooted in their minds. Even after repeated communication and letter from the state government, the union government did not release a single penny owed to the state of West Bengal. In fact, what it did was stop all funding even in the financial year 2024. We, the All India Trinamool Congress, are standing strong by our ideology of Ma Mati Manush by not only releasing 40% of the state share regularly, but releasing an additional amount as well. This amount is paid to ensure that wages and salaries are given on time to the Samagra Shiksha employees, composite grants to the schools, and other student-centric incentives are not stopped. The union government's failure to release funds approved by the Ministry of Finance for West Bengal is an act of depriving the state's people. This violates the right for education. Hence, I ask you here in this house, why do you deprive Bengal? You can't beat us, so you deprive us. Or is it because we don't accept the name PM Shri for a scheme where the state is contributing 40% of the funds? Sir, the Samagra Shiksha guidelines do not mention signing the MOU for PM Shri as a prerequisite for fund release. Withholding funds on these premises is anti-federal and undemocratic. It is depriving the people of Bengal of their rightful dues. Moreover, several other demands from the government of West Bengal have been made, but none have been addressed by the union government, be it regarding midday meal schemes, or increasing their allocation per student, or increasing financial support for midday meal cooks. However, on the other hand, we believe in development for all. As a result, about 230,000 cook-cum helpers are given rupees 1,000 per month for 10 months in a year. Further, the state government on its own is also providing additional rupees 500 per month as an honorarium to each cook-cum helper. Whereas, you don't even address the demand to construct dining halls, kitchen sheds, and providing flexi funds. In every manner, you have been anti-Bengal. A testimony to that is the fund for infrastructure and R&D of universities and colleges have been discontinued for the last few years. In fact, the new scheme of Rajya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan that has a funding pattern of 60:40 between the union and the state has been renamed as Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan. Why, sir? Why? Why Pradhan Mantri everywhere? Even in this scheme, the union owes rupees 170 crores to the state of West Bengal. Sir, the government speaks a lot on education. However, when the budget comes, the union government is spending only 0.37% of the GDP in education in this year. Whereas, look at West Bengal. Look at our education model. We are spending more than 2% of our GSDP on education. Sir, the state of education in the country is so bad that 1 out of 2 students in grade 8 cannot do basic division. The P-metric scholarship between 2018 and 19 and 2023 was decreased by 94%. Under PMKVY,
Honorable member, please conclude now.
trained candidates were placed. In fact, the placements were delinked from the fourth phase. Only 4 out of 10 youth in the workforce possesses formal skills, and 1 in 3 youth are neither in education, employment, nor training, with women making 95% of this group. Sir, I would suggest our education minister to come to Bengal. See and learn from Mamta Di's education model. After all, the world is learning from Bengal. Kanya Shri has been recognized by the United Nations. We have other schemes like Oikoshri, Shikkashri, Medhashri, and Shobut Shati, which has made the lives of students much easier. Hence, I say, leave this Bengal Birodhi mindset and learn from Bengal. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you.
Manish Disya.
Honorable member. I would like to make a request to all the honorable members that this is a rule that you cannot give a written speech. I would like to bring this to your attention that under parliamentary conventions, you cannot read out from a prepared text. We can always quote something.
Deve Gowda, sir.
Sir, with your kind permission, I would like to speak by sitting because I am unable to stand, as you know.
आप बैठे-बैठे बोलिए आराम से.
Sir, when the house was the business was started exactly after the question hour, I was watching, sitting in my house, because my health was unable to sit here for the whole day. Former Chief Minister Digvijay Singh he was speaking. Then your good self was from this side spoke. I heard all the speeches, barring 1 or 2 speeches I missed. Sir, I don't want to criticize on the issues raised by several members. I am only say a few words. Education is a concurrent subject. The responsibility of both the state and the center is now they should see that there should not be any controversy on this issue, whether appointment of the Vice Chancellors. I don't want to raise that issue because what is going on in some states, not only in Karnataka, in several states, appointment of governors was one of the major controversies. That is where I draw the attention of the Honorable Education Minister to see this type of controversies should not be allowed to continue. I only appeal to your good self to see some remedy should be there to solve this controversy. Sir, now I confine myself to Karnataka, sir. Sir, the private institutions in Karnataka, my senior colleague, Ramesh ji, sitting there on the other side. There are 30 universities in Karnataka. Now, the private institutions in Karnataka is playing a very major role. So far as the providing the education, starting from primary education to medical education, engineering, in all aspects, 30 private institutions are there. I don't want to recall what has happened. Deemed university, when it has started, how it has started, I don't want to go in depth. How it has started, the deemed universities in those days. It hurts the feelings of some members if I talked in detail about the deemed university. Sir, during that period, Karnataka is able to get the recognition. That's why I said 30 universities are there in Karnataka or doing their best to provide education to all communities, all sections of the society. They are providing education. There is no discrimination. That is one thing which everybody has to appreciate. Sir, coming to the point, when Karnataka was ruled by the late Maharaja Krishraj Udair, the Mysore University was started about 100 years back. And Dharwad University should not mistake. He is a senior colleague from Congress. He is a good friend of mine. Sir, now what is the position?
जयराम जी आपको
There is no,
आपको कहना
there is, sir, there is no money to pay this salary. University which has been started about 100 years back, there is no money by the state government to provide salary. That is the position. Sir, just I will give a brief note. The university was established in 1916 as the sixth oldest university in the country. The university has made a significant contribution in the field of higher education by providing quality education. During Professor Rangappa, outstanding leadership and efficient regime between 2013 and 17 the university not only celebrated the centenary but also witnessed several memorable events. For instance, the President of India inaugurated the centenary year in 1916 2016. July 2015, and the Honorable Prime Minister was graciously enough to inaugurate the Indian Science Congress in January 2016. Narendra Modi ji was the person who was inaugurated, where I was present. Sir, during the Science Congress session, in many, as 10 Nobel laureates from across the world visited the university and delivered lectures. The subject of their expertise, apart from other credentials, Professor Rangappa is also fellow of the World Academy of Science and is one of the renowned scientists in the country. Sir, in fact, he was instrumental in upgrading the physical facilities of University of Mysore. It is very disappointing, distressing that the University of Mysore, alongside Karnataka University of Dharwad, established in 2049, have been suffering from indifference and carelessness of the state government. It is worrisome that is many as 379, more than 65% of the facilities, faculties sanctioned, teaching posts are vacant for quite some time. The stalemate of the university is impacted both teaching and research. The two old universities was University of Mysore, Karnataka, University of Dharwad, need substantial grant from the center. I hope the Honorable Education Minister is here. Please take note of that. Don't allow these two universities unless and until your responsibility, as I already mentioned, concurrent subject. You must see that sufficient grant should be given without mixing politics. I hope and trust my request will be considered by the central government, because Modi ji has come, the President of India has come on two occasions, which I have already mentioned. Sir, the one more thing which I have said is our honorable leader, he mentioned about what the union government has done, Modi's government, because he said 1.1 lakh medical seats. It is the leader of the House who is holding the medical education on the portfolio, he mentioned that UG and PG medical seats over the past decade, adding nearly 1.1 lakh seats, and also medical colleges in coming years with a long-term goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. Sir, this is one of the major steps taken by the union government and the minister, who is also the leader of this house, Mr. Narda. He mentioned this on the floor of the house. Sir, I congratulate the Honorable, the leader of the house, and also holding the medical education portfolio. Sir, I don't want to take much time. I only appeal. I was a teacher before joining politics. I was a school teacher. I know the problem of the rural, the schools. Sorry, anybody should not mistake me. As Chief Minister, I appointed 1,56,000 lady teachers at one step. 1,56,000. First time, woman reservation. Now, Nari Shakti, we talked. At that time, there is no reservation. 1,56,000 women teachers I appointed when I was the Chief Minister. I don't want to mention what all I have done. I can quote several instances about women reservation, all this. Sir, only as an elderly man, I am 92, I can speak what I have done. My friend is sitting here. I only request the union government, because Karnataka government's position, I just not for criticism. Now, such two institutions, prestigious institutions, there are no resources to pay salary. The union government should see, without mixing politics, whatever there is burden that may come, you must shoulder that burden and see that the institution should be saved. With these words, I
बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय देवगौड़ा साहब.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Chairman, for giving me an opportunity.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
आपकी सारी बातें उन्होंने
All things have been noted down by the Honorable Minister. Now, Praful Patel ji, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Vice Chairman, sir. Today, there's a discussion going on about the Ministry of HRD and Education policy is being discussed here. And we must all compliment our journey since independence to today as to how education in our country has evolved, and not only evolved but has shaped the destiny of our country till now and will be the most important factor as we go along in our onward march. And I also would like to compliment the government and especially the Prime Minister's vision for giving very special emphasis not only to education but more importantly to women, girls' education as well as skill development, which eventually will be taking this country and the next generation and generations to come forward and giving them strength to be able to stand on their own two feet. So education, of course, is the most important pillar in any child's evolution and development. And the government's policy, the NEP, and other initiatives have actually been bearing fruit. I would like to just emphasize one thing, sir, that all states, I come from Maharashtra, which has been one of the most, I would say, forward-looking in terms of education. My colleague here has been the Chief Minister also of the state. We all focus on education being affordable. Therefore, all our children in villages or even in big cities went to municipal schools, they went to Zilla Parishad schools, and so on. But over a period of time, whether it be Maharashtra or many other states in the country, have not been contemporary enough to change according to the needs of the time. And as a consequence, most of the municipal schools and Zilla Parishad schools, they impart education, of course, in the language of the state, which is absolutely necessary, but they have not kept pace on par with the other changes which are taking place in this field of education. Now, whether we like it or not, because everybody is so passionate when it comes to language. In Maharashtra, people will obviously be fighting for Marathi. In Tamil Nadu, we always see that people fight for the Tamil language. And rightly so, nothing wrong with that. It is a language which is our ownership, coming from a particular state. But at the same time, the world is changing. Today, I dare say, and I should say this because most of us will have experienced it. आप सब जिला परिषद स्कूल, म्युनिसिपल स्कूल में
district board schools, municipal schools are not taking students now. 20-25 students are there in some classes, and in small villages free education is there, and small classrooms, buildings are there, 40,000-50,000 rupees annual. Elsewhere we are paying. What I'm trying to say is,
somewhere there is a need to tweak the educational model, and I would say to the central government, Pradhanji suniye.
Pradhanji, please hear me out. You also need to focus from central government, whatever you can do, you do, but please encourage the states also that in their areas, whatever medium of instruction is there and the system of education that they are following, they should change it for the better, because it is the need of the hour, and they should do things in sync with the changing times. If the same child, despite free education, is not going to one set of schools and is going to the other, then the parents also have a mindset why they are sending to one and not to the other. Please conclude. Sir, through states, these are CBSE schools on the other side. You can get things changed with the help of CBSE if need be, and we can move forward. Well, you are indicating, sir, some more time, a few minutes more.
He is my dearest friend.
Yes.
Dusra, sir,
Secondly, sir,
वो निष्पक्ष ही हैं.
objective. Yeah. He is there in the middle. Yes, sir. Sir, my submission. Sir, we have so many children, they are going abroad to get education. If you calculate, sir, it's a humongous amount, regular education, technical education, medical education, for everything they are going abroad. So many lakhs of students are studying abroad for these. And we haven't heard of those countries where these students have gone for higher education. Why? We have to change something somewhere. Mindset, first of all, because we stretch things so far that sometimes we lose sight of the correct path. Across the globe, students have gone, lakhs of crores of rupees of their parents they are spending to gain education. Some are coming back, others are not doing that. That same system we can have here. We can have tie-up with the foreign universities, or we can have institutions coming up to that level. Why should students go abroad and get educated instead of getting education here? If we can reverse the trend, it would be a big achievement. Local issues are there, so many other things are there. We need to tweak the policies. And lastly, sir, across the country, we are proud of all our indigenous languages. We should be proud. Classical language, Marathi is vying for the status now, and because of the issue in Maharashtra, we feel so proud about our language, and all have accorded respect to it, and we feel happy that all respect our language. Likewise, all languages of India are equally important. Whatever we can give by way of importance to them at local level, and how our students can, through medium of indigenous language instruction, become global citizens, we have to give it a deep thought, and we should try to bring about more improvement. And in skill development also we have to do much more. So many people are working with their skill sets in the Arabian countries, in Gulf countries, and they are remitting so many thousands and lakhs of dollars, millions of dollars. So it is very essential for our forex reserves. And wherever they are getting employment opportunities, it is only because of their skill set. So skill development is to be encouraged more and more. This I want to request the Honorable Education Minister. And with these words, once again, I appreciate and associate myself with all his good efforts, and our cooperation is always there, and the future citizens of India should get better education, quality education, and he'll work towards that tirelessly. I congratulate, I wish him the best. Thank you too.
Dr. Kalpana Sen.
Honorable Vice Chairman, sir. Today, through the August House, I want to talk about the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Nirmala Sitharaman ji has given for 25-26 budget provision has been made for education sector. We are discussing education. Yes, historical efforts have been put in, and far-reaching measures have been put in place. We are working with the resolve that Prime Minister Honorable Modi ji has given us, and the policy of our country in the education sector is trying to strengthen the education system. 40% of our population consists of women and children. It's a demographic dividend. At the same time, we have so many challenges facing us. The whetstone to test any administration management is education, the quality of education. If we look at the functioning of the government for the past few years, we have seen how far we have reached, how far we have come. Earlier, it was not like that. We were lagging behind internationally. To modernize the education, we have gone in for Digital India movement and campaign. Earlier, no concrete steps, therefore, were taken. Only academics we were focusing upon, and the skill set was not developed so that people could get employment in industry sector. The opposition governments had not paid attention to quality education, to skill development, because of which they could not go and join the industry sector, and they were unemployable. Instead, when in 2014 the Modi government came, budget provisions were enhanced, and 68.728 crore rupee budget was there in 2014, and virtual classes were focused upon thereafter, and 68.98 crore was there for higher education, new IIMs, new IITs, and education loan were focused upon. In 2016, 72.394 crore rupee budget was given to make education international and global level education we wanted to have. And Higher Education Financing Agency was set up. In 2017, 9.9 increase was there, and 79685 crore rupees were given, because of which autonomy to colleges was given, and the NTA was also set up. In 2018, 8326 crore rupee budget was given, and Study in India program was launched to attract the foreign students. In 2019, 13.4 was the increase, and 94853 crore rupees were given for sports encouragement, and AI was now to be brought in. In 2020, education budget was 99300 crore rupee, and the main objective was to implement the new education policy. In 2021, Education Ministry got 93224 crore rupees budget for empowering the education system and strengthening the skilling system to empower the youngsters and to provide quality education to the youngsters of the country. BJP government carried out extensive reforms in the education sector, and the education policy 2020 is the main stay therefore in the Indian education system. The Indian initiative is a milestone for bringing about improvement. We have taken a holistic view so that the students are not confined only to traditional methods of teaching, but they have practical education which they can use in their life, and they have a skill set available to them. Arts, science, and professional things have all to be combined, and creative and also their problem-solving ability should be enhanced. It focuses on that. NAP 2020 is not targeting imparting education to give degree only, but to make them global level students and learners. In 22, for the first time, the budget crossed a milestone, and student was in the focus. In 23, budget was enhanced to 112.899 crore rupees, and Eklavya Vidyalayas were able to get 38,000 teachers, and research centers were also set up, and new schemes were implemented to have professional courses introduced. In 2024, the education budget was 148,000 crore rupees, and employment-oriented education system was put in place on a large scale. This past decade has been to focus on strengthening of the education system and to have skilling at the level of the international standards. NAP 2023 has among the programs included arts integration with the innovative measures also, and creativity has also been enhanced.
So that the students can learn from her and can gain practical knowledge from it. After implementing the new education policy, they have made the education job oriented and have taken strict measures in that regard. The Research Foundation initiatives like that, they have made it a point to skill the youngsters and have made them skilled. And Honorable Narendra Modi ji and the belief of the party has been strengthened that the measures that they have been taking are going in the right direction. And this has been the biggest power of the party. In the area of job, and these 10 years can be hailed as the golden 10 years, right from implementing the new education policy, and they have done major initiatives like strengthening the infrastructure. In order to promote the digital education is one of the most important initiatives, and a lot of students have been associated with online education also. But the online mode of education has been given a big boost during the pandemic. Now, this education through online mode has not just become, it has become a necessity now, and those people are now able to gain education who were not being able to get the education. And after implementing this online education, 2 government schools have been converted into model schools, and this has been given the name of Rising Schools, and 6270 schools have been identified and have been selected to for their transformation. And in order to prevent the youngsters from unemployment, and after coming into power, they have initiated these measures to connect the youngsters with skills. And their target up till 2030 is to associate the youngsters to one or the other skill. And the digitization of the new education system, and to connect it to new innovations. In this budget, the Ministry of Education has been allocated 128,560 crore rupees, which is 6.22% more than the provisions made in the earlier year. 78572 crore rupees have been allocated for primary, and 5002 crore rupees have been allocated for higher education, so that the education can be strengthened and the school education can be made more inclusive and quality oriented. And for that, 3 laboratories have been set up so that innovation and the interest of the youngsters can be inculcated towards research. When in 21st century the revolution of digitization is on the rise, it is mandatory for everyone to include them. Especially under the Digital India revolution, all the government schools have been given broadband connectivity so that online education will get a bigger boost. And in order to make the online education, to give it global standards, government has adopted new technical authorities, and it has also established central universities and other institutes, and it has also increased their budget so that the youngsters can be made ready for global competition. In the previous year, in 23 IITs, the number of students have risen up to more than 65,000. And under the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, the education is being provided to girl child, and several measures have been taken in this regard. And the female girls, the students, they have also been given free of cost dress and books so that they can continue their schooling till class 12. And they are also being provided training of self-defense, and in remote areas in order to improve the quality of education. Several measures have been taken in this regard. And other teachers have also been employed so that the girl child and the students, they feel safe in the school. In the rural villages, there was lack of basic infrastructure, and there was lack of quality education and quality course. From the point of view of language, BJP has given priority to mother tongue. The result of which was that the deprived categories, the students belonging to that category, they were not able to get education, and BJP government has started Bharatiya Pustak Yojana in this regard. For this, free of cost study material will be provided to the students, and in this regard, the government has established Digital University, which will provide a digital platform and will also keeping in mind the job opportunities. Rashtriya Kaushal Sansthan have also been set up in this regard. The government also is trying to connect the social security and is also trying to establish identity cards. In terms of innovation and research, and to give them a boost, the government has allocated 20,000 crore rupees, and they have taken a step in this regard so that the government, India, our nation, can rise as a center of research and innovation. And 5,000 crores have been allocated in this regard so that more and more students can get quality education. And apart from this, Pradhanmantri Vidya Yojana, the digitized mode of education, will be strengthened so that e-classes will be held for the students and be made more effective. National Education Policy 2020, under this, interdisciplinary learning has been adopted, because of which the students are able to generate opportunities, and they have also taken measures with regard to job-oriented courses, and students can also come up with their own version of jobs. And the deprived, the students belonging to the deprived section can get benefit from that. And the government has assured that this should not be just a way to acquire degrees, but their skills should also be enhanced. And I would like to thank Education Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji that this budget will focus and will boost the area of research and innovation. And this will not only lead to better the quality of education, but will also contribute effectively in the sector of education. And as far as India will also move forward under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, and will also take resolution to take everyone forward, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka. And this, with this slogan, this budget is knowledge-based, and it is a historical step taken in this regard, and I completely support this bill. Thank you.
Shri Abdul Wahab.
Honorable Member Shri Abdul Wahab ji.
An opportunity to talk on the Nagpur, not Nagpur, new education policy. My request to our minister is, first of all, in our Malappuram, we need a Kendriya Vidyalaya. It's a long pending case in Ponnani. And the next is central assistance to set up digital libraries in Kerala. Only 3,416 schools out of 15,864 in Kerala has digital library. And fund allocation to AMO Center Malappuram, Aligarh Muslim University, there is a campus. We have given 300 acres, acquired 300 acres and given to that campus. Nothing is there. Either you return the property to Kerala government so that we can set up some universities there. Minister ji, Aligarh Muslim University, the 300-acre, this is unutilized for years, and we, with much difficulty, we acquired that. If you are not in need of Aligarh Muslim University, please return to Kerala government. We got we are scarcity of land in Kerala, as you all know. And timely dispersal of scholarship, which is not happening now. Forget about the what you call Azad, Maulana Azad. Change the name Maulana Azad to Prime Minister, no problem. We want scholarship. If the name is the problem, change the name. And dispersal even to SC, ST, coming from there, for them also is not getting. And OBC fellowship is late by 6 to 8 months. Increase non-net fellowship from 8,000 to minimum 20,000. 8,000 rupees, Manrega, they are not getting more than that. They cannot live with that 8,000 rupees. Reinstance of Maulana Azad National Fellowship. Dropout of suicide in NIT in Calicut. See, a lot of students are, suicide is happening there. For what reason? There should be a study on that. In NIT Calicut. Hello? NIT. हम लोग सुनने का वो सुनने का है वो दूसरा किसी ने
Should listen to it because he disturbs everyone else.
Suicide होता है. And there is one more thing that already our other colleague mentioned about this one professor is telling something good about somebody who killed Mahatma Gandhi. I am not referring that one, but it is happening it is from NIT Calicut, so it is known. And so for that one, there is an inquiry committee has to set up for the what you call for the suicide. 54 suicide happened there. For what reason? For why it is happening, we don't know. The reason UGC regulation 2025 takes down the autonomy of the university with minority status to appoint their own independent committee for selection and promotion of faculties. The reason UGC regulation 2025 did not involve any role for the state government in appointing vice chancellors in public universities under State Act. Finished? It is not. How it is possible, ma'am?
Time to complete.
No, thank you.
Your time is over.
This is why violation of fundamental rights of state.
Within 1 minute, please conclude.
And many other aspects. The UGC regulation 2025 is highly controversial. Hence, it must be taken back. Thank you very much. Now, okay.
Thank you. Sri S. Selva Ganvithi.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Education is to promote the economic and the socio-cultural development of developing countries. Education plays an important role in human capacity building and accelerate economic growth through a society's knowledge, skills, and creative strength. Education's positive outcomes include poverty reduction, health status change, socio-economic policy development, and good governance. Keeping everything all this in mind, the budget is aiming to cater to the comprehensive requirements right from childhood to youth, who could be leading from the front in realizing the Viksit Bharat agenda in 2047 and beyond. The highlight of the historic budget 25-26 is total budget allocation for Ministry of Education has reached 1,28,650 crore, marking a 6.22% increase over tinkering labs in government schools is a landmark. In next 5 years, all government secondary schools will be provided with broadband connectivity under BharatNet. In the next 3 years, Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books. Allocation of rupees 20,000 crores to implement private sector driven research, development and innovation. IT started after 2014 have got new infrastructure which could accommodate 6,500 students more. It also provides provision of 10,000 fellowships for technological research under PM Research Fellowship Scheme. 5 national centers of excellence for skilling to equip youth for Make for India, Make for World. Manufacturing Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence for Education with a total outlay of 500 crores. Through regulatory changes, regulators are facilitating opportunities for stakeholders by taking measures to internationalize the education ecosystem, bring transparency and industry relevance, and improve access to education for India's youth. Some areas where regulatory stakeholders consultations have resulted in promulgation of regulations are UGC guidelines to facilitate the setting up foreign university campuses anywhere in India, which will further add to this impetus of internationalization. An institution development plan, IDP, for higher education institutions, which provides a strategic roadmap for their functional and structural growth. Mandatory disclosures on institutions' websites provide much needed transparency and allow students and parents to make well-informed decisions about admissions and others. Introduction of PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme to provide financial support to meritorious students, thereby improving access to education and targeting to increase the gross enrollment ratio. Prime Minister Narendra Modi government approved a new central sector scheme, PM Vidya Lakshmi, on November 6, 2024. It seeks to provide financial support to meritorious students in their pursuit of higher education. PM Vidya Lakshmi portal provides single window for students to access information and make application for educational loans provided by banks and government scholarship. It has the following features: information about educational loan schemes of banks, common educational loan application form for students, apply to multiple banks for education loans, facility for banks to download students' loan applications, facility for banks to upload loan processing status, facility for students to email grievances, queries relating to educational loans to banks, linkage to National Scholarship Portal for information and application for government scholarships. Our Honorable Prime Minister made provision for setting up another 85 new KV schools. As on date, there are 1,256 Kendra Vidyalaya, out of which 3 are outside of our country. It is in Moscow, Kathmandu, and Tehran. A total 13 lakhs and 56 students are studying in KVs, with the 85 new KV schools. An additional of 82,560 students can accommodated in coming years, and it will create 5,388 direct permanent employment opportunities by way of appointing, teaching, and non-teaching position in the country. A nation can flourish only language. About 3 language system, I'll come to you after some time. Sir, our Prime Minister taking initiative to cut burden on students during exam time. Prime Minister conducts Paricha Pe Charcha program every year. Many number of students participate all over India and get benefited. Counseling section, stress management, and psychology treatment to students being organized during exam period. It really helps to drop exam-related students' suicide and failures also. One of the best vision of our Prime Minister's scheme is Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao, which is scaling a new heights. The daughters are God's precious gift. But earlier, their importance was undermined. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, on January 22 of 2015, launched the scheme Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. The scheme is completing a decade now. It also ensures proper arrangements and participation in education and employment for girl children. The door for admission of girls in Sainik School and National Defence Academy has been opened. Our Modi's government initiatives have contributed to notable increase in women's participation in STEM. The enrollment figure being around 40% as of 21-22. Over the past decade, female enrollment in higher education has risen from 1.57 crore to 2.7 crore, and the number of women securing PhDs has increased by 107%. Regarding the national education policy, it is aims to make high quality education accessible to all children in India. The policy also aims to reduce the gap between academic and vocational streams and to integrate technology into the education system. Like the previous new education system in 1968, 1986 and 1992 education policies, now our new education policy 2020 also received criticism from certain quarters. Are they valid and reasonable? This is my question. Since 1965, the anti-Hindi sentiment has come to prevail in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. In fact, the opposition to the three-language formula stemmed from this sentiment. The sentiment has been established so strongly that the three-language formula of new education policy 2020 without compulsory Hindi is also opposed. Now we are not giving compulsory education for Hindi, but it is also being opposed. I would like to remind the House, three-language formula was put forth first in 1968 and it is followed in 1986 and 1992. Then three-language formula had a compulsory component in the Hindi at the time. Whose government did this? Only our Congress government did this. But in NIP 2020, Hindi is not being made compulsory. I would like to remind you that all other southern states followed the formula and learned Hindi, except in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Puducherry also, now the CBSE curriculum is being introduced on government schools, and three-language formula is followed in Maghe and Yanam region. I have a question to my friends of the opposition benches. Do they share the same view on three-language formula? Even yesterday, one of the Congress colleagues has vouched for the two-language policy in Tamil Nadu. That is fine. Will the Congress say openly the nation needs only two-language formula? Will the leaders, Rahul Gandhiji, will agree to that? Because it is Congress government which formulated the three-language system. Even now, they implement three-language formula in Karnataka and Kerala in the south, but in Tamil Nadu, they are supporting for two-language system. They forget that they are pan-India parties and pretend to support the two-language formula in Tamil Nadu. Wherever possible, the medium of instruction until at least grade 5, but preferably till grade 8, 5 and beyond will be the mother tongue or local language or regional language. It does not neglect English medium. It is simplified that thereafter the medium will be English. I have another question to the champions of Tamil. This new education policy prescribes mother tongue as the medium of instruction up to 8th standard. This was not the case with the previous policies. Only the BJP government thought of giving primacy to the mother tongue. It proposes even technical and medical education in the regional languages. Is it not a welcome development? Do you want to oppose this also? There are some self-appointed champions in Tamil language, its heritage and culture. They claim that they are the saviors of Tamil. Before 1967, most of the schools in Tamil Nadu offering Tamil only as the medium of instruction. Only after the dawn of DMK rule, the matriculation schools and CBSE schools have mushroomed, where Tamil is not a compulsory subject at all. They are responsible for more than 30 lakh students completing the school education without learning the alphabet in letter in Tamil. This is very pathetic. They must repent that they have paved way for total neglect of Tamil, even for Tamil natives. Universalization of literacy and numeracy is a much needed one. As a part of it, a Right to Education Act will be extended to cover secondary level. This aims to make education accessible to all children from 3 to 18 years, regardless of their socio-economic background. It is a step towards ensuring social justice by roping in children from underprivileged sections. All the same time, the stress on quality cannot be compromised. Assuming that by grade 3 means end of grade 3, functional literacy, including reading and writing, and numeracy, including doing basic operations on paper, are to be attained by the children when they complete the grade. What is its varsity can be proved only by a competent screening system. This is where the question of assessment becomes. The new education policy 2020 brought out by the central government, a target of 6% of GDP was fixed for education. For the year 25-26, the budget allocated for the Ministry of Education is rupees in more than 1 lakh crores, which is 33% above the revised estimate of 24-25. The Department of School Education and Literacy has been allocated for 78,572 crores, which is 60% increase over the revised estimate of 24-25. And the Department of Higher Education has been allocated rupees 50,000 crores, which is an 8% increase over the revised estimates of 24-25. Sir, only on with small request I conclude. Our Puducherry has introduced CBSE syllabus in all government schools. Sir, Puducherry requires special assistance for upgrading the government schools, improving infrastructure in colleges, and expanding scholarship for students from economically weaker sections. I urge the ministry to allocate specific funds for ET of Puducherry to ensure equitable educational development. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य.
Honorable member.
Thank you. Sir, education is not just a sector, it is a foundation upon which our nation's future rests. It is a bridge between poverty and prosperity, ignorance and knowledge, unemployment and opportunity. While the government boasts of record enrollment, the harsh reality is that learning levels are declining, teacher vacancies remain unfilled, and school infrastructure in many rural areas is shockingly inadequate. The truth is education is not a priority for this government. Public investment on education has actually fallen during the Modi years. Why did the union budget slash education spending from 3.1% from 2014 to 2.9% in 2024? Far below the 6% recommended by the National Educational Policy. And this figure is among the lowest in the world. The government talks about equal opportunities, but how can a farmer's son in Bihar or a factory worker daughter in Uttar Pradesh compete with elite coaching students in cities. Even the Kendra Vidyalaya, it was once a pride of this nation. If you take the last 10 years, the quality of Kendra Vidyalaya all over India has deteriorated, mainly because of the lack of resources, even the not equipped teachers. This has to be, I think we need an inquiry into it. And if you can see the Chinese school, what do we find that the public sectors have been even privatized. Even the Chinese school also have been privatized. So actually the quality has come down. So the over 8 lakh engineering graduates pass out every year, but only 20% gets job relevant to their degree. Over 50% of the Indian graduates remain either unemployed or stuck in low-paying, unrelated jobs. If the PhD holders are applying for a peon's job, if the MBA students are selling vegetables and the engineering students are driving a delivery bike. The government is not only neglects the education but also politicalizes it. Universities are being forced to follow ideological agendas instead of academic independence. Dissenting voices in campus are silenced. Students are being labeled anti-national for questioning policies. The autonomy of the institutions like JNU, DU, IIMS, Indian Institute of Mass Management is being compromised through politically motivated appointments. So recently, we find that there is a lot of antisocial activities and also drug abuse, and also you find even murder cases reported in minor students below the age of 18. So globally, when you see the study, we find that a child is the formation of the the overall development is between the age of 3 to 7. And if you are given a good guidance, instruction and education, that child will be successful in future. But whenever the good guidance are not given between the age of 3 and 7, we find most of the child is being diverted to all these antisocial activities. Even if you take Finland, where the national education policy is being, one of the points are being taken, the Finland, the Scandinavian countries, the teachers in the kindergarten, the LKG, their teachers given a pay which is much more than the principal. So I request the government to go through all the facts, what is happening in the country with the children who's going through antisocial activities, and see that a scheme is drafted for the lower classes grade so that they can achieve, they can be successful in the future. I conclude, I ask the government to increase the education spending to 6% of GDP as recommended by the experts, to regulate private school fees to ensure education remains affordable for all. One more point, to stop comment.
Please conclude.
Education instead of strengthening public institutions. A nation that fails to its students fails itself. A government that ignores education is writing a death sentence for its own future.
Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you.
Sri Ramchandra, Manisada Sri Ramchandra Jangra ji.
Honorable Ramchandra Jangra ji. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairman, ma'am. Today, we are having discussion on the education policy of India. I would like to talk about the traditional knowledge of India, social, economic, and such transformation requires education, because it's only through education that people can get free of all kinds of slavery. In Gita, Lord Krishna says that war initiates in our mind, and if we make it cultured, if we can pacify it, it can only be done through education. In the Indian tradition of knowledge, rather than taking statistics too much, culture has been given more importance, and I will be talking around that only. Honorable Vice Chairman, ma'am, we have the population, but to convert it into the force. That has not been done, and it can be done only when ethics is there in our education. Without ethics, we can only promote rote learning and the knowledge that we get through it. Without ethics, it is simply meaningless. The objective of education should have emotions and spirituality also into it. It is not only for the livelihood, it should be for the initiation of life. So we have some questions that are posed in front of us. This education that we have had since ages, the talent that people have, has that education ever contributed in bringing out that talent? Have we ever been able to make a good society? Are we only into the wealth and luxuries? Is it only creating the unemployment youth? Honorable Vice Chairman, ma'am, if a learned engineer is there, he gets a good salary. If a good educated IAS officer gets a good salary, and his or her parents live in the old age home, then that education is deprived of ethics. We have talked much about education. Honorable ma'am, my friend Sanjay Singh is not here. He talked about the education system that we have today, and he talked negatively. A person who is there on the top level, and he says that I am an engineer, I have got birth in a society where I am good at calculation, but he has to go to jail due to his acts. Then that questions his education. Our honorable friend Kanimoj is not here. She talked about the education system, but I'm surprised that after getting education and coming to such a high position, despite that, if they are incarcerated due to some spectrum where they have done some machinations, then we should also look at the other aspect, that the education is not only for livelihood, rather it creates life, it makes life. There have been vast changes that have been done in education, and more is to be done in that, because in 1192 Muhammad Ghori defeated Prithvi Raj, and from that time till 1947, 755 years, this country was enslaved, and our education system was afflicted the most. India is a country wherein in 700 BC, Takshila University was set up. In 400 BC, Nalanda University was established. Students from all over the world came here to get education, but unfortunately, Pratyar Khilji destroyed the Indian education system. He did all the efforts to destroy the Indian education system. In the universities of India, the history has witnessed that the Nalanda library was burnt, and the flames came up for 6 months. How can people forget that Nalanda University has been revamped by our Honorable Prime Minister's Narendra Modi ji's government. It is not only for livelihood, and if we do not have ethics in our education, then that education system is simply meaningless. Honorable Vice Chairman, ma'am, I would like to mention a few things in this.
That in the world, what percentage of GDPs do the countries spend on their education? The first education policy came in 1968. The second education policy came in 1986. The third education policy repeated the earlier policy of 86. There was no major changes, but in 92, the policy that came, a resolution was taken that 6% of the GDP will be spent on education and development. But I would like to present some data here. The expenditure on education in our country in 91, 92, only 0.64% was spent on education in that year. In 91, 92, it was 0.34%, and this did not cross 0.43%. And in 2020, after 34 years, the new education policy that came, it was vowed that at least 6% will be spent on education. And the objectives of education were also changed. As I said, it is not only the earning of livelihoods. It is a big challenge in front of us. In 2014, there was a survey carried out in government schools. 75% students of class 3 and 50% students of class 5 and 25% students of class 8 could not answer a question which pertained to class 2. And it is very unfortunate to say that 40% of the students were such who could not identify the numbers. This is the result and outcome of English system of education. Bipul Chandra Ghosh became the West Bengal Chief Minister, and he asked the factories that were under the autonomy of Britishers, are they still running since the Britishers have left? When he inquired, he got to know all the factories were still functioning. So who are the people who are running those factories? He was told that Marwari Banyas of those region have bought those factories and running them. And nobody was even middle classes passed among those. And they are running that there because they had attained the mathematical education till class 4. When we also crossed class 4, we learnt all the tables. Any student can get this training and can approach any institution or any office for that matter and can carry out this accountancy work. If a student is there and if you ask him what is 19 2s are or 16 9s are, they will not be able to tell you. They will pick up the calculator and calculate it and then tell you. And if the calculator does not work, he would not be able to tell you because his mind does not work. This was the method of our old education system. And it was attacked a lot. For a long time, we had Mughal dynasty reigning over us, and Gurukul education went to madrasas. And after we got freed in 1947, this was also turned into a missionary kind of education, and Britishers had an impact on it. Macaulay had said, if you want to make the country a slave, you will have to keep them under this impression of English education and put them under the impression if someone knows English, he is a big personality. So people started following that and started admitted their children into English medium schools. If you ask those students the tables, who's a mommy, who's a bua, they don't know. All of them are uncles and aunties for them. This is the impact of Englishness on them. That is why the new education policy that has been brought, its aim is not to earn livelihood only. The objective of new education policy is to improve the ability to read and write, improve basic concepts, and this is an essential national mission. And till class 3, all the students will be able to achieve that. This is our target. As we are saying, sir, that the objective of education is not only to attain this level of competence. If someone becomes an engineer, and if his eyes are always set upon doing something corrupt, and if someone becomes an advocate, and if he's not concerned about getting justice done, and if someone becomes a doctor, and if he's not centric on getting the right treatment done for his patient, then there is no use of such education. That is why our Modi ji set this target of employment generation and not earning livelihoods. And that is why a lot of work has been done on this. Sir, I would like to tell you about a survey that in 2018 and 17 a survey was conducted. Sanjay ji was asking a question just now. I'll reply to that question. The children of 6 to 17 years of age who are out of school, their number is 3.22 crores. The target is that till 2030, 100% of the children will be in schools, and the level of and quality of education will be improved, and there will be an attempt, then there will be no dropouts. This is the target set under the new education policy. The thing I was talking about just now, that today's education of rote learning, under that I would like to make some mention. A few days ago, there was a news from Kota that so many students committed suicide. On this subject, I would like to talk about. The lacunas that were there in education system. On 10th April 2019, Telangana board declares its intermediate result. 10 lakh students had appeared for that examination, out of which 3 lakh students failed. 22 of them committed suicide. As a result of facing the result, the number of suicides have increased so much. And the government of India had replied in Parliament that as a result of becoming successful in various examinations and becoming unsuccessful from 16 to 20, hundreds and thousands of students committed suicide. Just because you secure a little less marks in examinations, you commit suicide. So what is the level of their education? What is the level of their mindset? Agniveer scheme was launched in the country. Assets of crores and lakhs was set on fire. What was their education? Had nation and nationality been there, inherent in their education, they would not have done this. Children can be misled and provoked. But why did they get provoked? Because there was a lack of nationality in them, and that is why they put those assets on fire. Education should have nationality, patriotism, and no parent should live in an old age home. If we cross a street and if we see someone injured there, and if we do not get him admitted to hospital, fearing that we will be caught in a loop of police and doctors, this should not be there. The education is there to invoke the feelings of spirituality into a person. Sir, I would like some more time. I have not yet finished. Sir, please give me some more time. Honorable member, please conclude in 1 minute. Sir, education should be such that children should not get disappointed and take a dangerous step. They should not self-immolate themselves or harm themselves. They will get various opportunities to prove themselves. Many such people are there in the world who fail in their initial lives, but later on they go on creating histories. There is always a dawn after dusk. They should not get disappointed. They should realize their capabilities, accept the challenges, and success will be there. They should not compare themselves to others. They should learn from their own mistakes and improve them. It is important to understand those students who bring 95% marks, do they go on becoming Newton or Edison? That is why I want to say that success is not directly related to the marks you get in an examination. Positive thinking, strong will, and a vision should be there for education. This is the target and objective of education. Thank you. Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, honorable member. Mrs. Sudhamurthy.
Opportunity to talk. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. This is the age-old saying. In education system, an excellent education policy, excellent school premises, all those things you can do. But if you don't have a good teacher, it is of no use. Teachers play an important role in education system, not only by their qualification, their methodology of teaching, convincing, becoming friendly, at times strict, many times, very soft. It's an art. Teaching is not by degree, it's an art. And we have forgotten that if you don't have good teachers, with all these policies, it's of no use, the system will not improve. So, I want to request our education department, people, our minister, that we should care for teachers' training. There are many training sessions are there. Teachers, once they pass the exam, BA, BEd, or MA, MEd, or even PhD in a college level, they enter into the system, and afterwards there are no exams until they retire. This should not happen. Every 3 years, they should have a new technique or new knowledge examination should be there. Otherwise, they will not improve. It is not like one time you pass and you retire with that knowledge, it is of no use. So I request that there may be many teaching programs are there. People do go there. They get a certificate, but there are no examination for them. I checked and tried and saw many such schools abroad and other places. Also, every 3 years a teacher has to appear for an examination with the different learning technology, because technology changes. Nothing is free in life except mother's love. Everything has a price. So if you want to be a good teacher, there is a price for that. The price is not money, a good training and an examination for the teachers. And this should be, this method should be more in the primary section, because between 3 to 7, 3 to 9, one of our esteemed colleagues said, these are the formative years. In formative years, you should have an excellent teachers training program, and teachers should appear and pass. And they can make or mar the children, and particularly beat the exam education system in a good direction. That's the reason our ancestors always felt a good teacher is the backbone of the education. And a student who loves education is Vidyarthi, who considers Vidya as his money or her money, one who is keen to learn, and there's a teacher who is keen to teach. That combination only can be successful. If you have students who are not keen to learn, whatever may be the teacher's effort, the result will be nil and void. If you have a great teacher, if you have a great student and you don't have a good teacher, the child will learn, but with a very difficult way, but cannot succeed as much as he would have or she would have if you don't have great teachers. As I come from a teacher's family, And I myself am a teacher. I'm aware of the role of a teacher in education system. A bad teacher can spoil entire batch. A doctor makes a mistake, a patient goes 3 feet below the earth or 6 feet below the earth. If a magistrate makes an error, a person will hang 6 feet above the ground, above the ground. Whereas if a teacher makes a mistake, the entire batch is spoiled. Teacher is the most responsible person in the education system. We should see that the teacher will prosper, not only with the money, because today I have seen in primary school section, you get good salary, 60 to 70,000. Thank you, sir. Thank you, our government, which has given excellent service, excellent money facilities to teachers. But I request you to have their training every 3 years and examination to them. That's the reason our ancestors have told. In the hierarchy in our society, Matru Devo Bhava, mother is the supreme, Pitru Devo Bhava, then we say Acharya Devo Bhava, teacher, I salute thee. Thank you very much, ma'am, giving me this opportunity to express my concern about teachers and their benefits and their contribution to the society. We should not forget it. I am the product of what my teachers have taught. I remember them. Guru Bhyo Namaha.
Thank you, madam. My dear Sir, Dr. Mood.
Honorable Member Dr. Thambidurai.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Madam, on behalf of my ADMK party leader, Thiru Edappadi Palaniswamy, I raise to participate in the discussion on the functioning of the Ministry of Education. Madam, with the foresightedness of the ADMK leaders like Professor MGR, Amma, and Edappadi Palaniswamy, in Tamil Nadu, the state has come to the forefront of in education a great enrollment ratio. The founder leader of ADMK, Dr. MGR, has brought the midday meal scheme and gave the free uniform and books for the attract the students to retain, and also started many engineering colleges have started during this period. Following his footsteps, Dr. Amma Jayalalitha has given free laptops to students. She has given the goal, Mangal Sutra, to see that girls go to higher education and come to for the life, good life. So, and also she gave many schemes. Sir, during the period of Thiru Edappadi Palaniswamy, understanding the predicament of the students of the rural areas, he reserved 7.5% MBBS seats to the students who study in government school, particularly rural areas. Sir, Tamil Nadu has been following the two-language formula, which is well established. Tamil Nadu is convenient with the two-language formula, and so ADMK party is also supporting welfare two-language formula. Sir, but now the crisis, what is happening in Tamil Nadu, the ADMK government raised, it is due to because of the Congress party, during the emergency period, Srimati Indira Gandhi introduced emergency period, took the education from state subject to concurrent list. But the DMK never opposed and afterwards never brought that to the education. And also, sir, in April, I am telling, there are 7 vice chancellors vacant in Tamil Nadu. Vice chancellors are not appointed. Higher education, what you are facing problem? Why the problem? Why the problem is 2010, the rules are regulated by UGC.
Please.
2010, during the UPA and the Congress DMK period, they brought UGC nominee must be the selection committee. 2010, who brought that? That is why the DMK making excuse, the UGC nominee coming, governor is not appointed, is accusing that. Who is responsible? This is Congress and DMK people. They have brought this 2010, the rule has come. How can they blame this government? And also, sir, regarding the NEET examination, who brought 2010 also, 2010, Ghulam Nabi Azad at the health minister, at that time the Gandhi Selvam, the MOS of DMK, remember they introduced that NEET exam, the rule, that is the thing. But the DMK government gave the promise Tamil Nadu people that about the NEET examination. Whether they have done anything, they are telling that go on blaming the central government, but they could not do that. But the money they are asking 2,000 crores. Who is responsible for the language formula? It's the Congress government. Who introduced the Hindi? Congress government. Whether the DMK take, why they are continuing with the Congress government? India Alliance, they are telling India Alliance, Alliance India. Who brought all this policy? 2010 policy, regarding the UGC nominee, and also three-language formula, Hindi imposition, all done by the Congress government. Congress period. At that time, India, now they are joining with them and playing game, blaming this government. I am taking, this is the crocodile thing. Sir, I am telling, there are so many CBSE schools has come. Whether they are going to take the concern or not, sir, I want to know from the education minister, whether how many CBSE schools recommended by the DMK period and given the clearance. When they are giving no objection certificate, then automatically CBSE will come. CBSE school will come, then language problems come. Who is responsible for all this? This is, they are shouting against the minister. That is minister, I am not, if at all minister had the DMK, I am joining with them now. But the issues of the thing, what is now Tamil Nadu government facing crisis? Nothing is, sir, even here when ADMK government is ruling, Edapadi Palaniswamy is facing a crisis. He managed everything. But these people, they are gone blaming the central government. They are making the free liquor, everything liquor is going. And also tax they are increased. People are suffering. And same way, no law and order ladies facing a lot of problem. But they failed to sideline the issue. They are brought a certain issue now. Blaming, I am for two languages, but I am not doing that. But they are highlighting, putting black shirts, they are coming. What is the black shirt they are doing? Therefore, I am telling sir, this is, they are DMK failed all the field. But for ADMK party, still I am telling, we are telling two-language formula, and also you won't get the more share money for the school education. We have no objection. But the DMK, this government is making wrong.
Please conclude.
Not sideline the issues and bring some other issue to get the vote bank. I am telling, sir, I'm still once again I'm telling, who is responsible for Hindi imposition? Who is in charge for three-language formula? Who is for NEET examination? Who is for 2000 Vice Chancellor appointment, UGC nominee put? All done by the Congress and the UPA. They are the partners. Why they are blaming this government? Why can't be 18 years they were with the party? 18 years in the central government, DMK was a part of the government. Why they failed to rectify all these things? 2010, whatever happened, they have rectified. They have failed. But you are guys shouting here. Sir, I am telling, Tamil Nadu people are very clever. They know what is the DMK government. What is the thing we know? What is the ADMK government? ADMK government, we have done a lot of program for the higher education. There is no problem. We are facing the finance crisis, but they failed education field, and education also gone to the countries because of the DMK never made an attempt to bring education to a state subject. Therefore, now the crisis is coming. This is the basis, sir. I am telling, sir, this is we are for cooperative federalism.
Dhanyavad.
We are the government's government rights. We want sufficient fund also. I am supporting that, but must not mislead the Tamil Nadu people for political reason to gain for 2026. People will never do. They will vote for ADMK party only, not DMK will going to defeat this.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Fozia Khan. Dr. Fozia Khan.
Doesn't have individuality, is telling.
3 minutes. अब माननीय सभी
All honorable members are requested to take care of the time limit that we have.
Sir, नास्ति विद्या नास्ति सत्य सम्मतपः विद्या के समान
Education is the most important thing, and if the country has adopted this idea, then only India can be a developed country.
The Honorable Finance Minister mentioned education 9 times. saying good quality school education is the second most important component of Vikasit Bharat. Here are 9 instances that depict the difference between the Kathani and the Karani of the government, vision and action. Sir, NEP ki Kathani kya hai?
What is the idea behind NEP 6% of expenditure, GDP expenditure on education, and what is the action? In budget provisions, there are continuous deductions and allocations have been curtailed.
Industry has come down from about 3.8% to 2.5% this year. Dusra, sir.
And the second thing is, what is the reality of NEP?
Learning. Action kya hai?
What is the action?
For early childhood education. No standard curricula or teaching methodologies. 3 lakh schools are ungoverned nationwide. Most schools adopt formal techniques unsuitable for young children's cognitive and social development. This is the age where 80% intellectual development takes place. Is just a short-term training course for Anganwadi Sevikas enough? Where is a dedicated board for pre-primary education, where curricula are framed, methodologies are defined? Nothing. Number 3, sir, Kathani, world-class institutions, Karani, budget reduced by 73%. Number 4, Kathani, improved teacher quality. Many teacher training institutions fail to meet even minimum infrastructure requirements, sir. Proxy teachers, government-appointed educators who illegally delegate their responsibility to others. I agree with Dr. Sudha Murthy that teachers should have an examination every 3 years. Panchwa, sir, Kathani kya hai? Balanced people to teacher ratio. Absolutely not. High student-teacher ratio in the nation in all government schools. Kathani, employability. Karani, employment crisis. Grave skill mismatch. Kathani, good infrastructure. Karani, schools lack toilets for girls, libraries, computers. No Indian institution in the QS World Rankings. Significant brain drain. Concurrently, the perilous donkey routes are being used, sir. Unauthorized migration. Why? Because of our education system. My only request is increase the budget allocation as recommended in the NEP to make the solutions to all these problems. Schools are not just walls and gates. They are stepping stones to brighter fates. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you.
Sri Niranjan BC.
Sri Niranjan BC. Sri Niranjan BC.
Only 5 minutes, please.
Giving me an opportunity to speak on the working of the Ministry of Education. Sir, Article 21 of the Constitution of India guarantees free and compulsory education to children. Right to Education Act, which describes the modalities of the importance of free and compulsory education for children. Sir, education is necessary. Quality education, higher education, vocational education, professional education for development of our nation. But sir, हम जहाँ भी जाते हैं, public.
But sir, wherever we go as public representatives, people say that there are no teachers in schools, there are no lecturers in colleges, there are no readers in universities, there are no assistant professors, associate professors. So how will people get higher education? How will they get quality education? How will they get professional education? In our state, Odisha, there is a Central University of Odisha at Koraput. It is a tribal area, and 137 posts of lecturers, readers, professors, associate professors are vacant. 89% of posts of teaching staff are vacant, and 89% of non-teaching staff are vacant. So if you look at it, you will see that teaching should be given in mother tongue.
To tribal student. So government should, Ministry of Education should appoint teachers belong to scheduled teachers for the scheduled tribe student Mundari language, Bhumi's language, Kui language, Saura language, Kosli language, Ho language, so that the tribal students can read and write and come into the mainstream of the nations. And sir, government should establish more Eklavya model residential school, more PM3 school, more JNV school, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya school, more central school, like Hamara Chief Minister.
Our Chief Minister, our ex-Chief Minister, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji had opened schools in every block.
OAB in 314 blocks. So Government of India, Ministry of Education should also establish a GNB, Eklavya Model Residential School and PM3 school in each and every block, because this population of the students are increasing day by day. And sir, more than 7 lakh posts of lecturer, reader, professor, assistant professor are laying vacant. If it will be recruited and if the post fill up, then 1,57,500 SC/ST candidate will be engaged. And in our state of Odisha, sir, 9,000 posts of lecturer, reader, associate professor, assistant professor and professor posts are lying vacant. If these posts are recruited, then 3,487 candidates belong to ST/SC will get job benefit of lecturers in the school, colleges and universities, sir. Lack of adequate funding for Odisha, sir. And also, sir, dropout. Odisha mein dropout ज़्यादा.
There is a high rate of dropouts in Odisha. This Right to Education Act from till 14 years of age, how many classes they take, and after that the students drop out because they are not able to get education in other schools, and the rate of dropout increases, and then they become migrant laborers. And there is the phenomenon of child labor, and therefore SC/ST students and poor students should be given the benefit of Right to Education Act, and for that purpose this act needs to be amended, and free education and compulsory education should be given up to graduation, and professional education should also be given to poor students. So far as the problem of shortage of teachers is concerned, I have already stated about that. But in tribal areas, because of network connectivity, the problem of network connectivity, online education cannot be given because these students do not have devices, they do not have mobiles, they do not have e-readers. And this is one thing that Education Department has to see. Free mobiles and other devices should be given to students so that they can have online education. And the disbursement of scholarships to SC/ST and OBC students should be done properly. If scholarships are given on time, the SC/ST and OBC students will not drop out of the educational institutes. And after that, the issue of skill development comes.
Education and skill development in Odisha have been insufficient. There is a lack of coordination between educational institutions and industries. So usko bhi dekhna hai.
That should also be seen. And please conclude. In Odisha, there are 35 universities. Honorable member should be present in the House when his turn is there. You were not there, and yet I have given you time to speak. Now, please conclude.
Our Honorable Minister is sitting here, Honorable Dharmendra Pradhan ji. because the government of Odisha has given various demands to ministry, so ministry has not taken concrete step to resolve the state's long-standing education issue. So I request the minister to resolve the all issue related to the state of Odisha. Thank you.
धन्यवाद निरंजन जी.
Thank you, Niranjan ji. Shri Maharajas.
श्री महाराजा संजा ओबा लेसम्बा.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to participate in the discussion for the working of Ministry of Education. Sir, to ensure 100% good and quality education, our government, led by Sri Narendra Modi ji, has allocated a total outlay of rupees 1,28,650 crores and taken up the following steps to improve our educational sectors. Number one, sir, 50,000 Atal tinkering labs are going to be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among our young students. Number two, broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools in rural areas of the country under Bharat Net project. Number three, Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme will introduce to provide digital form Indian language book for schools and higher educations, aiming to help the students understand their subject better. Number four, an additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakhs in the past 10 years. Number five, a Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence for Education will be set up with a total outlay of rupees 500 crore. 3 centers of AI for agriculture, health and sustainable cities had been announced in 2023. Number six, rupees 20,000 crores has been allocated to implement private sector driven research, development and innovation initiative announced in July budget 2024. Number seven, in the next 5 years under the Prime Minister Research Fellowship Scheme, our government will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IIS with enhanced financial support. Number eight, a Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. Number nine, National Center for Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 National Centers of Excellence for Skilling will be set up with global expertise and a partnership to equip our youths with the skill required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculums design, trainings of trainers, a skill certification framework and a periodic review. Number 10, educational reform and steps towards innovation. Our government has established a modern education system for our students through National Education Policy 2020. Opportunities for learning in mother tongues are being provided so that no child is deprived of education. Various recruitment examinations are being conducted in 13 Indian languages, eliminating language barrier to enhance ease of doing research and one nation, one subscription scheme, etc. Offering of free access to international research material has been introduced recently. Drone Didi Yojana has been instrumental in empowering our women both economically and technically. Our daughters are flying fighter jets. They are joining the armed forces and the leading corporate companies owing to the bold decisions and the promise to empower Nari Shakti of our Honorable Prime Minister. Our daughters are being admitted to National Military School and the National Defense Academy. This is a matter of pride for this House and the entire country. We all feel proud of our daughters for bringing laurels and medals in the Olympics. In the QS World University Asia rankings, 163 Indian universities have been included. Inaugurations of new Nalanda University campus has revived India's ancient glory in the field of education. Our Rashtrapatiji has proudly mentioned that the day is not far when an Indian citizen would travel to space abroad with the indigenously developed Gaganyaan spacecraft. The recent success in space docking further paved the way for Bharat to establish its own space station, and for this, our President congratulates ISROs and all the citizens for this achievement. Number 11, the Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 programs provide nutritional supports to more than 8 crore children in aspirational districts and the northeastern regions. Number 12, sir, Viksit Bharat by 2047. Lastly, I would like to express my thankfulness to our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Education Minister for their meaningful and holistic approach for the development of our nation in the field of education. We all know Viksit Bharat is a campaign for the welfare and inclusive development of our Bharat. By 2047, to achieve this goal, our government has to be more and more considerate for the less developed states of the Northeast region. For example, a 2 years disturbance in an underdeveloped state like Manipur is a real hindrance to development. My state Manipur is backward in comparison with other states already, but the disturbance have dragged down the state further. It will take a lot more time to bring the development of Manipur at par with other states of India. To fulfill the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047 for educational infrastructure, economic growth, social progress, and environmental sustainability, etc., we have to bring peace and normalcy fast in Manipur. We need a long-lasting and amicable solution of the present crisis in Manipur so that the Viksit Bharat vision is achieved by 2047. Otherwise, the state of Manipur shall be left behind. Sir, with these few points, I conclude my speech on the discussion of working of the Ministry of Education.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dhanyavad.
Thank you.
Sri Santosh Kumar P, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. It's very difficult even to mention issues related to the education system within such a short span of time. So I shall try to highlight 1 or 2 points. So the problem with this government is that it always forgets that there is an article called 246 in Indian Constitution. And Article 246 speaks about education, which is in concurrent list. And with the NEP, the government is trying to destabilize the federal structure through this education system. I can show you a number of examples, but due to positive side, I don't want to elaborate the point. Another issue, so I demand that this NEP should be rolled back. Secondly, sir, related to the imposition of Hindi. And Hindi is a very beautiful language and we all love it, no doubt at all. But the point is that we have many languages in our country and no language can be termed as a regional language. All languages are national language. You can't find out a term that regional language in the constitution. Malayalam is a national language, Telugu, Oriya, all languages are. Tamil also, for sure. All languages. I stand for all languages. So some languages are speaking, a large number of people are speaking Hindi, whereas Malayalam may not be that much number. But the point is that all these languages are equally important and it is should be the duty of the government to ensure and protect all languages. And we cannot accept any move to impose Hindi. So now, related to another question of this PM Sri. So there are a number of schemes in the name of Prime Minister, PM Sri, PM Poshan, PM Abhinan, except I think PM Srimati, everything is there in the name of PM. The point is that Kerala as a state is one of the worst sufferers. 513 crores of rupees are pending to the state of Kerala during this year. Why? Because we are not a signatory to the so-called MOU. MOU means what? MOU means you have to implement this new education policy. And we have a well-built education system in Kerala. We have very good infrastructure. We have spent crores of rupees on this. And now, central government will give us 60% of the same, and we have to spend 40%. And what do we have to do? We have to put a board of the photo of the Prime Minister. and board also this. So how can we suffer this insult? So our demand is that PM Shri and related projects should be, must not be a burden to the states, and we should get our due share. It's not a question of getting some financial assistance. It's a question of our prestige, and as a state, we deserve our due share. And I take this opportunity to demand the same. So finally, I would like to take this opportunity to make two demands. One is that the Honorable Finance Minister announced 30 Skill India International Centers during her last speech, and I demand that one center, such center should be started in Kerala, and another demand is related to the starting of a new Kendriya Vidyalaya in Mattannur, where we have a huge airport and infrastructure, and related to the quality of teachers in Kendriya Vidyalayas. It's horrible, sir. And South India has become a dumping center of these kinds of teachers. Even then, I demand the establishment of a Kendriya Vidyalaya in Mattannur, and many more issues are there related to the draft UGC guidelines. And I was a student leader, was part of AISF, and our education minister was also our student leader. And I think we have to protect the interest of the students and upcoming generation, and your politics and ideology should not be a burden for the upcoming generation.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Santosh ji.
Ram ji, 3 minutes.
धन्यवाद मान्यवर कि आपने मुझे
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the functioning of the Education Minister. I thank the leader of my party also, and I would bow down to the memory of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule and Baba Saheb Ambedkar ji. Education paves the way for building character and building the nation. Mahatma Phule contributed a lot for education system. 1848, 1852, he opened schools for girls, and 1852 Hunter Commission he went to, and then Baba Saheb Ambedkar also. Please, honorable members, no crosstalks. Let's hear the speech. Siddharth College, Art, Commerce, Science, he opened, and educate yourself, he said in the statement. Baba Saheb and Mahatma Phule opened schools, Dr. Shankutla, Kanshiramji, and others, totaling 5,000 degree college, ITI college, engineering, medical colleges, institutions were opened in the name of the greats. And free education was also made possible. Uttar Pradesh became a first state where zero fees and admission was given to poor students. Scholarship, fellowships, it's not available under new education policy, but timely disbursal was done at that time. And Mata Savitri Bai Phule scheme was implemented, and lakhs of students were given cycles, bicycles, and also scholarships to complete education. Today, the poor children are suffering under the new policy. Sir, the quality of education is deteriorated a lot. The teachers are going only to take salary and not going to schools. In Madhya Pradesh, the teacher was living abroad, but she was taking government department salary. So this is happening. I want to say through you to the government that the promotion should be based on promotion level performance in the schools. You must have seen that private schools are there functioning, and fees is so high that middle class family cannot afford the fees of the private schools, and if they do, the courses are then another kind of burden they shy away from. So sir, you know, across the country we are talking of one nation, one election, one nation, one tax. We are also talking about one nation, one education system also we should talk about. The rich people are going to higher educational institutions of quality and excellence, and also eminence, and others in the middle classes and lower classes are going to schools where these things are missing. the downtrodden and tribal people and others, weaker sections of society and members thereof are suffering, their children are suffering. Their children should have free but quality education. SC, ST, OBC children are deprived of good quality education. Please conclude, Honorable Member. Honorable Sir, 3 more points, 30 seconds. Sir, we should have more opportunities for the poor children, and we should have more schools, colleges, institutions of eminence in the country. Sir, we are talking of online education, but online is a risky kind of platform. The government has to have something to monitor it, and some policy should be put in place by the government. Lastly, sir, the government should have Mahakumbh of education also, a large fair for education, so that students go there, have education and opportunities thereafter. Thank you. Honorable Sir, you have 3 minutes, please. 1 or 2 more minutes if you could give me more, sir. Sir, language has never been considered historically as a divisive factor. In Jabalpur, for example, 1500-year-old Kannada inscription is there on the rock. In Kashi, Chol-era Tamil stone inscription is there. Tamal Sangamam is there in Kashi. In Ujjain, Pandya copper plate we got. Mahatma Buddha era, Shatvahan era, natural inscriptions of stones have been obtained in Maharashtra and elsewhere also. And in Sri Lanka also we got them in large numbers. So what is the reason? The Emperor Vikramaditya VI roped in Wilhan of Kashmir, the scholar. What was the inspiration of Krishnadev Rai? He was the greatest of the kings in South India, Bengal, Orissa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, poets from elsewhere also he supported. So this has been the culture in the country to support the scholars from all around. Likewise, Mysuru had universities, and Anant Krishna Sharma was there. He was a famous Telugu Pandit, Kannada expert he was of literature, and Sanskrit was a must. And for 3 generations, Kannada professors and literateurs and Bankim Chand, Rabindranath Thakur of Bangla literature, they used to learn Bangla from there. And Andhra Pradesh also went the same way. Professor T.V. Venkatachal Shastri was there, and Osmania University worked as a famous Kannada professor. Telugu-speaking persons are given repute, where Sanskrit is given eminence by the instructor. Kokil Vidyapati was another poet, and on Radha Krishna he used to write, and very great influence he had on Bengal and on Odisha also, and among the people there. He had great influence. Sir, I think that these were greats, and they learned so many languages, and it was a healthy tradition that they put in place. And they encouraged it because they had open mind and they followed liberal tradition, and their caste, their geographical location could be only a coincidence, and they became greats. They were born greats. And Divi Gundappa, Masti Venkatesa, T.V. Kailasam, all were Tamil, all of them. D.R. Bendre was Marathi, and he used to instruct in Kannada language. Vice Chairman, sir, I had Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya to discuss about. It is always taken name of. Historian recently launched a book about it and said that William Dalrymple book has been out now, and it is the Oxford, the Cambridge of the world. Harvard of that era was Nalanda University. People from all across used to come. Chinese travelers used to come, and they used to study there in Nalanda University. Now, Chief Minister Nitish Kumarji has restarted the work there, and Honorable Prime Minister supported the Chief Minister there. Modi ji went there, and he just inaugurated in the Nalanda University, and such a big center it has always been of education, we know. One more thing, sir, I have to point out. I believe that Honorable Minister is sitting here, and I feel that he has had put in great effort all the time to have unifying aspects focused upon. It has never been divisive. It should never be a matter of contest. Education is above that, beyond that. A British psycholinguist said that one language sets you in a corridor of life, two languages
open every door along the way.
That is why I feel that, and three languages, what is the problem? You can have three languages, more languages. It should not be a matter of contest. Honorable Minister has brought in these great things. These are all progressive. We support. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sanjay ji.
Dr. John Bitas.
Thank you very much, sir.
आप हमेशा इतने late.
You come so late and then you want more time.
I am from Kerala, and Kerala has shown the way to this country. How we have to conduct ourselves in the field of
हम तो
education.
केरल के शंकराचार्य जी की
We are treading the path chalked out by Shankaracharya from Kerala. I seek your indulgence, sir.
Yes, sir.
3-4 more minutes, sir.
Sir, I fully appreciate my dear friend Sanjay Jaj, because he talked about the diversity of this country. Actually, he was trying to convey a message to BJP. I'm sure about it. And he also said that they shouldn't be fussy about the language. Yes, shouldn't be fussy about the language. You should be liberal. This country of rich diversity. The moment you dictate terms from Delhi to a state, there ends diversity. Sir, you know that. Anyone who speaks from the treasury benches harps on emergency. Sir, during the emergency, there was 42nd amendment through which education was taken out of the state list. If they are genuine, honest, I would request them, revert that. Give back education to states. If you are genuine. And sir, please appreciate the fact that the very party who ridicules Congress on emergency actually benefits out of the emergency now. They actually feast on emergency. Now, sir, my honorable friend and minister, I respect him. He's thoroughly a gentleman, sir, but I don't support his policy. Sir, he is intending for a complete takeover of the higher education. So the UGC guidelines came, sir. He knows what are the implications of it. So there are 1,074 universities in this country. Hardly 54 are central universities. There are few private universities. You know what he wants to do? He wants to take over all the universities built by the sweat and blood of the states. This is what he has done. And if he speaks about federalism, he should immediately withdraw the guidelines which UGC has issued. Sir, now Hindi is I appreciate that every language is our language. Hindi is our language. But the moment you start a pattern of uniformity, one leader, one political party, one religion, one language, there ends this country, sir. There ends this country. This country belongs to all, sir. Honorable Minister was kind enough. He withdrew a reference which was made in Lok Sabha. But even then, I would urge upon him, please don't make Kerala to learn from another state. We have gone ahead, sir. So the scheme of this government is very interesting. They charter centrally sponsored projects, and they will contribute some amount. they want the states also to contribute. And you know what they do? They want to brand the entire scheme. They contribute something for the housing scheme. 3/4 would be spent by the states, but they want to brand it as their scheme. Now, sir, just look at this. Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan Fund. You know, 849 crores have been withheld, which is due for Kerala. You know why? We are not implementing PMC. PMC was never part of Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. And even for PMC, state has to fund 40%. Sir, you are such a seasoned politician. You understand the implications. So Kerala has crossed the threshold. Some bureaucrats here prepare a scheme. They want the states to follow. We have already crossed that stage. We have gone ahead. So what is suitable to Bihar or Orissa may not be suitable to Kerala. Am I correct, Thambi Dureji? Am I correct? Yes. So, because of that, sir, please, I am from Kerala, I told you, we are showing light for this country in the field of education. Give me 3 more minutes. Sir, sir, my point is very simple. The Honorable Minister has to stop this business of centralization of everything in Delhi. Stop. Respect the state governments. Please understand that there are talents. There is a vision for every state government. Sanjay Jaji, he supports BJP, but he spoke about the rich diversity of this country. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Orissa, he is from Orissa, and the member who spoke from Orissa says that the entire higher education, Orissa is starved. Nothing, no staff, nothing. Sir, my only submission to the Honorable Minister is that please uphold the spirit of the Indian Constitution. And, sir,
Please conclude now.
are honest, sincere with regard to their stand on emergency. Please make sure education is given back to the states. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have to sit till 7 o'clock. In Business Advisory Committee, we had decided that 6 hours would be given to discussion on all the departments. So we would sit till 7 o'clock. Honorable Srimati Priyanka Chaturvedi, you have got 3 minutes. Sir, when we were young, we would recall one song of Muhammad Rafi ji, "A little child, what is there in your hands?" And the song said that it is the fate that is there in the hands. And it is education which takes us to our fate. So it is our duty to ensure that the future of all the students is bright, and this is what we are discussing today. When we talk of education and of one's destiny, there was recently an ACER report, and in that report, 6.5 lakh students were tested on their basic arithmetic skills and their communication skills. It is very unfortunate that students of class 3 to 5 they were not able to read class 2 level textbooks in their local languages. And similarly, the maths test, in that test, it was found that students of class 5 and class 8 could not do basic mathematics. It is a matter of great concern for us. We are talking of education, but we don't know whether students are able to understand the subjects or not. Jayant ji, please correct me if I'm wrong. The third thing I would like to say about is that even if the students, they go towards higher education, what we find is that in the past 10 years, around 89 separate cases have been there where question papers have been leaked, and because of that, 6.5 crore students have been affected. Recently, there were elections in Maharashtra, and there was a double engine government, and the state board question papers of 10th and 12th were leaked. It is a matter of great shame, and we must discuss this issue. and there was an RBI report which says that there are 25 lakh students who go for higher education and they need student loans, and 70% of them they want to go abroad to get a higher education. Or it is also a matter of debate as to why they want to go abroad for education. There are 25 lakh young students who apply for student loans, but only a few of them get student loans, and they have to pay very high interest on that. And I believe that Ministry of Education must pay attention on this issue as to how more and more students can be given loans for getting higher education, particularly women students, female students who want to get higher education. We talked of IITs, and Nirmala ji in her budget speech said that IIT seats are going to be increased. But the most important issue related with IIT is, I would take one more minute. The IIT students, they go to these institutes with the hope that they would get a very good placement, whether it is IIT Mumbai or other IITs. The rate of placement is very low. And this is the final thing I would like to say. I'm a woman member. The ASA report says about access to smartphones. As we are moving towards new technology, these smartphones are very necessary for the students. But there is a gender divide in that. Only 60% of women have access to smartphones. So we have to pay attention to this issue as well. With these words, I would conclude. Thank you very much. Shri Upendra Kushwaha ji. Sir, on behalf of my party, Rashtriya Lok Morcha, I would like to thank the Government of India and particularly the Department of Education. I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Education Minister for having brought revolutionary steps in the field of education. I know we are short of time, but I would like to begin my speech with some poetry. If we don't have education, that impediments are mental growth, and if there is no mental growth, we cannot make any progress in our life. This is what is said in these lines of poetry, and this is not anything new. This was said years back by Mahatma Jyotirao Phule. The society of that time, in that society, the people sitting on the lowest rung of the society, they did not have access to education, and that is why Mahatma Phule ji had said this. If we do not recall what Mahatma Phule ji said while having a discussion on the issue of education, that discussion would not be complete. This government has talked very strongly about women empowerment, and in the direction of women empowerment, the importance of education cannot be ignored. We know that the number of women was very low in educational institutions, but because of the initiatives of government, the number of women in school education and higher education is going on, which is a very good thing. But years back, at that time, women, irrespective of their caste, they were not able to go to schools. They did not have the permission to get education. At that time, Mahatma Phule ji paid special attention to education of women, and he educated his wife. And in our country, Savitribai Phule ji went on to become the first female teacher. When she became a teacher, after having got education from her husband, she established the first school for women in the country, and women have been getting an opportunity to get education ever since that time. I would like to ask Honorable Minister, Honorable Kushwaji, please conclude. I would like to ask Honorable Minister, and I would like to urge upon him the way we celebrate Teachers' Day on 5th of September. Similarly, 3rd January, which is the birthday of Savitribai Phule ji, we must celebrate it as Women Teachers' Day, and Government of India must take a decision on that. Although there were many other issues which I wanted to raise, but since we are short of time, I would not say anything further. I would like to thank you for having given me an opportunity. Thank you. Shri Mastan Yadarav Bida. You have got 3 minutes.
In the discussion on the Ministry of Education, sir. On behalf of TDP leader Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu, I participate, sir, in this discussion. Over the last 3 decades, we all witnessed the rise of Andhra Pradesh and its proud Telugu community, not just in India, but all across the world. I am proud to state that Telugu Desam party under our founder Sri NTR Garu and the present leader Honorable Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu has been at the forefront of educational development of Andhra Pradesh and our country. Our leader has often said that foundation of a prosperous and progressive society is education. Under NTR Garu setup of Andhra Pradesh first all-women institution, Srimati Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, which is thriving to this every day. Championed an early form of the midday meal scheme for children in schools so as to provide them all possible nutritional support and help them focus on their education. Revamped the AP Residential Program to provide quality education to rural and socially disadvantaged youth. Under Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, world-class institutions such as the Indian School of Business were established to give all Indians an opportunity to world-class education and help grow Indians. In the recent budget, our state government has reaffirmed its commitment to education with its programs such as Talliki Vandanam, 15,000 rupees to mothers for sending children to school. Sarvepalli Radhakrishna Vidya Mitra, free books, uniforms and supplies for 35.69 students. Free electricity for all government schools. This underscores the importance of education for our government and its commitment to the development of education in AP. Respected Chairman, sir, our party leader, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, has often said that we must not restrict our thoughts to Indian languages and international languages. Why stop at 3 when we can offer 10? This will not only open opportunities for students to travel the world, it would also help the Indian community integrate into other countries seamlessly, becoming leaders of the next generation. As I conclude, I would like to end with a quote for all our students across India from our former president and visionary APG Abdul Kalam ji. When knowledge is lit, economy flourishes. Jai Bharat, Jai Andhra Pradesh.
Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Call upon the Honorable Minister of Education to reply the discussion.
Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, today you have allowed a discussion on the working of the Ministry of Education in this August House, and there has been a meaningful discussion in the House for the past 6 hours. Very honorable 29 members of the House have expressed their views, and they have given their suggestions on the issues related with education. I would like to thank you and all honorable members for having participated in this discussion. They have enriched this discussion, and they have enhanced the dignity of the House and the discussion with their views and suggestions. Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, all honorable members gave their views and their suggestions. In a democracy, all parties are supposed to give their views, and it is not expected that they will have the same view. And if the humans had the same view on all issues, the history would have been different. But we know that if there is the basis of the future of a country, it is the education that is provided in the society. It is the education which builds future. I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Prime Minister. Ever since Honorable Prime Minister has started serving the country, ever since he has increased financial allocations for the management of education, and this year 1,28,550 crores of rupees have been allocated. Around 6.5% increase is there in budget allocation for education in 2013-14. The 52,710 crores of rupees were allocated for school education, and this has been increased in this year's budget. And this proves as to what is the commitment of the government for education. And if we calculate this as per age groups, some population of some states have stabilized, and the population in some states is increasing. In today's education system, if we look at the age group of 3, which is the preschool education in our country, there is Anganwadi system, and we have started Balvatika with a new course curriculum, and these two systems are working parallelly, and the Department of Education is working with perfect coordination, and we know that all the experts in the world believe that in formative years of boy and girl, there is most of the mental growth, and therefore India has made a policy decision, and health department is also there with us on this. So far as health department is concerned, education department is concerned, both of them are working together. How can children go to Anganwadis and play schools in a seamless manner, and in rural areas, in poor colonies? Some parents send their children to private schools. So how to have a common minimum framework of curriculum from age 3 to 18, that means up to class 12, around in 15 years, 30 crores of children are getting education to take care of them. There are two kinds in which they can be taken care of. One is nutrition, and the second is education. So on both these counts, I would like to say that the Department of Education and the Department of Health, about health and about WCD, money is being spent, and we are fully committed that this early age education would be given in a proper manner. From class 3 at the Anganwadi level, at many places, Anganwadis and Balvatikas are co-located, and in this year's budget, efficient Anganwadis have been envisaged, and there are separate budgetary allocations for that. The calorie value of the food that is provided to the students, and that nutritious food should be provided to all the students. In the world, we have pinpointed accounting system, and students' IDs are converted into APAR IDs, and they are Aadhaar enabled, they are registered, and all this is taken care of in an institutional manner, from delivery to pre-primary institution. The students should be given education, and then they get formal education. In the new education policy, we have given importance to all these things. Local education should be given, local things should be taught. This is a part of the strategy of the government, and WCD and Education Department are working together on this. Honorable Vice Chairman Sir, there are many subjects on which I would like to speak. The intensity with which all honorable members have expressed their views, I would like to touch upon all those issues with all humility at my command.
I'll try to address all the issues that have been highlighted, but at the outset, I'd like to talk about the policy of the government, and three aspects I'd like to talk about in particular. And in one phase, I'd like to address them. What is it, sir? Many honorable members pointed out about government schools vis-a-vis private schools. Private schools will increase, mushroom or not. No, that is not the intention of the Modi government. We have decided in the budget and through the budget that secondary schools across the country would be taken up, and broadband internet connectivity would be provided in all those schools, and BharatNet has been entrusted with the responsibility, and they have started the job already. In our country, sir, education had only to be degree oriented to get jobs. Minimum knowledge, maximum income. But today we are having abundance of talent. Earlier also it was there, but minimum amenities we were making do with. But now aspiration has gone sky high, and everybody should become ambitious, and in deep and nooks and corners and villages also, far-flung areas also, India is aiming high. We don't have to become Vishwa Guru now. We have to become Vishwa Bandhu, that is friend of the world. That is what the Honorable Prime Minister and his government want. So on G20 platform, we highlighted this issue. All the world came together, and at that time, we did not say that we are shouldering the responsibility in the name of Global South. We did not want to become Vishwa Guru, but we wanted to become the friend of the world, the Vishwa Bandhu. What was the agenda? Agenda was to have good quality education in countries where India would go and help them because they need it the most. India has actually risen above those levels, and 30 crore people we have brought out from poverty, the recesses of poverty. Well, we are not saying Garibi Hatao. We want actually to take people ahead. And poverty alleviation has already been done. Atal mission has been implemented. 10,000 Atal tinkering labs have been put in place. What for? For innovation, for research, for that scientific mindset promotion. Please, please, no interruptions, Honorable Member. Please, please. I need your protection. He's a good friend of mine. I listen to you very attentively. Please, please, for democracy's sake, you are a knowledgeable person. Please, please, from Shankaracharya's place you are, please bear with me. Today, 50,000 Atal tinkering labs have been decided upon. In 5 years to come, we are going to set them up, and it could be more in times to come. In times to come, we will have more and more, and 20 lakh rupee would be spent on each one of them. 50,000 we have, and 50,000 more we will have based on and proportionate to population of the areas. And we would try that at prominent places there should be hub and spoke model, innovation center, science lab, startup eco system and culture. Therefore, we would like to do all this, and this has been the main aspect that the budget provisions are covering in education sector. See, NEP has given recommendations. Honorable Digvijay Singh highlighted a few things. Absolutely correct. There is ideological aspect attached to it. I don't hide that. How to see the Indian civilization? We have been having the approval of the public of the country. We have gone to the public thrice and they have blessed us. And we are not imposing anything on anybody. We would not like to do that either. But we are proud of India. We are proud of Indian languages. We are proud of everything that India stands for. So, Bharat Pustak Yojana, we have come up with 22 scheduled languages we have in India. And they are all equal, important. 1,000 textbooks in 22 Indian languages. That's what we are trying to do. Tamil Nadu's mathematics textbook would be used by Assam students, and Punjab's literature book will be inspiring students in Odisha, and Odisha's textbook will inspire Gujarat. Likewise, we'll go on. So we have words of wisdom everywhere in India, and we have to highlight, bring to light. This is the priority of the government that we are focusing upon, Bharat Pustak Yojana. Therefore, we have implemented, we have shouldered the responsibility, and the budget is focusing and mentioning that. Sir, in 13-14, what was higher education expenditure? 26,750 crore rupee was the expenditure. This time around, we have made provision for 50,077.9 crores. Very humbly, I am submitting, sir. Today, where are we? We are globalizing. Globalization is a must. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister believes that certificates, degrees are important, but competency is the most important thing. Skill is the most important thing, because they in themselves are very important. In our country today, if we look at the existing workforce today, we need global standards, and to bring them up to that level, we will have to invest further. We will have to accord priority to emerging technologies. The landscape is emerging. For job creation, we have to focus. So, last time, Honorable Prime Minister had given the responsibility to us in the last budget exercise. And if I remember correctly, AI in healthcare, AI in agriculture,
AI in sustainable city,
1,000 crore rupees were expended after the last budget, and 3 centers of excellence had to be created. That was the responsibility given. This time, AI for education, 500 crore rupee grant has been given by the government as a responsibility. IIT's seats have been increased. Prime Minister's Research Fellow, in 5 years, 10,000 students will have higher education facility available to them. NET, GRF, and beyond that, for science students, 10,000 new scholarship schemes have been carved out. And because of all these measures, the data that we see, dropout rate is coming down drastically. At primary level, it is coming down. At secondary level, also the same thing. And women's education, women's participation increasing. In primary, in secondary, it is increasing. SC, ST, OBC also. Today, if you look at them at entry level, participation thereof is increasing. PM Poshan is on, PM Shri is implemented, and flagship programs such like these programs are complementing NEP. Various points have been highlighted, and I'd like to clarify if needed. And policy about teachers was discussed. The capacity building was also discussed. Number also was discussed. The skilling also was discussed. Diet we have, and new teachers are trained accordingly. Respected Sudhamurthy ji talked about it and expressed concern most of all about teachers' education. 25 crore we have school children, and 4 crore we have high-level students at secondary level. 80% we have, and higher secondary level, it comes down to 75%. Dropout 25%, 20% at higher level it is there. In higher education it is 27, 28%, and we have to take care. To do all this, the capacity building of teachers needs to be focused upon. All have given important suggestions. Definitely we would take note of that, and I'd like to give you this assurance to strengthen diet under Samagra Shiksha. We will do things. People highlighted what is lacking, what is not there, what are the flaws. Okay, yes, but capacity building has to be there for teachers. Mid-course step has been taken, prioritizing has to be there, capacity building has to be there, and diet we have to strengthen. We have zeroed in upon that. Whatever is need-based would be done, would be taken up. It has not to be imposed. Yes, we consulted states. States said to the diets, what is the scale needed? So tailor-made state programs for diets, we are giving support to the states therefore. Sir, today we have highlighted the language issue under NEP in a big way. India is a multilingual country, we all of us know, sir. States, union territories have different languages, dialects, and so many languages we are using, so many dialects we are using. NCERT caters to the students. Odisha member Bishi Sahab talked about tribal languages. Yes, I acknowledge. NCERT in 104 languages across the country has come up with primer. Bilingual they have made it so that children comprehend easily. And literacy rate is going up today. And in principle, it is stated why multilingualism. Constituent Assembly also had discussed it before we came up with the Constitution. And over the years, we have gone progressive, but we have to avoid regressive. I am a student of public policy. I am apprehensive, lest it be regressive. National leadership had discussed about languages also. What was the consensus therefore? How did we move ahead? I am very emotional, sentimental about it. For 24 hours, I have been hearing so much. And I am an Odia person in Odisha in 1936. What happened there? In 1911, we were part of Bengal presidency. In 1936, you gave us a younger brother's status. I am coming from a state that was formed among the first as a state based on language that was spoken. NEP says something about it, about the language. Let me quote. Today, what does the world believe about India, let alone India? When a senior member says something, you have to pay attention. But it has to be with responsibility. Khadge ji, let me take his permission to take his name. When he was participating, walked out, of course, and on language lines you want to divide and things like that. No, not at all. It's not like that. You come from a particular place which itself is multilingual. Kannada is spoken there. I know Gulbarga, Hyderabad, Karnataka. They happen to be not very far apart. Hindi also is spoken there. I have been there. English is of course there. And local languages, more than a couple are also there. Telugu is also a prominent language. So do we not accept this diversity? Reject it? The impact of multilingualism on globalism. We are discussing in 2023, job market in EU, multilingualism vis-a-vis. This has been discussed. Where are we? We are not taking away anybody's rights, not to hurt anyone, not to impose any language. At least Narendra Modi's government will not commit such a sin. It has not done, will never do it. It's ideological, yes, we acknowledge. We believe in one earth, one family. And we shoulder the responsibility as member of one entire family that this earth has inhabiting. We are trying to provide for everything. Enrollment has gone up in education sector. GER is the highest in the past decade. And across the country today, what do we find? Challenges are of course there. The youngsters have aspirations, ambitions, and sky high. Now, degree is important, but competence and skill equally important. And government wants, and the challenge before the government is that we have to combine these now. Earlier governments did not focus upon that. Now, we have to put in place a roadmap, and we have to keep the youngsters in focus at the center of the policy. And research was discussed a lot. Research funding has been depleted, deducted, cut has been imposed and all that. All that was highlighted. Sir, if I go on, I'll enumerate 2-3 things. 2015, 2022. In 2015, let me tell you, research publication were 1,45,000 they were numbering. In 2022, 2,73,000 is the number. This is our achievement. Engineering specific research, 165% increase therein has been registered. So we are having more patents and startup ecosystem we have, and we are the third in the world. It's not for nothing. There has been some policy implemented, and this is the result. Patent filing, 93% growth therein. In 2014, 42,763 patents were there. In 2023, 82,881 patents have been filed. Global Innovation Index ranking. In 2014, we were 76th. And today, we have the rank of 39th position there in that index that we are holding. 2,500 higher education institutes are there. 300 universities have R&D cells established. And Smart India Hackathon we are organizing. And higher education is witnessing it as an innovative scheme for innovators of the country. An ambitious scheme. In Maharashtra, in Pune in particular, there is an engineering college of Maharashtra government. It is an institution of repute. I had gone there once, sir, and at that time I participated in the program Smart India Hackathon. Participant I saw, an innovation I saw of that boy. He did not speak English, and Hindi also was a problem for him. He was speaking only Marathi. And what did he invent? Innovation was about human body laser holding. How laser will do things to human body. Technology he innovated, and health department has recognized it. And boy was asked about his income, 1.5 crore business 1.5 years ago, and today it might have gone sky high. It is not happening because of language related issues or monopoly of languages. Innovation happens only when the mother tongue is used for medium of instruction, and also some other languages also are possible as optional courses. Then this is happening. NAP had important recommendations committees have been formed, 50,000 crore rupee long-term program funded with this money, one subscription. We are talking about one library, one subscription used to be there. Government of India used to spend. Now we are trying to collaborate among libraries, and one subscription we are going in for. There was a joke being cracked, and it was being mocked at. And you want to deprive the poor students of good quality study material. All things were said of this kind. But it is not like that. Research ecosystem, startup ecosystem, I have just mentioned about.
In our country today, we are finding that this scenario is going up and up, and our government has given this synergy to the system. And in previous times, we have seen that government was having monopoly in aerospace and space science, but now our youth can make satellites, private players can make satellites, and in the research park in Chennai, I have seen that in Madras IIT, the rural youth of Tamil Nadu, they are not the students of this IIT, they are outsiders, but they are utilizing their innovations, and they have made some low orbit satellites there. And this is what is happening in our higher education institutions, Honorable Sir. That is the new in our systems. And Honorable Sister Priyanka ji has said, and I will also come to Kanimoji ji as well. Priyanka ji has said that 25 lakh people, 25 lakh students go out of our country for higher studies. That is not the only reality, sir. The immigration department of our country, we verify the statistics every year, and the number comes out to be 15 lakhs. It is not 25 lakhs, and our endeavor is this, that, and why we are giving financial muscle to the system, why we are supporting them. We are not only doing that, we are also strengthening our indigenous systems, we are also strengthening our own educational institutions, and we are also making their capacity more and more. We are also doing this capacity building indigenously. So the need to go out is going to reduce in coming years. In future, sir, we will also see. And sir, if I put forward one standard in the QS ranking 2014, this is one globally recognized ranking. QS agency is working for quality measurement, and they said that 46 institutions Sir, the number was 10 in 2014. The number was 10 in 2014, and the number has gone up to 46 as of now. The PhD enrollment in our country in 14-15, the enrollment was 1,70,000. I repeat, 1,70,000. It has reached to 2,33,000 as of now. I have also touched upon subject of patents. We were having 8th rank in world intellectual property. Our current rank has reached the new level of 6th rank. So our new rank is 6th. And that all is happening, sir, because of governmental initiatives. Then, sir, in the International Science Innovation Tracking Agency is there. The agency is working from Australia, and they have assessed India from 2003 to 2007 because this is a long-term assessment agency, and they have said that previously India was working in 4 technologies. Now there are 64 critical areas, 64 technologies are there where technological initiatives are being made, and India is
on very high rank. India is among the top 5 countries out of those total 46 countries, and we are working in all technologies: advanced manufacturing technologies, biotechnology, gene technology, vaccine technology, energy and environment. We are working in all scientific zones, sir. So, sir, I am trying to describe here that our country is going tremendously in all the areas of education and human resource development. And sir, I will also like to touch upon some other topics which honorable members have referred here. Honorable Digvijay Singh ji said, and he said that he asked about the accessibility of various institutions. He asked about the reach the government is making, and I have also touched upon that issue. Honorable Priyanka ji also made a question on that regard. And sir, our performance this year, we go for a survey every 2 years. This is one neutral body, sir, and we are also seeing the government is seen in a non-partisan way by these assessment agencies. Then, sir, reading power and arithmetical ability of class 2 students and of the students thereafter and of the higher classes, the situation was precarious in previous years, and the situation was not good in previous times. And now, sir, 20.9% was the achievement level in previous times, in 2022 times. In that time frame, sir, the achievement level dropped because of pandemic effect. Now, sir, it has reached to new height. It is now 23.4. It has increased. So instead of decreasing, it has increased. And for class 5th, it was 44% in 2018. It became 38.5 in Corona times. Now, sir, it has again increased and it has reached to the level of 44 to 45%, sir. In the same vein, sir, the performance in arithmetics and mathematics has gone up. Instead of previous 26%, it has reached to the new level of 34%. In class 2nd and class 3rd, sir, previously it was 25.6 and now it has reached to the level of 35%. So, sir, levels are increasing. Then, sir, the government schooling system and the private schooling system are parallelly working in our country. And in NEP, people many a times ask that what is the meaning of NEP? Then, sir, the very purpose, the very meaning of NEP is that the students of our country should have a gradual increase in their language proficiency, in their arithmetical proficiency. And so we are implementing all these demands, all these expectations on the ground. So, sir, we have to deliver collectively and we are doing that, sir. Then, sir, one subject was touched that the communalism smacks everywhere in curricula, in other things. It was accused by some of the opposition members, and one example was also cited that some of the incidents of Mahatma Gandhi's assassinations have been eradicated, have been removed from school curricula. Sir, I have to say in that regard that in year 2005, when that was written, what was the purpose of giving that material space in curricula? The whole country knows about the reality of Gandhiji's assassination. So what is the purpose when we are trying to give that material, that reality space in school curricula? Did question should be asked, sir, is it right, sir, if we say that only Brahmins of this country were responsible for Gandhi assassination? If we accuse Brahmin community as a whole for that, is that correct, sir? I hope, sir, that is not correct and that should not be done. And if you raise your voice, that is not going to make an untrue truth. So that cannot happen. I'm not yielding, sir. I'm not yielding, sir. And so my flow disrupts because of this regular interruption. My
my friend Rita ji said that Rita Brata ji is my friend, and he said, sir, that I'm saying we will look into it. We will examine that. We will look into that. You said that. Yeah, exactly.